Global Apocalypse Jianlum, the main character Choi Seon, accidentally activates the absolute isolation system. As long as he doesn't allow it, no matter how strong the monster is, it cannot enter. But the young man never expected that the system would isolate him from the bottom of society. He couldn't leave the house, and the food was gradually running out. Ion had no choice but to kill the monsters near his house to earn points to exchange for supplies from the system. In the end, can he survive inside his own house? Let's get straight into the main content. According to humanity's accounts, one day, the world suddenly fell into crisis. A pandemic broke out. The news was non-stop, with a large group infected totaling 740,000 people, mostly aged between 25 and 30. And on top of that, war caused huge losses. Economic decline, food shortages, and terrifying omens began to appear. The ones who drove the final nail into humanity's coffin were not humanity itself. What brought about humanity's end was a character like a god's game. What happened afterward was predictable. Just like in novels, people with supernatural powers appeared. However, there was something different between the novel and reality. Those people were not strong enough to end those dark days. 3 days later, in a messy room, the main character scratched his armpit while eating greedily. He did everything indifferent to the outside world because the world was not completely destroyed yet, and he could still live normally, but he was completely alone. The main character sat alone in the room because he was the only one left in this 100-mentos apartment. He said that his grandparents and parents were outside, but in the end, his father decided to buy this place by borrowing $200 million from the bank and adding another $200 million, which was the family's entire assets, to afford it. The reason he stayed here, although not born into a wealthy family, was because someone needed to live here for 2 years before benefiting from tax incentives when buying the house. That's why he had to stay here, and it got locked inside after the apocalypse suddenly happened. The main character looked at his phone. After the apocalypse, the internet was completely cut off. He sighed in frustration with life. Suddenly, the roar of a monster startled him. The flying monster saw him and decided to rush in, determined to eat the main character. He startled and stepped back, only able to curse while it opened its mouth wide, about to bite the building along with the prey. The main character, too, scared, just sat in place, screaming non-stop, but strangely nothing happened to him. When he looked up, he saw the system panel appear in front of him, showing an unauthorized entity trying to attack. Absolute isolation. Passive house control level 1. No one is allowed to enter without the homeowner's permission. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He calmed down and stood up to approach the window. The only reason the main character is still alive is thanks to this ability. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse, the main character irritably tried to open the room door, but nothing worked. He angrily kicked the door, but nothing changed. The main character angrily kicked the door again, cursing loudly. He gave up and returned to his messy room. Thanks to that ability protecting him, the main character was completely trapped inside this house. Time passed like that, and now he was sitting in a corner of the room. The system panel appeared again with information: when absolute isolation mode is activated, you cannot leave the house. The main character frowned at the system and muttered, "Absolute isolation, my ass." He ran his messy hair, unable to do anything. Then he glanced to the right, looking at the nearly finished food supplies, feeling helpless, just trying to survive day by day. The cold battery has been out since yesterday. These past few days, he lived off this food, but it definitely wouldn't last long. The main character nervously bit his finger, muttering now only a few packs of noodles were left. Suddenly, the system board displayed information that caught his attention. You have hunted a level 23 Calacon, and you have gained a large amount of experience. Your skill level has increased. It continued to display. You have gained a large amount of skill points, and your skill level has increased. Looking at the system board, he couldn't help but be surprised. The protagonist curiously looked out the window and saw the monster that had attacked him the other day, lying poor and crushed under the apartment. Seeing the monsters eating each other made him feel disgusted. He wondered if he hunted it because it broke into his house. The system continued to pop up. You have activated a new skill. A recent item has met the victory calculation requirements. Suddenly, the monster's joyful cheers startled him. They seemed to be endlessly worshipping the gods who bestowed them with food. The protagonist wondered, what's going on here? Why are they suddenly acting like this? After feasting on their own kind for some unknown reason, they appeared sluggish and in severe pain. The system board popped up again, indicating the victory calculation process was complete. 203,241 was been sent to the homeowner's wallet. The protagonist stood there confused and blank. Suddenly, the electricity in his room came back on. Could it be that this is because his skill system board showed absolute isolation? Statement from Level 3 Passive Council. No one may enter the house without the homeowner's permission. Absolute isolation. Level 1 Dignity Protection. To preserve your dignity, half the house's functions will be restored. Homeowner's wallet level max balance 2.03240W. The protagonist froze when he saw the house's function information line. He happily clenched his fists and shouted, "It's restored!" The protagonist hurried to the fridge to check and saw the power was back on and the fridge was working normally. He curiously went to turn on the faucet and then the electric stove. A smile couldn't hide on his lips. Then he cried tears of joy and shouted, "It's working again. It's back to the state before the apocalypse hit." Could it be that it's really fixed now? The protagonist picked up his phone to probe, but surprisingly there was still no signal. He had to admit defeat and sighed helplessly. Suddenly he noticed something, a USB stick thrown carelessly on the floor. Then he started checking it with his computer, and unexpectedly the USB contained family photos. He grew up with beautiful moments shared with his family. Even on birthdays, the three of them were always together. The protagonist clenched his teeth in strange silence, then breathed out deeply. Determination began to rise within him. No matter what, I have to bring my family here. He stood up from the computer chair, then looked up at the sky through the window. He clenched his fists, deciding what he wanted to do. Suddenly, a system announcement appeared. Absolute isolation. Level 1 shop. You can buy items listed in the shop at base prices. His pale face brightened when he saw the word shop. On the notification board, the absolute isolation shop, please list the items you want to buy. Balance 2.03239. Would you like to list your items for the first time? The system board displayed the absolute isolation notification. Level 1 shop, you can buy items listed in the shop at base prices. Jae-hoon's expression showed some hesitation. Shop. After thinking for a moment, he slowly reached out and pressed the shop icon. It showed new content again, homeowner wallet, level max balance 2.03.240. Would you like to register for the first time? The list. While the system made a new request, Jae-hoon sank into thought, looking at how it showed him how much money he had. This seems related to the absolute isolation system. He tried opening the window, but the system board still appeared right in front of him and didn't disappear. Jae-hoon couldn't help but feel helpless as he thought, it's not effective. Although my skill level has improved a bit, I still can't get out. But one thing I'm sure of, if I hunt monsters, my level will increase and I'll get new skills. If I level up, maybe I'll get a skill that lets me go outside, Jae-hoon muttered. But how could I possibly kill a monster? At Momo, it's really hard to expect a situation like before to happen again. Then his eyes turned toward a fallen bird monster on the ground. He suddenly realized something. Wait, I can also kill goblins. June grabbed a bottle of water. Then he slowly raised his hand behind him and threw it forcefully outside. Seeing the bottle thrown so hard, Jae-hoon happily said, "Great, it worked." Then he thought he could throw household items outside. Guessing this, Jae-hoon went to find something else to throw. What he found was a small dumbbell. Dion grinned with interest. Let's try this method. Suddenly, a strange noise startled him, and he exclaimed, that sound came from a group of goblins arguing about food or something. A bunch of goblins gathered together. They seemed to have taken food and were returning to their den. Hyun, the one wanting to test his strength, got angry seeing his target leaving and cursed, "Damn it, don't leave." He quickly took the chance to throw the dumbbell. As he threw it, he anxiously shouted, "Please don't miss." The dumbbell hit the ground with devastating force, making the goblins turn their heads back. At this moment, Jae-hoon was sweating profusely from fear. I was tricked. This is the last thing I have. What now? There's nothing left in this house that can kill those goblins. I'm not strong enough to lift the TV or computer to throw outside. Suddenly, a shrill goblin scream echoed. Below the building, a bunch of goblins glared up angrily, baring their teeth and growling. Seeing such a scary scene, Ji's expression stiffened. The goblins shouted in unison, then ran toward the apartment. But facing this scary situation, Jae-hoon remained very calm and thought, wait, it's not that bad. From this distance, he suddenly exclaimed, immediately called the system to open the shop. The message, "Absolute Isolation Store, please list your items," appeared again. Balance 2.03240. W. List. Without hesitation, he clicked on the list. The system asked again, "Are you sure you want to list this item?" Jae-hoon replied, "I'm sure." The system weighed the dumbbell in his hand, displaying the message listing it. After a moment, it began new announcements. A classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbell has been listed. Absolute Isolation Store. A classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbell has been listed for 16,990 V balance 2.03 V. After reading the list, June was a bit surprised, thinking the price isn't much different from when I bought it. It seems the market exchange rate here is still the same as before the apocalypse. A notification sounded from the system about the classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbell, to purchase. He happily replied. A beam of light shone from the system panel. Gradually, a dumbbell appeared. Dia-Hyunin happily clenched his palm. All right, great this way. If I miss the throw, there's still a chance. Just after saying that, another dumbbell was thrown from June's room. This throw luckily hit the unlucky goblin's head. The system displayed a new message. You have hunted a level 7 goblin. You have received 3345 EXP sent to your wallet. After reading that, he happily shouted, "Great." Below, a group of goblins approached the goblin that had just been hit on the head. They angrily shouted, but unexpectedly another dumbbell was thrown down again. Missing the throw. Jae-hoon felt frustrated, damn it. The system showed a new message. You have purchased 3 classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbells. 3 dumbbells appeared one after another, and so Dooyeon continuously threw dumbbells to the ground. This time, the throw hit another goblin. It wailed in pain. The system reappeared. You have hunted a LV-65 goblin. 2012 has been sent to your wallet. Your skill level has increased. You have acquired a new skill. June excitedly said, nice. The new skill is Absolute Isolation. LV1 Storage Vault, a one-dimensional alternate space used to store items. He thought to himself that this time it was a storage vault. He said at the same time, Open Storage Vault. A dumbbell appeared in his hand. It asked, Are you sure you want to place this item into the storage vault? He quickly replied, Definitely. The dumbbell slowly disappeared. The system kept repeating the notification about the Absolute Isolation Storage Vault. Classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbell. One question. Do you want to summon the item? June's eyes sparkled brightly. A dumbbell appeared in the palm of his hand. June happily said, Awesome, and thought to himself that he could summon items from the vault to anywhere he wanted. Then a beam of light appeared in his house. His voice rang out, Open Storage Vault. June's hand was raised in front of the system panel. He took a deep breath and repeatedly said, Summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell. A series of dumbbells fell onto the goblins. They could only watch in disbelief. Then they received their deaths. The system panel kept beeping, You have hunted a LV5 goblin. You have hunted a LV5 goblin. You have hunted a LV7 goblin. You have collected a large amount of EXP. 54. 660. W has been sent to your wallet. Do you want to list more items? List Ji-yoon's face looked like it was about to bloom. The protagonist thought he had listed 10 items after the store opened. The system displayed information for the Absolute Isolation Store, Classic 3 kg non-slip dumbbell, 11-16-990 V. John Build, 10-31,000 V, Sandasu Water, 21-12, 400 V. Rice, 5 kg X1, 890 V, Special Eggs, 10-3, 950 V. Easily digestible milk, 930 ml, 12-620 V. Seaweed Aoyan, 124 packs, 9-800 V. Canola oil, 900 ml La Mi, 12-330 V. Half-used tomato sauce, 500 Gurned 11-3-350 V. Balance 2, 78, 806, 6W. The protagonist stood in front of the system, reflecting, I sold the dumbbell I used to kill gold pins as well as all kinds of groceries and daily necessities. He suddenly exclaimed, Huh! When seeing the system display the landlord LV wallet maximum balance 278,805, he wondered, What does that mean? I just lost one without spending money to keep my dignity right. He gritted his teeth, turned his head back, then analyzed. The electricity, gas, and water bills must be from the refrigerator. The protagonist silently lamented, This is tough. He muttered irritably, These damn goblins. He recalled that after hunting goblins by throwing dumbbells at them, they ran back to their lair. He calculated that since then he had only killed 2. The protagonist stepped out onto the balcony, looked at the sky, then asked himself in frustration, Damn it, is there any other creature I can hunt? Below ground was the monster that had been defeated. Only the skeleton remained. Banthan answered himself, There isn't a single one. Then he thought he had to find another method. The protagonist looked up at the sky and sighed. He looked up at the clear blue sky and said, I wonder if I'm lucky enough to wait until a stupid calic flies by here. While staring, he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette circling in the sky. He suddenly exclaimed, "There, a fierce monster! A Calacon!" He was amazed to recognize it. The protagonist hurried inside silently, thankful, "Thank God, you never abandoned me." He tied the mirror to the side of the drying rack. Then he took the drying rack out to the balcony. The protagonist used the mirror's reflection to attract the Calacon. It was immediately drawn to the shining spot. It let out terrifying cries, then quickly dashed down to the balcony where the protagonist stood. The Calacon opened its mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. The protagonist was quietly delighted. "It's working." The Calacon kept howling fearfully with its mouth wide open. Then it swooped down in front of the balcony. He smiled triumphantly and thought, "If it keeps going like this, I'll definitely be able to tame it." He observed the monster and assessed, "I'm sure I'll level up if I can kill that thing." The Calacon suddenly released a powerful gust of air, forcing him to hold onto the floor tightly to avoid being blown away. He struggled to stay standing. The main character painfully lifted his head in the strong wind and was stunned. He exclaimed, "What the hell?" and quickly ducked back inside through the door. Hearing the monster's roar, he couldn't believe it and said no way when he saw it clinging tightly to the wall. The Calacon opened its mouth wide in a threatening manner. He was shocked by the sight before him. The Calacon suddenly snapped its beak shut. Then it stabbed forcefully at the barrier with its sturdy beak. At that moment, the system announced an unauthorized entity is trying to break in. The announcement of an unauthorized entity trying to break in echoed repeatedly along with its continuous attacks. He worriedly wondered, "It can't get in, can it?" He reminded himself to do something. Then he quickly shouted, "Open the shop!" The system displayed the Absolute Isolation Shop Classic 3 kg Anti-Slip Weight 11990V, Janneman Mill 1031,000V, Sandisu Water 2112,400V, 5 kg Rice 1890V Special Eggs 103950V, Easily Digestible Milk 930ml 126220V, Seaweed Olu Yongan Ban 124 packs 9800V, Rapeseed Oil 900ml 12330V, Half-used tomato sauce, 500 gram or 11.3 350V. Balance 2 788066. 6. Main character analysis list from what I have observed so far. Calculating loot will only happen if the corpse is nearby. He evaluated that goblin hunting was not very promising. He recalled that they dragged the corpses elsewhere, and those corpses were not counted as kills. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, otherwise, if the distance exceeds a certain limit, it won't count as loot. He was determined, I can't let that happen. He wondered if there was a way to kill it all at once. The main character observed the isolation shop list the system was displaying. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He decided to take 10 bottles of rapeseed oil. The system confirmed if he was sure about the purchase. Without hesitation, he replied, "Definitely." It immediately gave him 10 bottles of rapeseed oil. He grabbed the 10 bottles of rapeseed oil and quickly ran inside the house. The main character took a pot and placed it on the stove. He poured all the rapeseed oil bottles he had just bought into the pot. He continuously increased the cooking temperature. While waiting for the rapeseed oil to boil, he took a wooden stick, wrapped a cloth around one end, and tightly secured it with tape. After a series of steps, he quickly dipped the cloth-wrapped end into the pot of oil. Holding the boiling pot of oil, he said, "Open the shop and select storage." The system asked, "Do you want to store this item?" He replied, "Yes." Then he poured all the oil into the system's storage. The system announced that boiled rapeseed oil had been added. The main character reached for a lighter and ignited the cloth soaked in oil. The flame quickly flared up upon contact with the oil. He stepped out onto the balcony. The Calacon was clinging to the wall above. He got ready to fight and shouted, "Summon boiling rapeseed oil!" The system dropped hot rapeseed oil on the monster, causing it to scream in pain. It writhed in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he threw the wooden stick in his hand at it while yelling, "Die!" The burning stick touched the boiling oil on the Calacon. The flames blazed fiercely, engulfing it in a fiery red blaze. He was overjoyed. I did it. The Calacon was burned and fell down. The main character looked on as the monster fell in pain. It kept struggling in midair until it was finally completely defeated. The system announced you have successfully defeated Calacon LV-27. You received a large amount of EXP. Your skill level has increased and you have acquired a new skill. It continued with information that a recent item met the requirements for loot calculation. After a while, it displayed that the calculation process was complete. The system announced 9347487W has been sent to the host's wallet. The main character stammered in disbelief. 9 million. He was amazed, looking at the number on the system, wondering if he was about to reach 10 million. The system once again displayed the information that the requirements had been met. It announced that the territorial expansion of the house had begun. The house started to move. The main character exclaimed in amazement, "What?" The house kept moving and he shouted, "What the hell is this?" The whites of his eyes gradually turned black. The scene around him seemed to be covered by a layer of film. He painfully held his face and it seemed like he could see through the walls. His vision extended out to the hallway outside his house. Suddenly he saw a family consisting of a man, a woman, and 2 children sitting together in the living room. He exclaimed in surprise, "Someone's here!" He wondered if they were his neighbors. At this moment, strange sequences of numbers flashed inside Jane's head. He held his head and shouted in panic, "What is happening?" Next door, the neighbors were worried and didn't know what was going on. At that moment, his head hurt even more. He cried out in pain to everyone. Then suddenly, black smoke appeared around Jane, causing him to scream in agony. After a while, the black smoke disappeared. Jane was suspicious of what had just happened. The system screen suddenly displayed information about the neighbors next door. First was a man wearing glasses, Choi Hyung-jun, a husband in his 30s. A long-haired woman, Park Hae-won, wife in her 30s. 2 daughters, Choi Neon, the eldest at 6 years old, and Choi Selian, the youngest at 3. The system screen displayed below you have detected creatures that meet the conditions to be recruited as residents. The system continued asking, "Do you want to grant them resident rights?" After displaying this, Jane entered the house and wondered what would happen if he didn't grant resident rights. The system responded, "Creatures without resident rights will be expelled from the house." The system questioned, "Are you sure you want to grant resident rights?" Jane feared and thought if he didn't give them resident rights, they would all be threatened by monsters. After careful consideration, Jane decided to grant resident rights to all 4 of them. Upon receiving the order, the system confirmed that Choi Hyung-jun, Park Hae-choi Neon, and Choi Selian were granted resident rights. After confirming the 4 neighbors as residents, Jane also received a new skill. Great, I might get another skill related to resident rights. Let me check it out. The system displayed the first skill, Absolute Isolation. Supreme I, Level 1, its effect is that nothing in the house can escape your notice. Jane browsed the system to see if there were any other good skills, especially related to residents. As expected, the second skill was Absolute Isolation of the homeowner passive effect. No one can enter the house without the permission of the resident manager. While browsing, Jane found the skill he wanted. Oh, here it is. The system displayed the reputation stats of the residents. Choi Hyung-jun, Level 9, Reputation, 24. Park Hae, Level 5, Reputation, 18. Choi Neon, Level 3, Reputation, 33. Choi Selian, Level 2, Reputation, 42. Current population, 600. Jane exclaimed in surprise, 600 people isn't too many, is it? He clicked on Choi Hyung-jun's information. Name, Choi. Hyung-jun, Level 9, Reputation, 24, Awakened Power. No experience share rate, 0%. Money share rate, 0%. Task assignment for expulsion clicked on. Reading through the resident information, Jane wondered what the money and experience share rates meant. He analyzed and thought it must be the experience and money they share with him, and he could choose the percentage he wanted. A sly smile. "Ha, this time I'll get stronger this way." Looking at the system he saw, there was also a task assignment option. Task assignment displayed with task description, time limit, reward, and penalty if failed. Jane was surprised at the VIP level of the system. I get to describe the task myself. Then the first task. Assigned task, hunt a goblin, time limit, 168 hours, reward, a small amount of experience, no penalty for failure. Do you want to assign this task, yes or no? Thinking about the task he just assigned, maybe the reward is basic, but how severe could the penalty be? Adjusting penalty death update. Rewards and penalties appeared. The mission was to hunt a limited-time Joplin with a 168-hour deadline. The reward was a small amount of experience. The penalty for failure was death. Do you want to accept this mission? Yes or no? Thinking it over, the penalty seems a bit harsh, so you hesitate. The system confirms you have canceled the request. Seeing Do Ha-in's absolute obedience to the mission, he realized that if he wanted, he could kill his own residents at any time. He couldn't help but be surprised by the power. Is this really my ability? Do Ha. In thought to himself, What should I do now? He activated the ultimate eye skill. The skill activated surrounding Jin with a black smoke that covered the entire resident room. Next door, Jae-in saw that he could see all the wives and said, "Husband, what should we do now?" The caretaker rubbed his head in frustration. "What else can we do? At least we have to go outside to find water to drink. I want to stay here with you and the kids and wait." The wife worried, "It's too dangerous." He knew, but we have no other choice. The wife doubted, "Is there even any water left anywhere now?" The husband felt helpless but wanted to try going out to find something for his wife and children. He wanted to try going to the nearby convenience store to see what's there. It's that big, so there must be something. The kids were also getting tired. "Mom, we're so thirsty." Hearing his wife and children complain, the husband clenched his fists helplessly. Sion, the determined husband, "Do you trust me? I'm sure I'll bring something back, so just wait here for me." Because of hunger and the kids, the wife gritted her teeth and agreed. Back in the room, Jin turned off the ultimate eye, then thought of using the skill to listen to the conversation of his residents. Jin felt worried for them. The situation was worse than he thought. Opened the store window above it, displayed the item list. Do-ha-in was annoyed. "It would be great if I had more storage space." Opened the skill window. Absolute Isolation Skill System, Store Level 1. You can buy available items in the store at base price with points. Passive skill. Preservation of Dignity Level 1 to protect your dignity. Half of the house's energy will be restored with points. Level 1 Warehouse Different Dimension Space to store items with points. Jin was delighted to learn he could store more items in the system. Awesome, the system then displayed. "Do you want to upgrade the Absolute Isolation skill?" Jin immediately answered yes. The system lit up as if preparing to level up the skill. JHN looked back and saw that his skills had really leveled up. The Absolute Isolation store was now level 2. The number of available items increased to 20. All items were discounted by 10%. After the upgrade and increasing item slots to 20, Jin thought this was pretty good. But then he suddenly remembered he still had 2 points left. He had to invest in the store and the Preservation of Dignity skill. From now on, he would probably have more residents. Do-ha-in decided to upgrade to level 3. Always checked back on the system for updates. The Absolute Isolation store was now level 2. The number of available items increased to 40. You now have the ability to restore items. Jin considered the ability to restore items, turning old items into new ones. He was happy because the VIP skill was great. It was worth the effort to upgrade to level 3. He then opened the store. Absolute Isolation Store Level 3. You can buy items in the store at base price. Browsing around, Jin saw he could buy Sammed Water and Rare Ju. Seeing so few skills to upgrade Hain, and decided to upgrade other skills instead. Do you want to upgrade the Preservation of Dignity skill of the Absolute Isolation user? Yes. If I can provide electricity and water to my neighbors in return, I'll gain many other things. The system displayed that the Preservation of Dignity skill of the Absolute Isolation user was now level 2. You can have subordinates. What are subordinates? Over here, the husband from the neighboring house is getting ready to go out to find food. The wife and daughters are worried about their father. "Honey." Seeing his wife and children worried, the husband smiled reassuringly. "I'll be back soon. While I'm gone, you have to protect this house, okay?" The 2 daughters anxiously asked, "Dad, are you really going out?" The husband comforted his 2 children. "Yes, Dad is going out to find some food and water for our family. When Dad's not home, you have to listen to Mom." The little girl kept crying as if begging Dad not to go speechless. But she gathered courage and spoke loudly, "There are monsters outside." Then she recalled the time before the monsters began to appear. The image of the 2 sisters next door happily playing in the sand came to mind. A pack of fierce monsters appeared. The 2 sisters were terrified when they saw the monsters. The older sister grabbed the younger's hand and ran quickly. Just when they thought they wouldn't escape in time, their parents arrived, grabbed them, and ran fast back home. Remembering that dangerous scene, the father really didn't want it to happen again. He kept trying to calm his 2 children. "Quiet now, it's okay." The husband began to quietly think about the future. Maybe this is the last time I'll see my wife and kids. Unable to think about that scene again, the husband bit his lip to steady his resolve. At the door there was knocking, and all 4 were scared. The wife held the 2 children tightly to protect them. The husband held a stick ready to attack immediately if anyone barged in. The knocking outside grew more and more intense. Inside, their worry increased. Suddenly, a human voice came from outside the door. Sorry, can you open the door? Hearing a human voice made the husband even more scared. Sweat ran all over his face. Suddenly, he realized it was a human voice. Is it a human? But could it be a dangerous monster in disguise? Cutting off his thoughts, the voice outside kept calling, "Is anyone home?" All four trembled with fear, not knowing what to do. The knocking grew louder and louder. Then suddenly it stopped. The guard trembled. Could it be? He left. Staring at the door, suddenly it opened. The guard's eyes widened in fear. He rushed over to hug and protect his wife and kids, shouting, "No, please, sir!" The husband shouted, begging, "Please don't hurt my family!" Then suddenly he heard a greeting. Not understanding what was happening, the husband peeked to see if it was a person or a monster. It turned out to be J.A. in bringing food for the residents. The scared man, not knowing who he was, shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Jin introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Kim Ja, I live next door." After speaking, Jae-in handed over the bag in his hand. "I have some water and fruit. After you all eat and drink, can we talk for a moment?" The man hesitated. That. But then thinking about his wife and children who were hungry after days without food, he saw no reason to refuse the water and food. This person might be able to help our family. He happily accepted and invited Jane in. "Come inside." Sion and Neon stared as if they wanted to devour him. June was embarrassed looking at the kids in front of him, wondering if he shocked them too much. But that black curtain was a wise choice. He looked around for a while and concluded the small room was pitch dark, no light coming in. The five of them gathered around the table sharing cake because it really reduced the risk of monster attacks. Dui-hyun bit the cake in his hand while pondering. He looked up at the ceiling for a long time. "First, we have a little light here." Ji-yoon's eyes suddenly glowed blue as he mentally commanded the light. Then the ceiling light suddenly turned on, surprising everyone. Brother June exclaimed, "The power's back!" But he didn't pay attention and started rummaging through his backpack. June handed the water bottle he had gotten to Brother June and said, "Let's give the kids some water first." This made him a bit embarrassed. "Ah, yes, thank you." Brother June poured water for the two kids, Neon and Sion. The two girls brought the bottle of water they just received to their mouths and drank continuously, gulping so fast that they coughed violently from choking making. Hayu worried and asked Han if Yeon was still okay. Jae-hyun looked at the situation and didn't know how to start speaking. Then he held out the tangerine in his hand and asked, "Do you like eating tangerines?" He placed the tangerine into Soyeon's hand. The two girls cautiously took it from his hand. "Thank you." Seon looked at the tangerine in her hand with some craving saliva dripping from her mouth. Haeun spoke up, "To let Mom peel it for you." Then she reached out and took it back. The tangerine was now peeled clean and she handed the fruit segments back to her daughter. Haeun fed the tangerine to Seon, who was standing there. After chewing, a sensation flashed through the little girl's head. A satisfied joy from eating something delicious appeared on her small face. Haeun cheerfully asked her daughter, "Is it sweet, honey?" The little girl warmly replied with a sweet voice, "Very sweet." Neon also pointed to herself excitedly. "Mom, me too, me too." After eating, the little girl looked quite satisfied. The system then sequentially displayed notifications. Citizen Choi Hrine, Citizen Park, Hyeon, Citizen Choi Neon, Citizen Choi Selon all have increased trust. Citizen. The trust level of Choi Sel Ion has reached 50. Dragon loyalty has been unlocked. Citizen Choi Sel Ion's dragon loyalty has exceeded 30. Choi Sel Ion has met the requirements to register as a vassal. The system panel now displayed information about the opponent named Choi Sel Ion Level 2 Trust. 57 No Awakening Ability. 0% Experience Point. Distribution Rate. 0% Money Distribution Rate assigned Mission Expulsion. He looked at the notification board before his eyes, then at the family of 4 happily playing nearby. Jae-hyun looked at the little girl Sion in front of him, pondered for a moment. That kid has met the requirements to register as a vassal, but she's still too young. He shook his head. Unlike citizens, I can only register 10 vassals. At least they need to be at a level like Choi Hui-jun so they can actually carry out their missions. He looked at the man in front of him, playing with his daughter, the system panel appearing above him again. Choi Hun Trust level 31 level. He pondered, but his trust was only 31. I need to make him trust me more. Hyun was racking his brain, thinking. Hui-jun suddenly spoke, as if wanting to say something. He startled and looked up at him, replying, "Yes." He continued, "Thank you very much." I don't know how to repay you." At this point, he stammered back, "Let's talk about that in the hallway." His words surprised Hui-jun a bit. "All right." The morning sunlight shone through the hallway window. Outside the door, only Hunjun and Jaehun stood facing each other. He shyly spoke, "Have you received citizenship rights yet?" Hunjun was embarrassed by the question. "Oh." Then he opened his system panel. "You have been granted citizenship rights." The message appeared on the notification bar. Hun said, "My whole family received this notification window 30 minutes ago." Jun asked if anything special had happened. He looked at the words on the system window and said, "Ah, yes. We couldn't move our bodies for a while." He frowned, thinking they would be frozen temporarily until they had citizenship rights. Then he spoke up, "Mr. Choi, I will help you return to normal life before all this happened." He offered to Hui-run. After hearing those words, he was a bit surprised. "What?" Jae-hyun tried to persuade him, "I can guarantee that monsters will not invade your home." Hui-jun asked nervously, "Is that possible?" He nodded yes. His eyes seemed to agree with him. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time without saying anything. Suddenly, Hui-jun spoke, "I know there's no free cake in this world. What do I have to do?" Dyun asked him to be sure, "What if it endangers your life?" After hearing that question, he paused for a moment. Hui-jun decided, "I still want to try even without you. I still have to go out to buy food and water." His face was full of determination. "I've already bet my life on it." Dui-hun nodded approvingly at his will. He spoke up, "Ah, I just saw a gold set. How much does that cost?" He suddenly asked, making Hui-jun look quite puzzled. He scratched his cheek while saying, "Huh. Oh, I thought." After a moment, "It's too expensive to sell at the store." "Right now, I need to save money for the future," Hui-jun asked curiously. "Why are you asking that?" He waved his hand nervously, stammering, "Nothing, just a random question." Then he seriously asked, "Do you remember the exact day the monster appeared?" Hui-jun thought for a moment, recalling it was on the weekend. The goblins appeared in his memory. Huynh trembled all over. It was terrifying. Jiun agreed. "Yes, I think those who stayed home that day survived. A goblin doesn't have much strength." The image of a goblin being easily defeated popped into his mind. Their strength is also lower compared to adult men. The real weapon of goblins is that they always move in groups, but so do humans. The image of people appeared like a light of hope within him. "First, I need to build an army," he said solemnly. Yoon suddenly spoke, "An Choi." Hui-jun seemed confused and quickly replied, "What is it?" "From now on," he continued, "I want you to come with me to find survivors." He was sincere, folding his arms. The apartment complex was bathed in twilight, extremely gloomy. The system popped up a citizen notification. Choi Hui-jun's trust level increased. Jun laid back on the sofa. Seeing the notification, he said, "It's gone up again." The system displayed new citizen management info. Choi Hui-jun Trust 40. Bakhai Trust 32. Neon Trust 51. Choicel Trust 63. Current population 4,600. He was a bit quietly sad, thinking, "Eventually I'll be able to meet my family members as I keep leveling up, right?" Do-hyun jumped up as a terrifying scream sounded outside. He ran out to the balcony to observe and was suddenly surprised. Below were the survivors. He thought, but it would be very difficult to help them. The goblins kept roaring threateningly. Ha Dong-juin rushed up holding a slime ball in his hand. He threw it hard at a goblin, sending it flying far away. It screamed in pain and fell down. Dui-hyun witnessed the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell was that?" The girl shot 2 arrows at once. 2 goblins were hit in the head and died before they could make a sound. The guy carried a slime ball racket in his hand. Before their horrified eyes, he flew up and smashed a goblin's skull. They fled in fear and chaos. The group of survivors calmly stood still after driving off the goblins. The girl in the purple shirt suddenly noticed something unusual. She quickly drew her bow to attack, but then froze, realizing it was just a pack of instant noodles, not a threat. She looked up to see Jiun on the top floor waving enthusiastically. He waved frantically, afraid they couldn't see him. She looked at him a bit startled. He shouted as loud as he could from up there. Suddenly a noise sounded. Dui-hyun exclaimed, "He's here!" Through the peephole, he saw Choi Huynh holding a box, standing at the door. Jun opened the door politely and said, "Please come in." He hesitated and replied, "Thank you." But Choi Hui-jun couldn't enter. He was blocked by an invisible barrier at the door. The system appeared surprising both of them. It displayed, "Not qualified. You cannot enter the house." Choi Hun wondered, Not qualified, what does that mean? June looked thoughtfully at the notification. Not qualified, you cannot enter the house, he softly said. Is this to say no one is allowed to enter my house? He looked at Choi Hun and analyzed, or maybe only my vassals are allowed in. Choi Hun didn't enter but handed the box he was holding to Dui Hun and said, I put everything that could be used as a weapon in this box. Dui Hun took it and replied, thank you. He put the box down and opened it. Inside were useful weapons like knives and toolboxes. He ordered the system, open the store 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of ramen. Choi Hun watched in amazement as the system produced the items he requested. He handed them to Choi Hun-jun and asked him, can you place some things at the first floor entrance? Choi Hun-jun hesitantly asked, is the first floor too dangerous? Jun calmly reassured, it's okay, I've observed it. The goblin monsters only operate during the day. Ah, you remembered the survivors earlier and decided in your heart that you must make those people join you. You imagine they won't have any choice but to come find you once they realize you have food. Du Hun said, I have my own plan. Just bring it and leave it there. Choi Hun wondered, should I leave it on the first floor and come back? You replied, sure. Choi Hun-jun agreed, all right, that's easy then. He respectfully bowed, goodbye. Jun shyly said, thank you. He thought with a good person like him I should do something worthy. Thinking that he said, open the window for the mission. The system displayed the mission description, bring 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of ramen down to the first floor and return 001. Deadline 24 hours. Reward a small amount of exp. Penalty for failure. None. Choi Hun-jun exclaimed in surprise. This is... He explained, if you complete it, you can get a small amount of XP serum. Choi Hun-jun asked, is it like leveling up in a game? Jun answered, yes, exactly the same. You are at level 9. He explained, when you level up, you also receive attractive rewards. I trust you. Jun replied, okay, I understand. At the emergency exit, Jun Tran stood at the door with a golf club in hand. He stepped in and went down floor by floor. The numbers displaying the floors decreased with his steps. Finally, he reached the first floor. He said tiredly, I need to put this down. Suddenly, he saw something. Next to him were vague shadows. He imagined terrifying monsters. He thought he had to get away immediately. But as he fled, he fell. The container of water and food in his hand spilled onto the ground. Choi Hun-jun painfully lay flat on the ground. He shouted fearfully, get out, all of you, get out! He looked back in panic and fearfully shouted while raising his hands to block blows. But what answered him wasn't attacks, just a call. He looked up in surprise and saw the group of survivors. They awkwardly asked, are you okay? The system suddenly popped up a notification. An unauthorized entity is trying to infiltrate. Dia Hyun exclaimed in surprise, what? Seeing that line, he said maybe he should check it out. Then using his supreme eye skill, he saw Choi Hun-jun and the group of survivors. The girl in purple said, this is the apartment building where someone threw down a pack of ramen. A suspicious guy said, this means there is food here. Ha Dong-trian replied, yes, think about it. We're running out of supplies. Ji-eun stopped using the skill and silently thought they are the same people from earlier. The system made a suggestion. Creatures meeting the requirements to become citizens are approaching here. Do you want to propose citizenship to them? He quietly said a proposal for citizenship. He thought during territorial expansion he might have to forcibly grant citizenship to those inside. But do outsiders have a choice? He irritably considered a possibility. If so, they could refuse his offer. He wondered what to do. Suddenly a sound interrupted his thoughts. He looked through the surveillance camera and suddenly thought of a solution. He spoke out, let's see. Jun stepped closer to the surveillance camera. Choi Hai-run on the screen asked, are you there? Du Hein. He immediately replied, yes, please, wait a moment. The system announced, Citizen Choi Hun-jun is in the process of searching. Do you want to edit the mission? Jun smiled and replied, yes. The system reminded, please edit the mission. He spoke preparing a meal for 6 guests. The system accepted the updated mission. Outside, Choi Hun received the notification and wondered, is this Jun? He responded immediately, yes, a new mission. He said, tell them you will feed them first. I have my own plan. Choi Hing-jun agreed without much thought. All right. Choi Hun turned back to look at the group. He said something to them and then reported back to Jun, "Now they will accept that." Jin happily replied, "Great, thank you." At that moment, he ordered the system to propose citizenship to all 6 of them. The system displays, "You have proposed citizenship rights for Ha-dong Jan Kang Dioku Kim Gong Yu, Hirin Kim Jeon, and Mun Bungo." The system continues to notify, "Access to the 30th floor has been granted to Hongjan Kang Dioku Kim Gong Yu, Hirin Kim Jeon, and Mun Byung Ho." They pass the barrier by accepting citizenship rights to enter the apartment complex. At this moment, the system displays information. The number of citizens has increased to 10. The amount of XP and money your citizens earn has increased by 10%. Jun repeats the XP and money bonus information in his mind. He thinks it means we will get better corn when hunting monsters. Soon things will return to peaceful days. The system displays Citizen Management Ha-dong Duyen LV-23 Trust Level 19, LV-13 Trust Level 28, Kim Gang LV-17 Trust Level 17, IIN LV-10 Trust Level 30, Kim Jeon LV-11 Trust Level 15, MU Holv, LV-10, Trust Level 11, current population 10,600. Jun looks at the information and says, "Level 23 is about as strong as the Kalika I killed before." He checks Ha-dong Jen's information named H-dong Jenian LV-23, Trust Level 19. Ability to awaken throw molten ball. XP distribution rate 0%. Money distribution rate 0%. Set mission to expel molten ball rank D. Use stamina to increase the ball's power 3-fold. He silently evaluates as expected he is a mutant. He realistically analyzes that depending on the molten ball, throw items can also become weapons. And if the skill triples the power, it's enough to kill monsters. He thinks about his trust. I can slowly increase it. He folds his arms and then delegates, setting the XP distribution rate for all 6 of them at 70%. The system receives information and has completed the setup. He says satisfactorily, "Done." Jun reflects that he just needs to assign them monster hunting tasks, and he can sit back earning both experience and money like auto-hunting in a game. He closes his eyes in thought. Of course, he still needs to get to know them at the right time. He silently says to himself because they might be the key to reuniting with his family. At this moment, the system suddenly announces, "Citizen Ha-dong Truyen's trust level has increased." Jun exclaims in surprise, "What?" And the system continuously announces, "Citizen Kim Ga-yang's trust level has increased. Citizen Yu Hiren's trust level has increased." He is surprised. How come? At this moment, Choi Hun-jun warmly welcomes everyone inside. They politely respond, "Thank you." Bak Hai World runs out and asks, "Brother Han, what's going on?" Choi Hun-jun answers, "I'll explain everything later. Do you have time now to help me prepare some food?" Bak Hai Wuntran asks, "Right now, I'd have to start from scratch." Cho Hun-jun awkwardly replies, "Please help me with that. I think Jun already has a plan." She lowers her head to think, then agrees. "All right, I'll prepare it right away." She tells the group who just arrived, "Please wait a moment." They quickly respond, "Yes, thank you." Ha-dong Duyen has something to say. He hesitantly asks Choi Hun what kind of person is Jae-hyun. Choi Hun stammers and honestly replies, "Actually, I'm not sure either." Ha-dong Duyen is surprised. "You're not sure?" Choi Hun-jun admits, "Yes, I don't know anything about him except that he's my neighbor." Ha-dong Duyen thinks about his neighbor. Hun-jun adds, "But he really is a good person. All of this is thanks to his help." Ha-dong Duyen observes and silently confirms that this means he is a mutant. He looks at the ramen pack in his possession and thinks he must have amazing abilities to do all this. He watches the people behind and finally silently decides he must make a good impression. He reflects on who has enough power to provide electricity, food, and water in today's world. That's a miraculous ability. He's on a different level. Choi Hui-jun politely suggests it will take a while to prepare the food. Does anyone want to take a shower first? Kim Ga-yang and Yu Hiren cheer up going to shower. Can we really go take a shower? Ha-dong-dui suddenly realizes he understands now if there is electricity, then most facilities can be used. That means Choi Hui-jun speaks there must also be hot water. The two girls exclaim together in surprise, "Hot water." Choi Hui-jun continued this is also part of Jun's ability. He spoke up. I have a bathroom in the living room and the master bedroom so the two of you can shower at the same time. I'll show you where. The two girls still couldn't believe it. One said, "Thank you," while the other, still surprised, exclaimed, "That's amazing." A guy asked, "Hey, do you think that guy is also a mutant?" Hadong Trian replied, "Maybe his ability might be much stronger than mine." Another guy laughed heartily, put his hand on Hadong Juin's shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged, all we need to do is try." Hadong Juin snapped irritably, "You're crazy, what the hell are you talking about?" "We should try to impress him if we can." The guy who spoke suddenly asked, "What do you mean?" Hadong Trian said, annoyed, "Please don't do anything and just stay quiet." The guy laughed in agreement. All right, Hadong Juin is always grumpy." Hadong Juin told everyone, "Our goal is to gather as much food as possible. Let's not mess things up and make sure to read the bulletin carefully, okay?" Everyone responded, "Got it, understood," to show their agreement. At that moment, Moon Byung shouted as if worried. Hadong Juin noticed and called out to Biho. He suddenly said, "What's wrong? Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention." Hadong Juin felt guilty. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Moon Byung-ho denied, "No, you didn't do anything wrong." Hadong Juin said sadly, "No, I really apologize. If only I hadn't invited you all to my housewarming party." Moon Byung-ho avoided the topic. "It's okay, I came because I wanted to." Hadong Juin suggested, "Let's find some food here and then go to your grandma's house together." Moon Byung-ho agreed, "All right, thank you." Moon Byung-ho bowed his head, sadly biting his teeth to hold back. But then he thought it was too late. He imagined the monsters and his grandma silently pained. He said, "The chance that Grandma is still alive is—" Hadong Juin cut off Moon Byung-ho's thoughts. "It's right nearby, so we can get there if we work together. Let's try a little harder." Moon Byung-ho replied, "Got it." But just then a sudden noise came from outside the door. The door slowly opened, and a figure appeared. Hadong Juin clenched the ball tightly in her hand and exclaimed, "What's happening?" Di-hyun appeared, and everyone there shared the same thought. We felt it immediately. June said, "I will help all of you." They thought maybe that person. Hadong Juin loosened her grip on the ball, and they all silently confirmed that person might save them. All seven sat at the long table squeezed into the small room, everyone silent without a word. Bak Hai-un shyly, awkwardly covered her mouth and laughed. "Sorry, everyone, it's a bit cramped." Hadong Juin saw her trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, smiled awkwardly, closed her eyes, and replied, "Ah, it's okay, we just suddenly dropped by." Choi Hui-jun Chubby hurriedly brought out the food, saying, "All right, here comes the food." As Choi Hui-jun placed the food on the table, the group opened their eyes wide and excitedly looked at the dishes spread out. Bak Hai-un blushed, worried, sweating all over, scratched her head to dispel embarrassment, and asked, "I wonder if it suits your taste." On the table were simple, delicious dishes, including rolled eggs, fried eggs, and 2 plates of vegetables. A piece of rolled egg on a plate had already been touched by a chopstick. The ponytailed girl who just ate that piece of egg opened her mouth wide, drooling, gripping her chopsticks tightly, and said hungrily, "Ah, so good." She shyly wiped the drool from her mouth and then shouted, "It's okay, sis, it's delicious, really a feast." Bak Hai-un hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Thanks to the ingredients June provided, I almost only had rice and tangerines to serve guests." The system board displayed Bak Hai's trust level 50 LV5. June saw the system notification and smiled to himself. Surprised, she reached level 50 just like Choi Hui-jun. The whole group no longer felt shy and shouted, "Permission granted, let's start this meal." Hadong Juin ate each bite of rice and egg with a face full of enjoyment and happiness. Moon Byung-ho and the people sitting on this side also found it delicious, their faces full of amazement. The ponytailed girl exclaimed, the rolled eggs are so good." But she didn't need to say more. Just looking at the black-haired boy next to her who looked like a wild lone wolf continuously grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth while chewing noisily. The short-haired girl smiled and asked, "Is this the sweet rolled egg kind? The type you usually find in Japanese restaurants?" Bak Hai-won smiled. "Yes, that's right. Everyone, please enjoy." Seeing the brothers and sisters eating so well, she also came over and called Mom. The little girl's face was full of sadness. Her eyebrows curved, her hand on her chest, quietly saying, "I want to eat rolled eggs, too." Bak Hai-won heard the little girl say that and turned to say, She gently patted the little girl's head to comfort her. "When the guests finish eating, Mom will make it for you, okay?"
Ma.
Choi sobbed bitterly. Her eyes filled with tears as she hiccuped once. "Hic!" Ha Dong-du-yen and the ponytailed girl smiled and beckoned to the little girl, saying, "So Ion, come eat with us." Hearing their invitation, the little girl's face immediately brightened and her eyes stopped shedding tears. The little girl didn't hesitate and quickly rushed over in an instant, slipping comfortably into the ponytailed girl's arms, her face joyful as she stretched her arms out to both sides and replied, "Yes." The girl smiled proudly upon seeing this. Someone saw this and exclaimed, "Oh my God." The girl picked up a piece of rolled egg and said, "Selyanaha." Choi placed her hands on both sides, eyes tightly shut, and opened her mouth to put the piece of egg into her mouth. Choi Hun-jun and parents saw their daughter so easygoing and looked on with some worry, but the two sisters happily ate and chatted. Dia Unan saw this and called everyone over to eat together, saying there was still rice left. The couple glanced at each other, and then they both smiled brightly and said in unison, "Let's eat together." Despite the group eating while gossiping, Diaun lowered her head under the table as if separating herself from the noisy world. June felt a little nostalgic. While chewing a piece of egg, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I felt this kind of close warmth." On the slightly crumpled paper were clearly written 5 words to my beloved son. Jun recalled that paper, then closed his eyes and silently prayed for peace, hoping everyone would be safe. The food on the table was quickly eaten up by everyone's appetites. After a full meal, Choi Eon felt her eyes heavy as if they wanted to stick shut. The little girl went to her mother, rubbing her eyes and saying, "Mom, I'm sleepy." Bak Hai-wan saw this, picked her up, then smiled at Choi Neon walking beside her and said, "Okay, you both go sleep with Mom now." The older sister replied, "Yes." Do-hyun glanced at the 3 of them, then returned to the main discussion. He looked at the group and said, "Then let's continue our earlier conversation." The people there heard this, and their faces slightly darkened. June got straight to the point and asked why they couldn't go to their grandmother's house even though it was so close. Ha Dong-trian's face was covered in sweat. He hesitated a bit before answering, "What goblins?" Dia Hyun was surprised hearing the name of that creature and asked back, "Goblins?" Dong Duyan said yes. He recalled the scene of a whole pack of goblins gathering under their parking garage. Each one was very big. He nervously said that it seemed the parking garage of the apartment was the goblins' ideal hiding spot, so they had occupied that place. Do-hyun rested his chin on his hand, thinking with a darkened face. "The parking garage," Ha Dong-duyan said. "There seemed to be thousands gathered there." Ji-yoon worriedly thought the absolute power of the residence currently only extends to the 30th floor, so the goblins could infiltrate the apartment through the parking garage. Ha Dong-duyan told June about their concern that all entrances and exits of the apartment connect to the parking garage, so they dare not go outside. Do-hyun said, "I remember there's a secret passage." He nodded and said, "Yes, our original plan was to escape through that passage." But there was something there that looked even more dangerous than the goblins. As soon as those words were said, June was horrified, his face darkening even more, asking, "More dangerous?" Ha Dong-duyan recalled that monster had many long, sharp teeth, a huge mouth, and said it looked like a wolf or a bear. He recounted to Yoon what happened then. That huge monster fought alone against 7 goblins and blood sprayed everywhere. That beast was fighting 7 goblins, and thanks to that, we managed to escape. Dia Hyun frowned and said, "A wolf or a bear?" Ha Dong-duyan fearfully recalled the scene, then his face unconsciously tightened with the lingering fear. He said, "Yes, we're not sure, either it was too dark at that time." Dia Hyun heard this and immediately crossed his arms, sharing his thoughts, "So the only option left is a direct attack." He nodded once. Ha Dong-jin pressed his lips tightly and said, "But we've already reached our limit." Do-hyun didn't understand what he meant, tilting his head to ask, "Limit of what?" The girl with a ponytail, looking gloomy, spoke their feelings. "Our weapons are only bows and baseball bats, and those are consumables." June reached out his hand and said, "Leave that to me. Let me see the bows and baseball bats, okay?" They immediately brought the weapons in front of him and said, "Here, the system is showing up. Do you want to register this item?" June didn't hesitate, picked up the baseball bat and answered yes immediately. Then he looked at the bow on the table and said, "Ah, the bow looks so crude." June saw the item name on the system and was also startled. "A quality bow. To register, you need 30,000 U." The system asked again, "Do you want to register?" But he didn't think twice, just picked up the bow, aimed, and replied yes. He asked everyone if anyone knew how to shoot a bow. Everyone, upon hearing his question, glanced away, trying to avoid it. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Dewey Hyun ignored the silence and still said he wanted to buy 5 sets of bows and 5 sets of arrows. Even if no one knew how to shoot, they could practice now since they'd need them later anyway. June spoke as the system emitted a blue light and delivered the items he requested. Immediately, the system issued system notifications. Citizen Hajan, Citizen Kimga, Citizen Een. Trust level increased. Moonbi-ho saw the weapons on the table. His face showed shock and astonishment, thinking he couldn't believe it. Moonbyung-ho was both worried and happy, thinking if everyone could use these weapons, they would be much safer. The system again announced that the trust level of Citizen Moonbyung-ho had increased significantly. Ha Dong-duyen was amazed and couldn't believe his eyes, but still smiled unconsciously, saying, "The hunting speed will definitely multiply." The greedy black-haired guy also grinned and chimed in, "I need the power of arrows." The guy with glasses was very happy and said, "With this amount, no need to rush to retrieve them." Dia Hee-unun interrupted them, raising his hand and suggesting, "Wait, first we need to reduce the number of goblins." Ha Dong-duyen agreed quickly. "Right, so when do we act?" June answered decisively, "Tomorrow." The group was a bit shocked and someone stammered, asking again, "Tomorrow?" Dewey Hyun crossed his arms and confidently affirmed without hesitation, "Yes, the sooner the better." Ha Dong-duyen thought that was better too, but was still a bit nervous and sweating. He said, "That's true, but standing here in front of everyone, June dared to say his plan, which is something no one can be sure of. Tomorrow I will definitely rescue Moonbyung-ho's grandmother first." Moonbyung-ho's face was no longer gloomy, but instead showed a grateful smile. Long also felt relieved. Ha Dong-duyen had some faith in him, but still asked suspiciously, "How can that be?" Dewey Hyun smiled and said, "It's possible if we use a bait strategy." Dewey Hyun smiled and said, "Exactly using the bait strategy." Hearing his plan, everyone fell silent, holding their breath and watching him. Ha Dong-dui hesitated a bit, resting his chin on his hand, furrowed his eyebrows, thinking deeply, even exhaling sharply. The ponytailed girl thought the strategy was pretty good and said, "Maybe it will work." The guy with glasses said nervously, "As long as everything goes smoothly." The system displayed a notification that Citizen Choi Hui-run had completed the mission. 30,000 W mission cost has been used. Jae-hun looked surprised. He remembered he had assigned a mission to Hunjun, but didn't expect it to cost money. He thought to himself, "Oh, it costs money. That means as long as you have money, you can upgrade citizens." June thought, while imagining an example where Hunjun is given money and happily upgraded with a smile. Yoon understood this skill and nodded in decision internally. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it for now. The system displayed 2 consecutive notifications. Trust level of Citizen Choi Hun increased. Trust level of Citizen Choi Hun reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Loyalty level of Citizen Choi Hun exceeded 30. System notification that conditions to register a subordinate have been met. Immediately after the contract was brought before G, it clearly displayed the name Choi Huyun LV9. Trust level 51. Loyalty 62. Awakening skill none. Experience share rate 0%. Bonus share rate 0%. Assign subordinate mission. June whispered to the system to register subordinate Choi Hun. Suddenly, Choi Hun felt a surge of power rush through his body. He was startled. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he stared at the body emitting blue-green light and asked, "Did something just flash?" The system displayed a notification that you have appointed your first subordinate. Receive the skill to summon a subordinate as a reward. Summon subordinate. Summon the subordinate inside the house. However, after being summoned, the subordinate can only be summoned again after 2 hours. After Jiun appointed Choi Hun as his subordinate, Choi Hun immediately reached LV20 and acquired the awakening skill along with the title of first follower. His awakening skill is the power of a C-rank gorilla. The passive is possessing strength comparable to a gorilla. The first follower doubles the experience and rewards from monsters killed by the subordinate, creating an area within a 5-meter radius outside the house where the Eye of Absolute Residence can be summoned. Jun was a bit curious, staring at the system panel, quietly asking, "Wait, what is this plus button?" He said, while curiously pressing it. The system asked, Do you want to use 1 million world currency to level up subordinate Choi Hui-jun? Dia Hyun saw the 6-digit amount and panicked, his heart pounding wildly, unable to believe it was 1 million. Bak Hai-un also clearly saw his erratic expression and seeing him collapse like that worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" He lowered his head onto the table and said, "It's nothing." Choi Hyun-jun looked at the glowing light emanating from his body, slightly believing his instincts, and frankly asked Jun, "Right now I feel full of power. Is this because of you?" He didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right." Choi Hyun-jun felt the strength in his body and said it felt like he had become 10 years younger. Do Hyun smiled with satisfaction. He grabbed the bow on the table and stretched it out in front of Choi Hu-yun, saying, "Join the campaign this time, too." Hindun was frightened and amazed. "Huh?" Choi Hyun-hun held the bow with trembling hands, making it wobble. Dia Hyun thought to himself, citizens get an extra 10% experience, and the subordinates' effects are doubled, so Dad can get more experience. Jun said to try to kill as many as possible. Choi Hyun-jun wanted to refuse but didn't dare, so he reluctantly agreed while suppressing his fear. "All right." Jae Hyun was very pleased to hear the answer, smiling broadly and happily, saying, "Then I trust you." A group of people each holding a weapon entered the first floor. The black-haired boy, slightly leaning forward, asked, "Dong Duyen, do we need to check the second floor? I saw the glass door was completely shattered earlier. It doesn't look good." Ha Dong-dui frowned and reminded, "We still have to check. You're listening to Jun's orders after all. We came here as a rescue team." Ha Dong-duyen recalled the mission. The first task Jun assigned was to bring all survivors in this apartment building up to the 30th floor. Ha Dong-duyen crossed his arms to analyze. The key to this campaign is to lure a large number of goblins into the apartment and then eliminate them all at once. He turned to look at everyone and said, "So we need to gather as many survivors as possible. Everyone understand?" The black-haired boy carrying a baseball bat on his shoulder smiled and said, Okay, got it." Seeing that Ha Dong-dui shouted, "Good then, let's start from apartment 101. We don't know when the goblins will appear, so everyone stay alert." The numbers 101 and 102 on the wall were covered in blood. The whole group entered 101 decisively without hesitation. As soon as he stepped inside the room, the guy holding the baseball bat saw the scenes inside. The girls in the group and Moon Byung-ho were all terrified, their faces darkened, and some even vomited. Ugh. It was a scene of all the people in this room lying scattered on the floor. Underneath them was also a pool of dried blood. The window outside was smashed to pieces. Ha Dong-duyen closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. He didn't want to look anymore. His heart ached painfully, regretfully, saying, "Let's go." Although sad, he knew time was precious. No matter what, they had to quickly search for survivors. The black-haired boy tightened his grip on the baseball bat. The group looked at the blood-stained and shattered window, fell into silence. They were all very sad. Ha Dong-trien covered his eyes and said, "Damn it! The first floor is hopeless." He anxiously said, "Let's hurry to the second floor." The sign for the second floor. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw many dead bodies lying in the hallway. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone grimaced, unable to believe the scene before them. Ha Dong-trien was shocked, clearing his throat. He didn't want to see this anymore, so he led everyone up to the third floor. Damn it, straight to the third floor, the third floor. But luckily this time there were no dead bodies scattered along the hallway. Even better, there wasn't a single blood stain in sight. Ha Dong-duyen lost his composure and stormed forward, banging loudly on a door on this floor. He shouted, "Is anyone in there?" Everyone split up and started knocking on each room's door, knocking and shouting loudly. "Is anyone in there?" But no matter how much they banged on the doors, they received no response from inside. The group hung their heads low in disappointment. Their initial spirit gradually faded away. Ha Dong-duyen bit his lower lip but eventually said, "Let's keep going." On the fourth floor, Ha Dong-duyen was much more urgent than before. He knocked harder and shouted louder, "Is anyone there? We're here to rescue you." But unlike on the third floor, the door he knocked on was opened slightly. The one who opened it was a middle-aged man with a frightened face. His patchy beard and worried expression asked hesitantly, Are you really the rescue team?" Ha Dong-duyen smiled happily upon seeing a living person and said, "Yes, that's right." The man's face turned pale. He tried to say, I have some water, please. "I'm so thirsty." Ha Dong-duyen pulled a bottle of water from his pocket and handed it to the man, saying, "Here you go." The man was still doubtful and asked again, "Are you really giving this to me? Are you really the rescue team?" Hadong Truyen didn't lie, but frankly said, "Actually, we're residents of this apartment complex, but we've come to rescue everyone. There's a safer place here. Come with us." The man couldn't believe his ears. Then suddenly he slammed the door shut. Then he opened the door again. As the door swung wide open, they could clearly see there were still some others inside. The man felt guilty and introduced himself. I've been too suspicious. I'm Hong Dong-shu. Pleased to meet you." Hadong Truyen looked at him in surprise and reached out to shake his hand. Then he happily smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Hadong John. Nice to meet you." He then ordered the two girls in the group, Gayon and Hyren. "You two take him up to the 30th floor and come back here." Both quickly replied, "Yes." "Okay." Hearing they wanted to take him to the 30th floor, Hong Dong-shu panicked and shouted, "What? The 30th floor? Isn't it supposed to be outside through the first floor?" A younger, healthier-looking guy stepped out from the room unconcerned, saying, "Ah, finally alive. Dad, I told you. The helicopter probably just arrived now." Hyren quickly interrupted that thought, saying, "No, when you get there, you can eat hot food and take a shower." The girl in the house heard this and ran out with a joyful face asking, "A shower?" Really, Hong Dong-shu was at a loss for words. Hyren smiled brightly. "Really? And you get to take a hot shower, too." The girl quickly ran over. She smiled at Hong Dong-shu. "What are you waiting for, Dad? Let's go." He was speechless, saying, "You kids." All right, the number of residents has increased to 40. Experience and rewards earned by residents will increase by 90%. The system displayed a notification that the number of residents had reached 40. Experience and rewards earned by residents would increase by 90%. Dahyun looked at the notification. So now there are 40 people. Dahyun looked at the elderly and the two kids in front of him, feeling a bit bewildered. For now, leave the children and elderly at Choi Hyung-jun's house. The young people will stay in the hallway. Quite a few people gathered outside. Ha Dong-duyen reported to Dahyun a total of 40 people. "That's it." Dahyun asked again, "Is that all?" Ha Dong-duyen replied, "Yeah, I checked up to the 29th floor. It seems quite a few people weren't in their homes from the start." Dahyun turned to look at him. "You worked hard." Dahyun closed his eyes. A flash of light appeared at the corner of his eye. Choi Hyung-jun's house was almost full already. This should be enough. When Jun opened his eyes, they were covered with a dark black color. The system displayed a notification, "The eyes of the absolute being." Jun's pupils brightened. He saw Moon Byung-ho carrying a chair downstairs. Choi Hun-jun and the guy with glasses were actively pulling electrical wires down the stairs. Two girls from the group of 6 brought electrical wires to them. Ha Dong-duyen and the guy in black together carried a large water container upstairs. The darkness in Ji-hyun's eyes gradually receded. He bowed his head. Then Ji-hyun tilted his head to look at Ha Dong-duyen and smiled. "Let's move on to step 2 of the goblin hunt." Ha Dong-duyen gathered everyone. "Attention, everyone." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke seriously. "Now I will start explaining the plan." The remaining 6 people, including Choi Huin, listened attentively to Ha Dong-duyen. "Our goal is to lure all the goblins hiding underground out." Ha Dong-duyen explained. "First, we will start from the first basement floor, dividing into 2 teams. Agitate the goblins in the first basement first and then clear them out. According to this plan, we must defeat all the goblins on that basement floor." Ha Dong-duyen continued explaining the plan then to deal with the goblins in the second basement afterwards. At that moment, the guy with glasses suddenly raised his hand. Ha Dong-duyen looked at him. "Yes, go ahead." The guy with glasses voiced his concern. "What if the number of goblins is more than we expected?" He frowned worriedly. "Wouldn't we get stuck on the first floor? Also, if the goblin bodies block the way, moving will be difficult." The long-haired girl holding a bow smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I alone am enough to take them all down." Ha Dong-duyen agreed. "Exactly this time we have more people, so that won't be a problem." The guy with glasses frowned, but accepted it despite still being worried. Before he could finish, suddenly a shout cut in there. Everyone turned around in alarm. Behind them appeared a group of goblins, their eyes blood red, bearing fangs and claws. The long-haired girl with the bow reacted quickly. She raised her bow, aimed straight at them, and shot. Two goblins behind were hit by the arrows and fell backward. The remaining one looked at them warily. The guy in black holding a baseball bat charged forward. He shouted, "Come on!" The eyes of the guy in black lit up. The baseball bat swung directly, taking off the head of the last goblin. The three goblins were easily defeated by them. The guy with glasses looked at the guy in black, speechless. "Senior, then why did you bring a bow? Didn't you say you needed it earlier?" The guy in black suddenly remembered, "Ah, right." At that moment, the long-haired girl with the bow suddenly pointed in one direction. "Look, the defeated goblins are gradually disappearing. Their bodies are vanishing." Moon Byung-ho was surprised. Could this also be Dui Hyun's ability? Ha Dong-duyen smiled and signaled everyone. "All right, let's go down to the first basement now." Moon Byung-ho happily followed Ha Dong-duyen, knowing right away that he would have a solution. At the same time, the system displayed notifications. Resident Ha Dong-duyen, Resident Kim Gang, Resident Yu Hiren trust level increasing. Dui Hyun twisted open a water bottle. A bunch of system notifications appeared right before his eyes, just in time. Dui Hyun tilted his head back to drink, his expression somewhat indifferent. "I didn't intend to do it, but it feels like I'm supervising them." The system showed two notifications. Resident Moon Byung-ho has reached trust level 50. Loyalty has been unlocked. Resident Moon Byung-ho has exceeded loyalty level 30. Conditions for registering as a family guardian have been met. Dui Hyun looked at the notification and was startled. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Only in a few hours." Dui Hyun thought silently, "Well, that's fine. The faster we get more family guardians, the more the development will break through." He exclaimed, "Huh?" The system refreshed the notification. Moon Byung-ho level 10 trust, 55 loyalty, 88 awakening ability, none experience, share rate, 70% reward share rate, 0% assigned extermination mission. Dui Hyun couldn't hide his amazement. Loyalty already at 88. Very quickly, Dui Hyun calmed down. It's not a bad thing. Dui Hyun raised his hand to operate the system and then smiled. So the time to register as a family guardian has been set. At the same time, a pitiful scream of the goblin group echoed in the basement. There. Ha Dong-duyen attacked with his fist. Moon Byung-ho, the long-haired girl, and the guy with glasses behind skillfully used bows to take down the charging goblins. The guy in black was not to be outdone. His baseball bat swung and immediately took down one of them. Moon Byung-ho suddenly froze. He felt a powerful energy surging through his body. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. The guy in black couldn't help but shout loudly, "What the hell is this now?" The goblins were blinded by the light emitting from Moon Byung-ho. Instinctively, they raised their hands to shield their eyes. There. The light carried a terrifying power that spread to the goblins standing there. They couldn't quite endure it and screamed. Their eyes shone red in the dark night. They held their eyes in pain and screamed loudly. Ha Dong-duyen shouted loudly, though what he said was unclear, but it didn't matter. He signaled to everyone, "Run." With that, everyone fled toward the escape route. Ha Dong-duyen and the long-haired girl fired arrows to attack the goblins, chasing them to support everyone's escape. An arrow struck directly into the head of a goblin, causing it to collapse. The long-haired girl squinted, her gaze turning dangerous. She created two clones of herself, continuously shooting arrows at the agitated goblins charging forward. One fell down and another immediately stepped forward. They howled fiercely as before. The goblins kept coming. Once one group was defeated, another surged ahead. Moon Byung-ho worriedly shouted, "There are too many!" Ha Dong-duyen turned pale with fear. "Damn, I didn't expect to attract this much attention." The guy in black shouted while running, "It seems like they all came up from the second basement." The long-haired girl kept firing her bow at them, yelling to remind everyone, "Quick, run to the emergency stairs." The sound of pounding footsteps grew louder. The emergency stairs were getting closer. The guy with glasses held the door and urged loudly, hurry up, everyone get inside quickly." After everyone got through, Ha Dong-duyen promptly closed the emergency exit door. A goblin stretched out its hand, trying to squeeze through. Ha Dong-duyen pushed the door with all his might. Cough. The goblin's hand went deeper and deeper inside. There, Ha Dong-duyen was scared pale. The guy with glasses and the guy in black immediately rushed to help him. They shouted, "Ah!" then pushed hard together to close the door. The goblins advanced in increasing numbers. They stuck their heads through the crack and howled, "Key!" The guy in black was about to lose it, shouting, "Damn, at this rate, it's hard to hold out." Ha Dong-gyun also tried his best. "Huh," the guy with glasses warned. "Everyone quickly go to the first floor." Just as the situation grew critical, suddenly someone shouted loudly, making the three of them jump. "Get out of the way!" Choi Hoon-roon appeared, gritting his teeth and shouting. Muscles bulged on his body, and behind him appeared the image of a giant gorilla. The system announced the inherent divine power of the Monkey King Sea, making him a divine power bearer comparable to the gorilla species. Choi Hoon-roon dashed forward, pushing hard on the door, directly closing it to lock the goblins outside. Ha Gong-dan looked at Choi Hoon-roon in fear. Ha, the guy in black, worriedly said, "We must succeed." The goblins outside refused to give up. They kept pounding the door and howling. Ki Choi Hoon-jun was about to break down, sweat pouring down his face, pale and breathing heavily. Choi Hoon-run's whole body trembled. He must succeed. This is what he must do. Ha Dong-gyun went upstairs, then turned back, saying, "Uncle, we're safe now. Come up quickly." Choi Hoon-jun turned around. He hurriedly ran upstairs with everyone. At that moment, Choi Hoon-jun suddenly twisted his ankle. He lost balance and fell to the ground. With no one guarding the door, the goblins easily pushed it open and rushed in. Everyone shouted anxiously, "Uncle Choi Hoon-jun is on the ground!" Someone shouted anxiously, "Whatever, go ahead first." A goblin quickly reached out toward him. Ha Dong-gyun broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it!" A shadow flashed past him. The guy in black swung his baseball bat to fend off the charging goblin. He reached out toward Choi Hoon-jun. "Uncle, come here quickly!" Countless goblins rushed forward together. They screamed loudly, "Kie!" Choi Hoon-jun raised his hand, trying to grasp the black-clad guy's hand. Cough! A goblin's hand reached out and touched Choi Hoon. Immediately after, Hoon-jun suddenly vanished right there. The goblin lunged, but missed. The black-clad guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. Oh, the goblin horde immediately charged at him. Look, he's sweating profusely with fear. A goblin jumped up to attack him. He swung his baseball bat and knocked it back. The other three immediately raised their bows to provide cover fire for him. "Dishu, hurry up." The black-clad guy is actually Diok X, looking bewildered. "Huh." He quickly turned and ran up the stairs. The guy with glasses shouted loudly, "Hurry up, Kang-o-shu!" Ha Dong-gyun raised her bow. She and the long-haired girl shouted in unison, "Hurry up!" Kang Do quickly ran up to where everyone was standing. A full moon night at the apartment building. A bear with blazing red eyes bared its fierce fangs and bit a goblin to death. It tore the goblin apart wildly. "Kill more." Its bloodshot eyes fully revealed its wild nature. It ripped apart one goblin after another, needing more. Behind the goblins shouted, "Iki Ike." The bear turned its head abruptly. It appeared at the foot of the apartment building. Late at night, quiet, only one apartment on the top floor still had its lights on. The bear looked extremely fierce. "Kill them all!" Meanwhile, Choi Hoon-jun, who had originally disappeared, suddenly appeared somewhere else. He fell to the ground, panicking and shouting, Choi Hoon-jun lay on the ground, moaning. A figure appeared before him, narrowly escaping death. Choi Hoon-jun adjusted his glasses in surprise, looking up. "Huh?" Seeing the person standing before him, he couldn't hide his astonishment. "Do-hyun!" Jun reached out to support him. Jun's expression was strangely calm. "Because I wasn't confident about everyone's safety, I used clairvoyance to observe everything here. Luckily, the summoning skill for bodyguards is still working well." A scratch bleeding appeared on Choi Hoon-jun's calf. He trembled, trying to bear the pain. Grandpa Choi Hoon sat up, looked at Jun, and said, "Since when did Jun start caring and asking?" "Wait, are you okay?" Choi Hoon trembled, his calf soaked in blood. He tried to bear the pain. The wound was minor and would heal quickly. Jun silently watched him, his face full of worry. "I probably need to buy more medicine from the system for treatment." Thinking that, he immediately turned and went into the room. "Wait here a moment." Choi Hoon-jun was surprised. "Huh." Jun opened the medicine box. Suddenly he recalled a childhood scene when he was hurt and crying, and his mother smiled gently while applying medicine. Child in situations where someone is injured, medicine is always the most essential. Looking back, he remembered his childhood again. Jun took out all the medicine and first aid supplies. He looked at them and fell into thought. But now the system only has 40 empty slots left. Which item should I register next? Suddenly he thought of something. Jun packed all the medicine and first aid supplies back into the first aid kit. A similar first aid kit appeared in the system. The system notified that the old first aid kit 77330 was refreshed. Jun happily said, "All right." He returned and placed the first aid kit in front of Choi Hyun. Choi Hyun looked a bit dazed. Jun sat down in front of him. "Let me check your wound." Choi Hyun Jun rolled up his pant leg. The wound on his calf was soaked in blood. He anxiously asked, "Will it really heal?" Jun held tweezers with alcohol-soaked cotton. "I'll disinfect it first." Choi Hyun replied, "Yes." Jun cleaned the wound with the cotton. Choi Hyun winced in pain, frowning. At the same time, the system popped up a notification. Civilian Choi Hyun Jun has increased trust in you. Civilian Choi Hyun Jun has increased loyalty. After treating his wounds, Choi Hyun Jun was feeling better. He said, "Thanks a lot." Jun calmly put the supplies into the first aid kit. "I wonder if the others are okay." Jun stood up. "For now, you should rest here. I have some things to take care of." Choi Hyun Jun looked up at him. "All right." Jun closed his eyes to use his mind's eye to observe if anything new was happening downstairs. When Jun opened his eyes again, they were covered in black with bright white pupils glowing. The system notified mind's eye. Everyone was desperately running up the emergency stairs. Finally, they got out of the basement and reached the first floor. The long-haired girl drew her bow and fired at the chasing goblins. The arrow struck straight into the head of the goblin behind Kang Dikso. He gritted his teeth. Ha Dong-jun and the guy with glasses raised their bows. Ha Dong-jun shouted loudly, "Keep going, run faster!" Kang De-se-du ran ahead at full speed, the goblins closely behind several arrows shot continuously taking them down. They howled Ikia. 3 more arrows were fired. They passed Kang Diksu and pinned the goblins behind him. Ikia! Kang Dikso quickly ran upstairs. 2 goblins behind him jumped up high. Mun Byung-ho raised his bow and shouted loudly. He swung his bow and knocked the 2 goblins in the air away. After defeating them, Mun Byung-ho leapt down. Ha Dong-trin shouted loudly, "Quick, get out of here!" To everyone's astonishment, Mun Byung-ho continuously swung his bow, knocking away the goblins who screamed in pain. Ikiyi, everyone witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be terrified, all turning pale. Ha Dong-trin couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Crazy." Kang Deok-x spoke up. "But he's always been good at fighting." Do-hyun observed everything and thought quietly that everyone was doing pretty well. The system popped up a notification. Moon-ho level 30, title second person, trust 55, loyalty 88. Awakening ability teleport to mission points. Using mental energy to move through space, can only teleport to places with high mental energy visibility, which increases teleport distance. Jun smiled happily. Exactly as registered, he's a bodyguard doing a perfect job. The baseball bat stuck to the goblin's head, directly taking it down. Ha Gong-dan turned to look at the guy with glasses and asked, "Have you set up the power outlet?" "Gun, eh?" The guy with glasses, also named Guna, placed the power outlet on the ground and replied, "Done." Ha Gong-dan turned to ask the long-haired girl and Dioku, "What about the water basin?" The long-haired girl answered, "That's done here too." Ha Gong-dan turned and urged Moon Byung-ho, who was running up the stairs, "Hurry, Byung-ho, go in." Moon Byung-ho braced his hands on the pile of obstacles on the stairs and jumped over. On the emergency stairs, only a pile of obstacles remained. But at that moment, the large water container prepared earlier appeared on the pile of obstacles. It wobbled, and then water suddenly poured down onto the goblins below. They seemed confused. Ki, the strong current swept them up. I, Ki. Ha Dong-jun shouted loudly, "Now's the time!" Gun A immediately switched on the power outlet. He responded, "All right." The electricity was instantly transmitted. The goblins were drenched, and under their feet were wet exposed wires. Electricity traveled along the water to where they were. The goblins were electrocuted and immediately fell down. At the same time, Jun received a system notification. Level 6 goblin defeated. You have gained quite a lot of experience points. A total of 334,644 W has been transferred into the resident's account. Your level has increased. You have learned a new skill. Jun was startled. A purple circle appeared at his feet. He clutched his stomach in pain and screamed, "Oh!" The purple circle kept spreading outward. It covered all the way to the emergency exit stairs and then spread to the basement. The goblins were covered by the light of the purple circle. Gah! The system displayed a notification, multiple enemies detected. System notification removed. At the same time, the purple light transformed the goblins. Large bony tumors grew on their heads. They screamed in pain, "Extreme, extreme!" The goblins then exploded into pieces. The system popped up a notification, Level 6 Goblin defeated. The goblins under the emergency stairs screamed wildly, "Kiki!" Suddenly, something furry bumped into the goblin standing at the back. It looked annoyed and turned around to see a giant bear many times its size. It was surprised, K. The giant bear opened its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light. It charged to attack the goblin, blocking its path. The pain hit, making the goblin scream loudly. The remaining goblins turned their heads to watch this scene. Panic gradually appeared on their faces, Kiki. The giant bear didn't let the goblins react and raised its arm. One of its claws directly swatted the goblin in front of it away. The giant bear seemed mad, continuously attacking the goblins appearing before it. It opened its mouth, bit down on a goblin, and tore it apart with its teeth. The goblins all rushed to attack the giant bear, Ki. The giant bear was surrounded but did not fall into a weak position. It continuously swatted away the goblins, jumping at it. The fierce goblins shouted loudly. The giant bear swatted several goblins again with one paw. One goblin managed to cling onto it and bit down hard, tearing at it. Fresh blood flowed from the wound. The goblin bit down even harder. The giant bear was in pain, its eyes terrifyingly red, falling into a weak state. The goblins took the opportunity to charge. Look, the goblins were biting and tearing at the giant bear's body. It couldn't bear it and screamed loudly, "Cack!" Countless hands of the goblins clung tightly to the giant bear's head. Its gaze gradually dissolved in despair. Just when the giant bear seemed about to fall, suddenly, the surrounding goblins exploded into pieces. Fresh blood splattered all over its body. The giant bear was stunned. It was surprised, not understanding what was happening. At the same time, the system suddenly announced it had been granted citizen rights. The giant bear's whole body weakened. It staggered as if about to fall. The thick fur on its body gradually receded, revealing the face of a beautiful girl. The giant bear suddenly transformed into a girl. Her eyes were dull and full of exhaustion. She collapsed to the ground. Choi Hyun used his mind's eye to observe the scene. He held his face in surprise. The girl lying among the goblins had collapsed, looking extremely eye-catching. Looking at the girl lying face down motionless on the ground, Jun couldn't help but be surprised. Who is she? The system analyzed that giant bear's name is Undu Level 33 Reliability 9, Awakening Ability, Bear Transformation. Mission assigned, Bear Transformation. A. Beast Transformation. Physical abilities and regeneration capabilities maximally enhanced. Jun stopped using his mind's eye. His eyes returned to normal. He couldn't believe it. Level 33 with an A rank ability. Moreover, the system announced Citizen Ha Dong Duyen has reached Reliability 50. Loyalty unlocked. Citizen Ayu Hiren has reached Reliability 50. Loyalty unlocked. Jiun was surprised. Ha Dong Duyen Yu Hiren and even Kang Diksu too. The final announcement, Citizen Kang Diksu has surpassed loyalty. The conditions to register as a family servant have been met. Di Hyun closed his eyes. Good. When he opened them again, he loudly said, "Register family servant, Kang Diksu." Information on Kang Diksu appeared in the system. Name Kang Diksu, level 25. Title, third servant. Reliability, 55 loyalty. 31. Awakening ability, Steel Knight. Mission Steel Knight B. Summon full steel armor with powerful weapons. Yoon fell into thought. The level of a family servant is determined by awakening ability rank. He thought of Choi Hrun. C rank ability. Godzilla level strength owned by Choi Hrun, level 20. Jun then thought of Kang Diksu. B rank ability, Steel Knight owned by Kang Diksu, level 25 plus Moon Byung Ho. Jun thought quietly, finally. A rank ability, instant teleportation owned by Moon Byung Ho, level 30. Thinking of their levels, Jun fell into deep thought. The moment a family servant is registered level is decided based on awakening ability rank. Jun thought of a possibility Jandom boss. So is the ability rank random. He silently analyzed between Mono and Choi Hun. If Moon Bung-ho received an A rank just because of loyalty, then Choi Hun, who is more loyal, should have gotten a B rank instead of a C rank. June thought about Kong Dixu again. But in reality, Kong Dixu, with a loyalty level of 31, has a B rank ability. June felt confused. It would be great if he could find the conditions to unlock a higher rank ability. He thought about the others. This is quite an important issue. Since the registration for family guardians is limited to 10 people, having those with high rank abilities would be a big advantage. June closed his eyes. The problem was he still didn't know what would happen next. What if he awakened another family guardian and an even stronger one appeared? The system reminded him that awakened individuals can move freely through stairs, elevators, and hallways. Yoon moved forward and touched the elevator in front of him. The system announced a perfect false chai vision. June's eyes were immediately covered in black. He looked at the girl lying in the basement. The elevator stopped at the 30th floor. Jae-hun turned around and said, "I need a moment." Choi Hyun-jun was surprised, huh? The sound of the elevator door opening echoed. Floor 30. "The doors are opening," Ji-yoon said. "It would be great if you could bring the woman from the second basement floor up here for me." Meanwhile, 2 people were clearing electrical wires in the emergency stairwell. Kang Deok-soo looked at the dead goblins scattered in front of him. He was confused. He grabbed the electrical wires tightly. "What's going on? Why did the goblins suddenly die so violently like this?" The man with glasses was also curious. "Yeah, it seems like someone brutally slaughtered them." Ha Dong-duyen frowned silently at this level of power. He thought of the scene earlier when the goblins fell. It was definitely someone with immense strength. Ha Dong-duyen bit his lip. Sweat poured down like a stream. He recalled the first day they arrived at this place. Choi Hui-jun said, "Anyway, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters." Choi Hui-jun smiled warmly. "Yeah, the hot water is ready too." The 2 girls in their group were very surprised. "Hot water. That's your ability too, right, June?" And even when Par Tu Yuan bashfully waved their hands, it was all thanks to the ingredients that Dune provided. "Without you, Do Hyun, we would have only been able to invite Kum with a tangerine for a meal." Ha Dong-duyen thought about June's mystery. He silently concluded that it was definitely that person's ability. Ha Dong-duyen turned to look at Moon Byung-ho gathering electrical wires beside him, and also Byung-ho. Remembering Moon Byung-ho rushing wildly to attack the goblins on the stairs, that timid guy suddenly changed completely after meeting Kim Ji, much stronger than before. Ha Dong-duyen was rolling up the wires while distractedly thinking, if he's this strong, it's really scary. No matter if it's me or anyone else with some ability, the end result will be the same. That is death. Ha Dong-trien had almost come to terms with it in this miserable world. To be saved, one must definitely be chosen and protected by him. Number 82 outside the elevator entrance lit up red. Cho Hun-jun hurriedly rushed out of the elevator. He went to the side of the unconscious girl in the basement. At the same time, June's eyes were covered in black. He crossed his arms, his face cold as he observed everything below. A child was playing with a small toy car. The boy was still happy, despite sitting alone. "Come on, Mia, too." Suddenly, the boy turned his head back. Oh, it was Yeon-du smiling at the boy. "Mom," the boy waved back at her smile. Not sure what happened, she suddenly froze. Sweat drops on Yeon-du's face increased. Behind the boy were 3 goblins. This was the reason for her fear. The boy didn't know how dangerous they were. Yeon-du teared up. She shouted, "No!" The toy car was stained with blood. She was startled awake. Huff. Jae-hyun stepped forward to ask about her condition. "Miss Yeon-du." He just looked at her without saying anything. Yeon-du felt a throbbing headache. I introduced myself happily. "I am Kim Ji-hyun." She just woke up and wondered, "Is it because of you?" He fell into a state of confusion. "What, you still remember the one who harmed my child?" That goblin gang was blown away. His hand suddenly clenched. Jae-hyun did not deny it. "Yes, that was me." Yeon-du didn't know what else to say. The image of him killing the monster was deeply imprinted in her mind. That many goblins were taken down in the blink of an eye. Yeon-du was a bit hesitant. She was cautious in her thoughts. If it was this person, Yeon-du clenched the trembling arm tightly. Tears fell once again. Could he do that? He was surprised when Yeon-du said, "Please save my son." Her face was full of tears. "My son." She cried in pain. "Just one day, even one day, please." The system sent a message to residents increasing Yeonju resident trust level. Yeonju expressed her feelings, "I really miss my son." He dared not speak the truth. The goblins had killed her child. She sobbed, wiping away tears only for them to flow again. Sniffle, sniffle. Jae-hyun felt more and more sorry for her. Was there any other way? A series of system notifications arrived for him. Quest formed. Kill 1,000 goblins unlimited time. No penalty reward. Resurrect. Yeon-doo's son, strange. Jun hesitated greatly. Was this really possible? Yeah. He quickly pressed the execute button on the screen. Could not accept the quest as expected, it was not allowed. His faint hope was extinguished, which was understandable. Saving the dead was originally impossible. Turns out Jun didn't have enough money. The resurrection quest reward could not be executed due to insufficient balance. Please increase the required balance and try again. What now? He regained confidence in helping her. So this really was unbelievable to Jun. As long as he had enough money, he could resurrect the dead. Not a sound in the room. He didn't dare confirm to Yeon-doo, unsure how much money was needed for resurrection. The situation was still quite unpredictable. In the end, Jun decided to tell her, but she shook off her tears. Were her cheeks soaking wet? He decided to trust the system once more. I think there's a way to help you. Yeon-doo listened intently. Maybe I know how to save your son. There's still hope. She had calmed down. Are you serious? You can save my son. Jun wasn't sure. I think so. But Yeon-doo fell into worry. His heart was in turmoil now, but surely there was a way. She would do anything to save her son no matter what. Tell me what to do. He already knew each person's abilities. Currently, Ha-jong-gun's group had Kang Deok-soo and Mun Byung-ho awakened. If Yeon-doo level 33 joined, fighting monsters would be much easier. Jun made a decision. It's best to make all 7 of them family retainers. Not sure what he was planning. Calm down and stand up. I want to introduce you to a few people. Someone reached out to shake hands. Nice to meet you. Both introduced themselves. I am Haun-gun. I am Yeon-doo. He was stunned when she recognized him. You must be the hunter who collects souls by throwing fireballs. Yeon-doo also knew the girl with brown hair, and she used a bow. She pointed at herself and asked, You know us? Yeon-doo showed 2 fangs. Don't you recognize me? We've met before. Neither he nor she recognized each other. Suddenly fur grew on Yeon-doo's face, her whole body transformed. Her bear mouth appeared. She pointed at Yeon-doo. She recognized Yeon-doo as the bear the beast in the alley. She didn't hide her identity, or rather as the bear. Yeon-doo still remembered each face clearly. I helped you a few times. Have you forgotten? He was also surprised when Dong-gun approached to talk then. It turns out that our meeting wasn't a coincidence. She hated him. Anyway, the goblin is still my enemy. Jun came in from outside. It seems everyone already knows each other. His face became tense. I need to say something. He reminded the group members. Mun Byung-ho's rescue mission will start tomorrow morning. Everyone was listening to Jun. The number of goblins has dropped sharply. It's truly a good opportunity to save her. He also explained that Uncle Choi Hyung-jun won't join this time because he's injured. Sorry, Uncle. May I borrow your bedroom for a bit? Hyung sobbed tremblingly. You're too much. Jun, this is my house after all. Yeon-doo had already taken over Uncle's bed. He decided to take her along. So tomorrow, Yeon-doo will join us on the mission. Yeon-doo has been ready for a long time and hopes for everyone's support. He just came to give instructions. That's the job. See you tomorrow morning, everyone said together in unison. The 2 were startled when he called out Mun Byung-ho and Kang Deok-soo's names. Jun pointed behind. You 2 come out here with me for a moment. On a clear, breezy night, his voice echoed. Byung-ho, Kang Deok-soo. He asked a question only he knew the answer to. Do you know why I called only you 2? Jun's expression became much more serious. Do you know why I called only you 2? Deok-soo hesitated. I'm not really sure. Byung-ho boldly guessed if it had to do with power, feeling quite satisfied with his answer. That's right. The news he brought stunned Deok-soo and Byung-ho. The 2 had just awakened their powers. He was delighted to hear Jun say Mun Byung-ho's ability is teleportation. He didn't fully understand the skill Jun mentioned. Kang Deok-soo received the ability called Steel Knight. Jun had planned before leaving tomorrow. He needed to understand these 2's abilities clearly. He checked the system. So first, the assigned group mission is to test awakening abilities with a 1-hour time limit. The reward is increased muscle strength. The penalty for failure is sleeping in the hallway. Do you want to take on this mission? Anyone? Jun hesitated a little. A group mission. He didn't think much and signed up immediately. For now, just proceed like this. Suddenly, someone called Yondu and Kang Deoksu again to confirm. So I have awakened right, just like Dongjun. He confirmed it was exactly right. He became excited, saying, "That sounds great." Steel Knight Jun kindly explained. "What kind of ability is that?" "It's the power to summon steel armor and a large lance." Before he could understand, Deoksu panicked when he saw a streak of light beside him. Huh. A flag. He was startled and stepped back. Huh. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Byung-ho had returned and was more powerful than before. He was joyful about the power he had gained. All right. Byung-ho grew more confident with this power. The system sent a message: Mun Byung-ho's citizen credibility rating has increased. He gave a 90-degree bow. Thank you very much. Jun noticed something was off. Wait a moment. Byung-ho. He was stunned. Yes. He seriously told Byung-ho, right now going to the lady's house immediately is impossible. Byung-ho started to worry. Why is that? Jun was still hesitant because there was no guarantee Byung-ho had mastered his ability. He told Byung-ho frankly that what just happened might have been just luck. Jun reminded him not to forget to first know the current maximum travel distance and to fully understand the penalty for using the ability. Byung-ho understood his point. Yes, I understand. Jun and Byung-ho were still surprised when they saw him wearing armor. Director Shu couldn't believe his eyes either. Girl, I'm still not back to myself yet. Can this really be done? The system sent a citizen notification: Kang Deoksu's reputation and loyalty have increased. He called out, Byung-ho, Byung-ho. Yes. Jun pointed to the building opposite. Can you use teleportation to get there? He pondered deeply for a while. Byung gathered all his courage. I will try. He felt more confident. All right, system information displayed, mission assigned. Mission details: use teleportation to reach the rooftop of building 133. Time limit 3 minutes. Reward: increased teleportation proficiency. Penalty for failure: sleep outdoors. Director Shu encouraged from behind, you can do it, Byung-ho. He sighed deeply. The power of teleportation enveloped his body. In the blink of an eye, Byung-ho disappeared. He couldn't believe he could move his body using only power. Byung-ho was thrilled to be at building 133. All right. He stood by the window and waved at the two. The system also sent a notification that Citizen Mun Byung had completed the mission. Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. He kept waving back. But suddenly, Byung-ho felt unwell. This made Jun and him very worried. He hurriedly used his soul-summoning power on Byung-ho. Byung-ho was moved to the hallway by Jun. Byung-ho was lying motionless on the bed. He checked the system. He had fainted and seemed to have exhausted a lot of stamina. Director Shu stood nearby worriedly. Byung-ho, is he okay? After receiving news from the system, he felt more at ease. Fortunately, with enough rest, he would be fine. Mun Byung-ho was sleeping with good health. It seemed he was just not used to his powers yet. He sighed in relief. Phew, that's a relief. Jun suddenly asked a random question. By the way, Deoksu, do you exercise at all? Director Shu was also confused. The system displayed a mission assigned exercise while wearing armor push-ups 0-100. Squats more than 100. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward: increased muscle strength. Penalty for failure: sleep outdoors. His hands were placed on the floor. Director Shu continued doing push-ups. Even though he was exhausted, he still had to do squats. Director Shu's legs were about to give out. He was sweating all over. Done, really done. The system confirmed Citizen Kang Deox had completed the mission. Jun realized his strength. Maybe because he was a sports specialist student, his stamina was truly different. He stared intently at the system board, huffing, evaluating. Jun was a bit puzzled. What is this? Director Shu was so tired he couldn't stand up. Yeah, it's over now, right? Ah, he smiled brightly. Yes, everyone has worked hard. Now you can go rest. Thank you. When Deoksu left, the system also sent a notification that the evaluation was complete. Yes, thanks for your hard work. I was surprised to receive a message without doing anything. Muscle strength increased slightly. Jun can feel the power surrounding his body. Even he has to doubt that his strength has increased. But Jun still has to smile first. He feels things will change. If so, the story will be a little different. The next day, in some alley in Busan, Donggun urged everyone to run. The whole group didn't expect to encounter monsters. Deoksu was extremely scared. The girl, the blue-skinned monster, was chasing them. He transformed into the Steel Knight and fought those bastards. One strike from him could cut it in half. Yeah. Deoksu easily defeated the monsters with his new strength, but they kept coming. Roar, yeah, that made him angry. Those damn dogs. Many monsters were knocked away by Deoksu. He turned around, worried they might attack from behind. Byung-ho wants to fight with him. Don't worry about those behind. I will support. Deoksu's weapon is ready to destroy monsters. All right, I'll go ahead. The blue-skinned monsters keep coming. He shouted to attract them. Those bastards come fight me quickly. But the monster focused its attention on the shadow. June transformed into a bear and stood before them, making the monsters so scared. They cried tears. Deoksu and Byung-ho coordinated perfectly. She alone could handle several monsters. Donggun suddenly called Byung-ho, hearing that he stopped to listen to what was going on. Byung-ho was also surprised by his words. Hurry to her place. Byung-ho quickly left. Yes, thank you. A series of system notifications arrived while he was eating noodles. Citizen Unzu has completed the mission. Evaluating missions. Unzu is evaluating. After seeing the system display board, June was also surprised. Evaluation complete. 132,966 world has been transferred into the absolute owner's wallet. Huh. Is that money? The reward is a bit different, huh? Only now did he get enlightened. Kang Deok's ability is muscle strength, powerful combat. So the additional rewards later will also be added randomly. He inferred it was true. The difficulty of missions increases and rewards can be larger corresponding to harder missions. Message from System Citizen Moon Byung-ho has completed the mission. Has used up all mission attempts for today. Evaluating missions. Moon Byung-ho has completed evaluation. June was eating noodles but still wanted to check. Let's open the reward. He sprayed glue stiffly, then the system displayed hitting the jackpot. Congratulations. System announces jackpot win. Congratulations, you received an additional skill. Yoon was eating rice but choked. He was quite surprised. What jackpot? Yoon couldn't understand. Could he really get skill points like that? The system notification showed the current skill points were 1. He froze completely. Without joy, he exclaimed, "That's something." Meanwhile, Moon Byung-ho was running and training very hard. Sweat dripped down Moon Byung-ho's face. Standing in front of a familiar house, he opened the door and stepped inside. After opening the door, Byung-ho ran quickly, calling out, "Grandma!" He opened his eyes wide. Byung-ho saw his grandmother lying asleep on the bed. Byung-ho ran quickly to shake her awake, shouting loudly. Opening her eyes, she placed her hand on him, her voice a bit shaky from drowsiness. "Huh, it's Byung-ho, right? It's you, isn't it, Byung-ho?" Byung-ho cried loudly like a child, tears welling in his eyes. Byung-ho hugged her tightly, silently, thanking the heavens, feeling so lucky. His voice seemed like it wanted to sob. "I'm sorry, it's me, Grandma. I came too late, didn't I?" He just kept crying non-stop. Byung-ho truly felt very grateful to June, sincerely thanking him. The system sent a notification that Byung-ho's loyalty level has increased. Resident Byung-ho reached 100 loyalty points and can now apply to become a family servant. The limit on family servant ownership has been increased. June was a bit surprised to receive the news. What the system reminded the family servant manager: 1. Choi Hoonan level 20, Moon Byung-ho level 30, Kang Duk level 25, total participants 311. June panicked, never expecting to level up this way. He tapped the system screen to check how much Byung-ho needed to reach the next level. The system notified that there wasn't enough available cash to upgrade, requiring 100 million W for the next upgrade of the family servant. Byung-ho, please check your available balance again. June couldn't believe the amount of money was so huge. He blurted out, "Damn it, 100 million, really?" He wrung his hands in frustration. "Damn it, I'm doomed, Byung-ho. I'll assign you daily tasks." A voice rang out. June was startled. "What's that?" He looked around in confusion. It was the elevator bell. Who could it be? Slowly raising his eyes, June saw 2 people at a distance, a man and a fairly young woman. Inside Park Hae-won's house, she heard the doorbell. "Hello, is anyone home?" Hae-won was quite surprised as she opened the door, vaguely asking, "Are you the young woman who introduced herself earlier?" "Hello, my name is Kim Dabin." Dabin pointed to the person carrying a box on his shoulder. "And this is my younger brother, Kim Minho." Dabin introduced, "We come from apartment number 1701. Hae-won bowed shyly. Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Dabin sighed. We need to ask a small favor." Hae-won was quite surprised. What kind of favor? Dabin's request was rather blunt, but she spoke shyly. "Could we borrow your bathroom for a bit?" Hae-won shuddered. She asked again, "Just to use the bathroom?" Dabin was embarrassed. "Yes, we just need to take a quick shower." Hae-won stepped aside, relieved it wasn't something serious. Dabin and Minho also stepped inside. "Thank you for your help." Minho pointed to the box in front of him and asked, "Where can I put this?" Hyun inquired. "Oh, what is that?" Dobbin smiled. "It's just some canned goods and a few miscellaneous things." Hyun became quite excited. "Oh, really?" There were many canned items inside. Hyun seemed a bit embarrassed. "Oh my, no need to be so polite. Thanks so much." Dabin waved it off. "It's just a few things." Suddenly coming to someone else's house like this, there should at least be some sincerity. Her eyes glanced elsewhere, noticing some bows and baseball bats. Dobbin looked curious. "Ah, those bows and baseball bats belong to the residents here." Hyun looked toward that direction, then smiled cheerfully and replied, "No, they don't belong to residents here. They're from people living in other buildings." How to say it? It's quite complicated. Dabin gasped. "Oh, that's how it is." June watched from afar and could be sure that at least temporarily they weren't bad people. He decided to stop by to check for sure and to chat with them a bit. Maybe he could ask them to help save people in other buildings. Unexpected good news, the system announced. You have received a level 27 chain tiger, gaining a large amount of experience points. The available balance in the resident's Supreme Wallet has increased to 29,783,200,000 W. Skill level has increased, and you have also acquired a new skill. Dui Hyun wondered, what is going on here? He snarled irritably, bastards. At this time, Ha Dongjian was drenched in blood. Dongjian was bleeding uncontrollably. He and many others had been captured. Countless precious animals like leopards, tigers, and bears had all been slaughtered. June shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" His eyes were bloodshot and bruised, his mouth screaming non-stop. "What's that?" The system indicated that a candidate meeting immigration requirements was detected. "Do you want to grant residency rights?" June writhed. Survivor pupil. He ordered grant the rights quickly. Notification of successful residency rights granted to citizen Duin Kong Huyu Kim Dezung Namjo Munhee Harry Nam Ang Nam Jinzu Kim Juang Ozong Su and Park Pongo. The number of residents increased by 50, doubling the population and residents' income by 100%. The number of residents has reached the required amount. Unlock the Faith Power skill for all residents. Do-hyun was surprised. Faith Power. He writhed in pain. That sound echoed again. "Tisk, where are you hurt?" Many people on the other side were fighting desperately, using all their strength to hold back. Do-hyun was cornered. Damn, this is bad. He couldn't believe it happened exactly when Jun-do got injured. Horrified screams echoed directly into their ears. The residents scattered in panic everywhere. Everyone was shocked. What? What's going on? A direct hit just like that? Even we... Everyone was trying to understand what was happening. Why does my body suddenly feel so light? Someone else said, "That's strange, I don't feel tired anymore." The system announced a passive faith power boost, increasing all stats by a percentage based on trust level. June exclaimed, "So that's how it works." Haong Jion's teammates all had trust levels of 50 or higher. Stamina, strength, vision, reflexes, all stats increased by more than 50%. A surge in combat power was obvious. Mun Byung-ho smiled brightly. It has to be thanks to June. The system kept sending good news. Resident Kim Ga-ya reached 30 loyalty points. Resident Kim Ga-ya qualified to register as a house deity. Resident IUHE reached 30 loyalty points and also qualified to register as a house deity. Do-hyun sighed in relief. The two could finally register as house deities. Everyone in the residential area was surprised. Whoa, what's this? The system reported Kim Ga-yang, level 24th person trust, level 58. Loyalty 32. Awakening ability, penetration. Activated mission IUHAE, level 25, 5th person. Trust level 69, loyalty, 33 awakening ability, poisonous bone mission activated. Many goblins surrounded them now. The two held their staffs ready to fight back. She shot a goblin with an arrow, knocking it down. They all screamed in pain. She was surprised, too. Oh my god, what is going on? It turned out to be Penetration C, using spirit energy to shoot arrows that can pierce targets. Jae-hyun calmly chose to activate the mission. Mission activated. Mission details: use penetration skill to hunt 10 goblins within 10 minutes. Reward penetration skill upgrade. Failure penalty fatigue. Do-hyun was pensive. This skill seemed a bit off. There was also Poisonous Bone B, which used poisonous bones to create deadly toxins. The skill was powerful, but was Poisonous Bone B level. Misuse could harm teammates. He decided to set it aside for later study. The system reported that resident Kim Ga-yang had completed the mission. Resident Kim Ga-ya had used all the daily missions available. Residents were evaluating the mission completion of Kim Ga-yang. Do-hyun sighed in frustration. Oh man, why did I come up empty-handed this time? While free, he decided to check on the residents on the lower floor. He entered the dimensional space, and in an instant, Ji was at his destination. Seeing the surroundings, June exhaled, "Not bad, they've stored water well." He looked around and showed no surprise. No wonder they didn't want to join Hong Jion's group. They had already stocked plenty of water and food. Suddenly, Jae-hoon saw something flash by. "What's that?" He quickly chased after it. The system sent an info board: Kim Dae-jong, level 26, trust level 18, awakening ability. Healing experience rate, 0%. Income rate, 0%. Mission activated to remove healing. B-type uses spirit energy to heal wounds. Jae-hyun was surprised. What the hell, a healer? Do-hyun stood stunned at the apartment door. The door slowly opened, but unfortunately, the safety latch was engaged. Dune started to get tense and sweat, but suddenly he remembered, oh, right. The skill he just received was the invisible hand skill of the level 1 ruler that summons and controls invisible hands. Dune began to act. Good, he felt the safety latch break. The invisible scissors were summoned. Do-hyun inserted the scissors and prepared to cut. He used all his strength, breaking the lock latch in two. The door was slightly opened. June quickly ran inside. He saw the healer he had been searching for, Kim Dae-dong, lying unconscious on the spot. Do-hyun came over and tried to wake her up, but it was bad. Her condition was worse than he had thought. According to his guess, it seemed she was severely dehydrated. June looked around to see if there was anything nearby that could help her. His face started to tense up. What is this? He didn't understand. How could this be why? June was determined. No matter what, he would definitely save her. He pulled out his tools. Would this work? The system notified a new mission: help the person regain consciousness, reward recover from dehydration symptoms. June accepted the notification and sent it back. Citizen Kim Dae-jong completed the mission. Mission cost consumed 10 million. Hyun sighed in relief. All right, Dae-dong was slowly opening her eyes, too. Dae-hyun shook her. Can you wake up a little bit? Dae-dong was dazed. She asked, who are you? June replied, my name is Kim June. I live upstairs. Dae-dong was surprised. She asked more because she realized she was lying somewhere unfamiliar. Where is this? June answered honestly. I saw you in critical condition, so I broke into the house. Dae-dong recalled and let out a sound, tears streaming down her face. Oh my God. Dae-dong covered her face and cried hard. Her sobbing made him look quite confused. He spoke up, Kim Dae-dong, I'm sorry, but you have to help us. June pleaded, our teammate is badly injured. Dae-dong leaned on the floor. She looked up silently. Dae-dong didn't understand what he was talking about. Right now, Dae felt extremely confused. How can I help? What the heck is he talking about? This was ridiculous. Dae-dong was surprised and told him to heal himself. How does he know I'm a nurse? She considered the situation, seeing how desperately he was asking for help. It seemed like he wasn't dangerous, but still not sure for sure. Just pretend to agree for now. She made a plan. Okay, where do I need to go? June suddenly stopped her. Wait, the system just sent a mission. Mission assigned, use your power to heal Undu, who has been injured. Time 1 second reward, increased power taming level, penalty for failure none. June thought, heal Undu. He said to Dae-dong, first eat this and rest. I'll bring the person who needs healing here. Dae-dong was surprised. Do-hyun pulled out a bunch of tangerines and put them in front of her. Dae-dong tried to stop him, but was too late. Wait a minute. She shouted, wait. Dune froze. Huh. Dae-dong pointed at the system in front of her. What's that? June smiled awkwardly. I'll explain it slowly later. Then he let Dae-dong sit there alone. Your body is still very weak, now rest here a bit. Dae-dong took the tangerines. She was trembling as she held them. Am I dreaming? June opened the door and stepped inside. June quickly entered. The system announced that Kim Dae-dong's citizen credibility was increasing. He sighed. She still can't trust me yet. June thought again. It's true I barged in like that. How could she trust me easily? He observed from afar. Now it's probably almost time for them to arrive. But he suddenly shouted, huh! In front of him was a scene of a tiger chasing everyone. Dun's face darkened. That was a tiger with its mouth open. It even bared its fangs and claws. It was chasing right behind everyone. Do-hyun knew it was the red tiger. Do-hyun silently watched. There's another one. What that red tiger still hadn't given up on the plan to hunt everyone down. Suddenly someone tripped and couldn't run anymore. The girl fell far behind. Everyone called out her name, Hezin. Hezin painfully tried to lift her heavy body, but couldn't. From afar came a loud shout, "No!" Hin stood up, unaware that the red tiger was very close to her. Hin looked back, the red tiger's mouth wide open as if to swallow the little girl whole. The sharpness of the red tiger's fang gleamed. It was about to swallow her. Suddenly, the red tiger stared at something and spared Hezin, but Hezin had disappeared without anyone noticing. Hezin had just escaped death, panting hard, then was unexpectedly coughing a long cough. June breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He looked at the girl in front of him. Anyway, thanks to that and misfortune, there is fortune. It also bought us quite a bit of time. This system really has a keen nose, already detected an individual meeting the criteria to become a citizen. Do you want to grant them citizenship? Suddenly someone appeared. It was Moon Byung-ho. He brought his grandmother to beg, "Grandma, please rely on him." Dui Hyun reassured, "Okay, but wait a moment." Byung-ho nodded. "All right," but Dui Hyun showed a determined expression. Byung-ho was silent for a moment, then he hugged his grandmother tightly in agreement. "All right, I understand." At this time, the red tiger was still crazily attacking everyone with no intention of stopping. Dui Hyun once again used the invisible hand he planned. That tiger had to be caught in a different way. The red tiger opened its mouth, baring its fangs to threaten everyone. Ha Dongjeon felt something blocking his way as he was running. He lifted an iron bar and then kicked it straight toward the red tiger. Ha Dongjeon also grabbed the melting ball in his hand, then threw it with all his might at the tiger. The tiger easily dodged, showing no fear at all, opening its mouth to threaten back. Gawai called out loudly, "Dongjeon!" When the red tiger was about to swallow Dongjeon, he looked at it with determined eyes. "Too late!" he shouted. "Everyone run quickly!" Dongjeon also ran for his life. The red tiger was about to chase Dongjeon closely to where he was. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. The sharp teeth of the red tiger were ready to swallow Dongjeon. He suddenly turned his head, his face still very firm. Suddenly it stopped. The red tiger was subdued by someone saving Dongjeon's life. It writhed and collapsed, its two legs raised sharp tiger claws. The red tiger screamed in pain to the extreme. Dongjeon stood motionless, too surprised. At this time, Ga Yang also appeared, standing in front of Dongjeon. Dongjeon saw a system interface appear before him. Ge Wai was quite surprised, not knowing what it was. Dui Hyun looked from afar and thought he didn't necessarily have to intervene. Maybe Ga Yang had been hunting all along, and by now the spoils had been collected quite a bit. Ga Yang was facing the red tiger alone. The red tiger raised its fangs to threaten. Her sharp gaze glanced over, and an arrow was aimed precisely. A notification was sent to Jiun. "You have hunted red tiger level 28, received a large amount of experience. 63, 211, 776 has been transferred to the absolute wallet in the house. Citizen Moon Byung-ho reputation level increased. Citizen Kim Ga-ia reputation level increased. Citizen Kim Ga-ia loyalty level increased. Citizen IU Hezin reputation level increased. Citizen IU Hezin loyalty level increased. Citizen Hong Jion's loyalty level has surpassed 30, meeting the requirements to register as a household servant." June smiled with satisfaction. "Good Hong Jion, all have registered as servants." At this time, Kim Dae-jong was focused on treatment. Everyone's wounds were gradually healing. Their condition seemed to improve and their complexion stabilized. June sighed with relief, lucky to have found Kim Dae-dong just in time. June asked Dongjeon, "What happened? What is that red tiger?" Dongjeon guessed that maybe the house where Grandma Byung-ho lives used to be their territory. They successfully hunted one. But it seemed there were more. June thought silently, no wonder something felt strange. He recalled that there was no sign of goblins around the house. If the goblins really needed a place to live, Grandma Moon Byung-ho would definitely have been in danger. Luckily, it was only the territory of those two tigers, a silver lining in the misfortune. System notification: Citizen Kim Dae-dong has completed mission cost 73.31 W. Dae-jong breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, done." Jiun expressed thanks. "You've worked hard." Dae-jong waved it off. "It's nothing. So can I go home now?" Suddenly a voice stopped him. "Wait a moment. I know now is not the right time to say this, but don't tell me we're going to continue staying at my house." Dui Hyun was silent. Everyone awkwardly laughed. Dui Hyun reassured, "Don't worry. I can talk about that now anyway." Someone suggested, "Room 2901 is currently vacant. I will provide full electricity and everything needed for living, so from now on, let's move there." Dui Hyun called Kim Jabin. Jabin nodded, yes. Dui Hyun said, rooms 2101 and 2102 on the 21st floor are also waiting. I will supply electricity to those rooms, so please tell the other survivors that they can use them for bathing hygiene and other personal needs. Kim Jabin and Min Ho Ho nodded. Okay. Jiun saw their expressions and suggested, if you want, the two of you can share a room with full rights to use one room, and the other room can be used as a common space. Jabin was surprised. Really? Duyun continued. But I have a favor to ask. Jabin nodded. Yes, just say whatever it is. Jiun confessed. I want you to be the bridge between me and the other survivors from now on. Jabin was quite surprised, stammering, a bridge? Jiun nodded. Yes. Dui-hun began to announce that the team who kills 100 goblins the fastest will be granted the right to use a vacant apartment. I promise to provide unlimited electricity, water, gas, and food supplies. Also, if an apartment agrees to house 10 survivors together, they will receive similar benefits. Do not forget, however, to accept that the supply times may vary depending on the floor they live on. June confirmed that from now on, only those who prove their energy will receive deserved rewards. The system started assigning tasks. Task content: goblin hunting. Time limit 168 seconds. Reward: a small amount of experience. Penalty for failure: banned from using common facilities. The system gave June a choice. Do you want to accept this task or not? Yes or no? At this moment, a young man was panting from exhaustion. He was on a goblin hunting mission outside. The whole group of goblins had disgusting open mouths. He ran while complaining, "Damn it!" Looking at the door ahead, he promised himself, just a little longer, just a little more. A goblin chased closely and grabbed his shirt. He lost momentum and fell flat on his face. He shouted, "Hey, right now!" His teammate praised, "Good job, you lured quite a few goblins outside." They howled loudly. His teammate used a spear to pin them down so the goblins couldn't move or do anything. The whole group eventually lost momentum and fell flat on their faces. Oh my God, the goblins fell on their backs with their legs in the air, but they still recklessly tried to attack forward. The goblins howled loudly. Some gave up resisting and sat down holding their cheeks. Everyone shouted loudly, "Hey, over there, they're running away, hurry up, attack!" A guy smirked with satisfaction. He suggested, "Hey, want to see something interesting?" Everyone was curious. The red-haired guy holding a spear pointed at the goblins. He threw it forward. The goblin hit by the spear died instantly on the spot. The redhead was proud of himself. "Awesome, did you see that?" Hey. Two teammates did not forget to flatter "Great, really great." The redhead rubbed his shoulders and asked, "So how many have we caught today?" The blonde counted, "I caught 22. Another guy interrupted, "I win. I caught 24. The redhead was quite surprised. "So just the three of us have already caught over 100. The redhead's friends were quite surprised, really. "Already done, wow. At first I thought it would take forever to catch 100. At this time, the bait guy from earlier named Seung Min shouted, "Damn it, Seung Jop! You clearly said it would only be a dozen or so." Seung Jop was annoyed. What's the problem this time? Seung Min wanted to make a big deal. Did he see more than 10 there? Seung Dof didn't care much as long as the results were good. A new home is coming. Seung Min was annoyed by that behavior. "What? I almost died because of you." Seung Jop held his head and laughed bitterly. "Ah, little brother." He was angry, veins bulging on his face. "Who came up with this plan? It was me, right?" He was proud. "I made the plan, and the spear was made by these twins. And you just confidently thought you could run and be fine." Seung Min stammered, "That." Seung Dof was very confident. "If you're not happy, let us kick you out of the group. We can do fine without you." The twin brothers saw the tension and stepped in to mediate. "Hey, Seung Dof, calm down. Seung Min has done very well too." The younger brother reassured, "Seung Min is very good bait and runs very fast too." Seung Dof had no intention of letting it go. "Hey, that's annoying. You dare to insult me? What kind of talk is that?" The twin brother was furious. "Seung Min, that's right, cursing him is a bit much. Apologize quickly." Seung Min softened his tone. "All right. Sorry." Seung finally turned his back. "Forget it. Let's go up to the 21st floor. We have to get the new house." They were determined. When they arrived, Gain was already there, smiling warmly. Sorry, but another team claimed the reward first. The whole Seongjob group was surprised. Huh. He asked again. Another team caught 100 before us. Jabin nodded, yes. Zhengp clenched the bat in his hand, ready to fight. He insisted, stop joking, give us the house now. Da Bin looked serious. I'm not joking. Just then, footsteps echoed. Perfect timing, here they come. She pointed at them. Jobin introduced the team that caught 100 goblins first. Seongjob was startled. Isn't that Uncle Jay and Minho's family? Jabin asked Minho. So, Minho answered, the deal's done. We gave up the new house. In return, they will supply food and other things for my house and Uncle Jay Ho's, and Uncle's daughters are exempt from missions. Jabin was surprised. Huh, aren't Uncle Jay Ho's daughters still minors? If they're minors, wouldn't they already be exempt from missions? Uncle Jay Ho laughed. They're all grown up now. Ho ho, my daughters just look younger than their age. They take after their mother. Gabin forced a smile. Ha ha, really? Uncle Jay Ho said, maybe they are good archers like me, but their mother worries too much. Minho added, I also arranged for both to receive electricity and arrows. Jabin was curious. What do you need arrows for? To keep hunting goblins. Minho nodded. Yes. Jun personally asked us to clean up the goblins this time. Those damn goblins just won't stop. Zeung-dop cut in. Wait a minute. He shouted. Isn't this favoritism? You guys are connected to them. That's not fair at all. Minho added, oh, right. Because it seemed unfair, June decided to give similar benefits to the second and third teams and told them to go up to the 30th floor. Gabin laughed. Oh, really? Did you hear that clearly? That's good. Take your team up to the 30th floor. He's waiting for everyone. Seong Chop gritted his teeth. In the elevator, they buzzed, that guy's name is G. I heard he's even younger than us. Seong Dot sneered. Just call him Sir. Just hearing that is laughable. The twins joined in, seriously like some kind of deity. More like a cult leader. That kid only learns bad stuff. After saying that, they all chuckled among themselves. Sung Min mocked, do you even have the right to talk like that while still being protected by his power? He added, besides, now you're trying to curry favor with him anyway. The three turned to Seong Dot angrily, this guy. The elevator announced the 30th floor, the doors opening. Sung finally said to the twins, see you later. The two brothers were surprised, huh? Do Hyun calmly strode in from outside wearing a standard smile. Hello? The whole Seonghose group fell silent, unable to say a word. Seongjob raised his hand to introduce himself. I am B. Seongjob. Jiun shook his hand and said, I watched your performance carefully, Seongjob and team. Your use of the defensive wall was impressive. Seongjob was surprised and stammered, how did you know about that? Jun replied, right now I will provide electricity, water, and gas for apartments 1302 and 150. Seongjob was shocked. Is that really possible? Do Hyun smiled. Yes, of course. They were confused how exactly. Do Hyun interrupted. First everyone hunted enough 100 goblins so you qualified. He emphasized, I'm not a cult leader. The group shrank back. What? June looked straight at them. I have no intention of becoming a god either. He said, oh, by the way. June raised his hand to his lips. I have a favor to ask. Rapid footsteps sounded. A terrifying chase erupted with screams that disturbed the whole neighborhood. Men ran frantically to escape the pursuit of giant monsters wielding weapons. One of the young men running for his life shouted to Dong Jion, who was waiting here, throw it! It seemed they had a plan to lure the monsters into a dead end and deal with them all at once. He received the signal, furrowed his brows, and smiled smugly. Very good. He pulled out a spear strapped to his back, ready to throw it at any moment. A blue power enveloped his hand, introducing his identity name. Jong John, level 33, 6th member title. Spear Knight reliability, 70. Loyalty, 78. Awakening skills, throwing and stabbing. Experience distribution rate 200% for assigned missions. Throw B consumes spirit energy to throw objects, increasing attack power 5-fold. Demon Stab consumes stamina to stab with the spear, creating temporary sword energy on the spear tip at the moment of attack. Knights have physical stats increased corresponding to their loyalty percentage. Experience and monster bag rewards from subordinates holding the knight title are tripled. Knights can be developed through experience distribution. Spearmaster current taming level is 11%. The higher the spear mastery, the stronger the attack power. While the monsters were chasing the others, he seized the opportunity, gripping the spear behind him, gritting his teeth, and threw it powerfully at a monster. Immediately, the spear tip shot straight into the monster's chest, causing it to roar in pain and lose balance, flying backward. Another monster, seeing its comrade like that, angrily charged at him with a face as if it wanted to devour him alive, raising its weapon. However, he stood firm as if it was nothing to him. By some mysterious power, an arrow suddenly flew out from nowhere like a missile and stabbed straight into the monster's head, catching it off guard. It opened its mouth to scream and then collapsed immediately. It turned out the one who shot the arrow was Gang, one of his own people. She had appeared behind him at some unknown time to assist. His hand was still holding the spear casually in midair, not yet striking, but the monster was already dead. But it's okay, there was still one more standing far away. He immediately threw the spear in his hand. A sharp sound echoed, blood splattered from it, and that was the moment it ceased to exist. The system screen displayed a notification: you have hunted an orc level 19. Experience gained 3. The 21198W has been transferred to the Supreme Resident's wallet. Team mission to eliminate 100 orcs completed. As soon as the mission was completed, he went to those hiding nearby to avoid monster attacks and led them to leave together. June sat at home watching the entire process of Dongjion's group. A warning notification appeared: an unauthorized individual is attempting to infiltrate. Another notification popped up: an entity meeting, immigration requirements has approached near the Supreme Resident area. Do you want to propose citizenship? He read each line of the notifications on the screen, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. This time it's 3 people. He thought for a moment and then made a decision. All right, now that it's exactly 200 people request citizenship rights. The screen showed another notification proposing citizenship for Imong Yu Sonet Bul and Im Hun Seum. The number of citizens has reached 200. Since the number has reached a certain threshold, the tax skill is unlocked. The system also explained that the tax collects 10% cash from citizens, but the actual amount citizens own will not decrease. Cooldown time is 30 days. He looked at this notification, somewhat stunned, uttered a then rested his chin on his hand, analyzing the tax skill would help him recover part of the money from the payment distributed to citizens, but this is a type of non-recallable shareholding. He must wait 10 months to recover the capital. At this moment, he couldn't help but worry and started thinking of countermeasures. He didn't have much time. If he wanted to save his parents, he had to quickly send Dongjion's team to Nambu Minong. First, he had to split the bonus about 30%. He swiped on the screen, sighed, and considered it an investment. The system notified the reward skill upgraded. The Supreme Resident reached level 10 and received 3 skill points. He hadn't been happy long when a heart attack suddenly hit him. He clutched his chest in pain, his eyes gradually becoming dim. The residential building was covered by something eerie and purple. Inside the house, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while reading the notification. Congratulations, you have claimed sovereignty over an entire apartment building and received support of 1 billion. Construction function activated. He was amazed when he saw this notification. The construction system sent another notification. Current projects can build a solar power system for 133 million. Convenience store 219 990,000 W. Gym 300 million W. Support fund 1 billion W. Total annual income 30 million W. Below are the options for him to click. He widened his eyes and gaped in shock, seeing the annual income, exclaiming, only 30 million a year, while the installation cost is as high as 133 million, meaning it needs to be maintained for at least 5 years to break even. Another notification popped up as if urging him to quickly choose, are you sure you want to build, yes or no? He crossed his arms and paced, thinking this isn't good, there are still many expenses to pay. Instead, it's better to use this money to upgrade Dongjian by 1 level. He suddenly remembered something as if waking up. Wait, the support fund of 1 billion W. Don't tell me it's just in time. The system also appeared with a notification and answered that question. The support fund can only be used to build infrastructure. He was excited as if he had just found gold. Ah, then this is a different matter. This money is completely separate from the amount in his account. If so, I have to spend it all. He happily returned to the previous selection notification. Are you sure you want to build? He didn't hesitate and pressed the selection button. Yes. After pressing the build button, the screen showed a notification. Solar power system construction will be completed in 235959, remaining support fund 867 million. He hesitated slightly and clicked his tongue. Wow, still feel a bit reluctant to spend. Can I build another one? The system seemed to understand his thoughts and appeared just in time to answer. Only one solar power system can be installed per apartment building. He was only disappointed and moved on. Well, then he found something else interesting. What is a convenience store? Out of curiosity, I pressed the button to select the convenience store. He froze for a few seconds when he saw the information appear, then exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? It looks pretty interesting, right? A facility that can link with the ultimate resident's store skills. This is a place where you can directly display registered items for sale, but the special thing is, no separate cashier is needed, just prepay for the items sold through the system, and the goods will be produced immediately." He was thrilled to see the chance to get rich right in front of him, happily exclaiming, "This is great!" He remembered how much time it took to climb the stairs to deliver goods and thought about the effort needed to prepare supplies and send them down. With a convenience store, everyone can shop on their own, and I can also adjust the selling prices myself. This way I can increase everyone's profit share a bit. Thinking is doing, he immediately acted, proceeding to install it right away. The system asked again, "Please choose a location to build the convenience store." He thought for a moment and answered clearly, "Location is room 101, completion time for the convenience store facility 47:59 seconds. After finishing, he shifted his final target to the gym. The system introduced the basic training area for residents to strengthen their power and stamina by working out here. Training efficiency increases by 200%. Residents below level 15 will receive an additional 300% training efficiency. He pondered again, knowing he could level up through training, but combining it with mission rewards would be even more effective. The system requested, "Please choose a location to build the gym." Without hesitation, he answered, dedicating the entire second floor to the gym. The completion report appeared just like the previous two. Gym facility completion time, 71:59 seconds. He seemed still excited about spending money. Then the screen changed again. Skill points. Remaining are 3. The ultimate resident store skill has reached level 5. The number of items that can be registered increased to 500. The item classification feature has been unlocked. Item classification allows registered products to be purchased by different volumes and by the same category. He realized everything was becoming more and more interesting. Oh, what's this now? You can buy items individually instead of in bundles. While exploring new features, he suddenly stopped in front of the water label. His eyes opened wide, fully alert. He happily jumped up and cheered, "Wow, not everything yet, but the options are much more diverse now. What about the other items?" A bunch of other products also appeared. Oh, sorry. 1-pack. Fire. Rooster. Spicy noodles. 1-pack. Conscience noodles 1-pack. Jampong noodles 1-pack. Sesame perilla noodles 1-pack. He stroked his smooth white chin, unusually excited. This looks useful. The next day, Dokshu, dressed as a knight, swung a sword in his hand, causing the monster to grunt and snap, unable to dodge. He wiped the sweat dripping on his forehead when a teammate Dong Jian called from behind, "Hey, Dokshu!" He immediately turned around. He approached and asked, "What if you throw that away?" He held the spear and wondered, "This thing..." Why ask that all of a sudden? He immediately made a request, "Let me see it. I want to try this." Before he could agree, Dong Jian stepped forward and snatched it from his hands. He exclaimed in shock, "What, wait?" Dong Jian grabbed the spear, focused his strength, and threw it casually. He couldn't react in time, yelling in pain as he was hit on the spot. He angrily shouted, "Hey, why did you really throw it?" However, Dong Jian showed no remorse, crossing his arms and turning to look at him calmly, saying, "Done now, cancel the summon and try calling it back." He was confused about what just happened and said, "Huh? Was he supposed to just follow what he said like a clueless duck?" He reached out to try summoning it back, and sure enough, it returned back into his hand. He couldn't believe he could do this and quickly praised, "Wow, this is awesome. Dong Gun, you really are a genius." Dong Jian ignored him, looking in another direction, and replied, "You're overdoing it." Following his gaze, a girl was running up hurriedly, urging the two, "We have to retreat. I'm almost out of ammo." Suddenly, something was thrown toward where they were standing. Ga Yang dodged to the side in panic. "Huh? What the hell is this?" Ga Yang looked at the thing that was just thrown and exclaimed, I can't believe that arrow just now. The system immediately announced multitasking capability, allowing the use of other skills in the area being observed with absolute vision, having hunted an orc level 19. Received 2,138 Wat-U experience points have been transferred into the absolute residence wallet. Commoners Ga Yondongjian Kangak Byung-ho Hazin Kim Gun have completed the mission. Mission cost 232580 Dayu Commoner Ga Ion has leveled up. J. Hun stood with arms crossed, looking at the continuous notifications appearing, thinking, sure enough, mission rewards can also increase ability stats. I'm starting to feel hopeful. From here to the main house is about 10 kilometers. It takes about 3 hours to walk there. He casually stepped into the elevator going up to the 30th floor, stepped out onto the rooftop balcony, and looked down at the desolate cityscape. The ruined buildings, dust flying thickly. He considered his next move. This is really tragic. I have to hurry. First, start with the Dongjian group to see how it goes. He opened the system screen to check information. Name Kim Gun, level 12, Trust, Title 59, Loyalty, 33, Awakening, Ability to control Quo, assigned mission. He analyzed that Kim Gun's current level C skill is being effectively used for reconnaissance, but he skimmed through info of other members. Name John, level 33, Trust, 51, Loyalty, 12. Awakening, ability to transform into gold, buy a bear experience, share rate 70%, reward, share rate 30%, note, not yet assigned mission. Next name, Kim Ji-adung, level 30 plus, Trust, Title 70, Loyalty 63, Awakening, ability, strength, speed, magical armor experience, share rate 100%, note mission assigned. He looked through the members' info and began to evaluate first both John Doe and healer Kim Ji-adung must be in the group for it to matter. But unlike Kim Ji-adung, who has completed subordinate registration, John Doe's loyalty is still insufficient. The system explained again, Trukfuk A consumes spirit power to temporarily increase the target's physical strength by 70%, magical armor. B consumes spirit power to create magical armor protecting the target. He kept thinking, indeed, those with awakening abilities from the start have overwhelming efficiency. He pondered deeply for a long time, finally made a decision. After all, this was the only way. The system announced the reward mission reward for the resurrection of the sun. No experience to claim resurrection, mission reward. Please increase your current funds and try again. He was slightly disappointed, still not enough. First must raise mission difficulty to the maximum level. Mission content hunt monsters level 40 and above, he thought. If it's level 40, surely very strong, but the reward will be extremely large. He muttered, reading time limit 24 hours, penalty is death. System appeared again with notification, not enough cash to receive resurrection mission reward. Please increase current funds and try again. He clenched his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions. Indeed, with the current amount of money, it was impossible. Suddenly, he saw the system reward notification for having hunted orc level 18 received experience points. 278221 W transferred into the absolute residence wallet. In the midst of despair, he caught a lifeline. He felt revived and exclaimed, team missions! If so, while he was thinking, the system gave a question about accepting the mission. Mission content hunt monsters level 40 and above, at least one time limit. 24 seconds reward resurrection count. Do you want to accept this mission? Yes or no? He hesitated a bit, not daring to decide yet. First, he must be sure to bring John Doe to his side. He stared at the screen. Let's see. Outside, loud knocking echoed along with a voice, "Hey, open the door, please, open the door." Jae-hun ignored everything and quickly went to open the door. As the door opened, John Doe appeared with a frantic expression, tears streaming down her face. She stepped inside and couldn't hold back, tears poured down like rain, screaming. Just now, the boy did not understand what happened, hurriedly replied, "That's right. Although there is a time limit, it still seems feasible." She collapsed, sitting down, crying bitterly, bowed her head to thank. Just one day would be enough, as long as they could meet again. He was quite surprised by the commoner notifications. John Doe's loyalty exceeded 30. Commoner John Doe met the conditions to register as a subordinate. His eyes narrowed, corners of his mouth lifted success. Next, he turned his gaze to the dripping faucet. Suddenly, it flowed out in a stream. That is the skill of maintaining dignity. He sighed. Well, now he's getting used to everything. He looked up at the demon, controlling the feather flying in the air with his finger. Now it feels like becoming a wizard. Mine can now control 3 elements: electricity, water, and gas. He looked at the newly sent notification. The daily revenue of the store has been calculated. 320,981W has been transferred into the absolute wallet. His mouth twitched. Just 20% of the profit is already 320,000 W. If we count today, the store's revenue has exceeded 1.5 million W. He opened his divine eye to observe the current situation of the convenience store, the scene bustling with people coming and going. A young man standing in front of the counter complained, "Hey, how much more do we have to gather?" A fat man holding a bow replied, "If this bow is worth 150,000, and today we only gathered about 10,000. He irritably cursed the fat guy. "Hey, you idiot, didn't you consider that we have to buy food and instant noodles for half a month?" The fat guy raised one arm as if surrendering, turned his back, and said sarcastically, "Oh yes, if you're so smart, then you figure it out yourself." Watching this scene, he thought to himself, just dividing the bonus has already changed the atmosphere completely. Since a mysterious space called a grocery store was created on the first floor of the apartment complex, the small coins dropped from goblins have stimulated their hunting instincts to collect items. Now the residents have to leave the apartment complex to hunt goblins, find items, and earn money to buy things. Levels rose smoothly, and the number of participants also increased significantly. He looked at the data the system had gathered. Current population 7, 8, 9, 11,000 people experience bonus, plus 100%. Additional reward, plus 100%. He saw the money and his eyes lit up. Perhaps from now on, the number will increase exponentially. Another reward notification came in. Hunted Orc level 18 received experience points. 1438167 has been transferred into the absolute wallet. He exclaimed, "Everything is starting again." The roar of a bear with sharp teeth attacked low-level monsters. They used their mouths to gnaw the prey in an instant, fresh blood spraying in long streaks. Its eyes glowed red, seemingly corrupted by darkness. Its furry legs and long, sharp claws are the special skills of John Doe. After finishing with that monster, she returned to human form, sweating heavily, one hand on her hip, looking toward the 2 girls who had just called her. "Sister John Doe, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She moved her arm and replied, "I'm fine, even if I'm a little hurt, it's no problem." The curly-haired girl named Da Dong stepped forward to advise, "Don't overexert yourself. We'll come help when you need it." She shyly scratched her head, feeling a little guilty for seeming to monopolize everything. "But I have my reasons." Another girl in purple sportswear, Ga Wai, immediately spoke up. Why are you apologizing?" "Thanks to you, we are safe and comfortable. Isn't that wonderful?" Those words moved John Doe deeply, causing tears to well up at the corner of her eyes. Watching this scene at home, he was more determined about his initial decision. Indeed, the decision to add John Doe and Kim Jia-dung to the group was the right one. And it makes sense looking at their stats, it's obvious. The system added more information about John Doe, level 40 plus title. Warrior Knight Trust level 66, Loyalty 66, Awakened Bear Ability, Ancient Life Rage Bear 200% Experience, Share Rate Melee. Warrior damage increased by 50%. The more the Ancient Life rank A is injured, the faster the recovery. Rank 5 Rage activates easily when bleeding, increasing physical strength by 300%. A roar from afar made the 3 girls highly alert, ready to get into battle stance. The silhouette of the monster gradually appeared, a body 3 times larger than a normal person, carrying a weapon on its shoulder. To the surprise of the other 2, John Doe immediately transformed into a bear, shouting the name of the curly-haired girl, Jia Dong. The other 2 couldn't stop her, only watching helplessly, shouting worriedly, "Sister!" After fully transforming into a bear, she opened her mouth wide and lunged straight at the monster, her whole body brimming with killing intent. But that monster was no pushover either, holding its weapon to block the bear's mouth. Both wildly screamed and fiercely fought, neither willing to give in. Ga Yang wanted to support her. Duong Kung shot an arrow toward the monster. The arrow quickly flew forward. The bear skillfully dodged just in time, causing the arrow to hit its arm. It groaned in pain. "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" The bear seized the opportunity while it was distracted, pounced to knock it to the ground, then bit it hard. Fresh blood spurted out as the bear bled from between its teeth, dripping down. The terror alert sounded already hunting. Successfully, the level 28 orc leader received experience points, and the Supreme Resident's wallet gained 73,263,099. Resident Unzu has defeated the leader Joe Pak. Conditions met the available build list now includes the outpost. A safe zone has been established outside the main house. When activated, it will temporarily have the same effect as the area declared as the main house. It can only be activated if residents holding a title from night level or above reside here. If an unauthorized person trespasses and occupies illegally for more than 1 day, it will be destroyed. Construction cost is 1.3 billion. He stared blankly at the price, then suddenly curled his lips into a mysterious smile. The 1.3 billion orc outpost was wiped out. The account balance is still ample, still worth investing. The system sends a confirmation notice that this project requires 3 residents holding titles from night level or above during the entire 7-day construction period. Are you sure you want to install it? Yes or no? He suddenly paused. Wait, if so, Wu Zedong and Dong Jian will have to reside here for a whole week. The biggest loss is time, a whole week. I can't waste time. Besides, the area near John Pak has been mostly cleared of monsters by Dong Jian's team and the residents, so there's no need to set up an outpost. After careful consideration, he pressed the no button. Anyway, this is still not a bad gain. If only I could build this right at the main house. If that's possible, at least I could rest easy. That way my family would be absolutely safe within the territory. He remembered the happy image of his family of 3 when he was young, walked to the window calculating everything, but bringing both grandparents here is not easy. He closed his eyes and prayed, please still be alive. Now tomorrow I will send Dong Jian's team to the main house. On the thick road without a single light, Kim Jian stood afar, watching John Doe's figure as a bear fighting the monster, unable to hide his shock. Wow. Crazy, really crazy. In his mind, he was thinking, how can a human tear apart an orc with bare hands? Oh, but maybe he's not human. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Even before being blessed by Lord Jian, she was very strong. But how exactly did Lord Jian manage to persuade her? Wasn't she once obsessed with goblins? Or did she also receive some new power? Notification sounds party quest content returned. Time limit 1 hour 0 seconds, reward some experience, no penalty if failed. His teammates are calling him to return. He whistled, startled, turned, and replied, ah, yes. A crow, hearing the whistle, flew over and perched on his hand, chirping. He stroked its neck, smiled approvingly. Good boy. Dong Jian, still with some fresh blood on his face, approached and placed his hand on his shoulder. Dong Jian, go scout a bit. He replied once, yes, senior, and ordered the crow to fly carefully. It received his command and quickly flew off to scout the situation. His eyes followed the direction it flew until it disappeared from sight. Dong Jian turned to reassure his senior, no problem, we can leave now. He nodded in agreement. Thanks, let's go. The group left like that. While walking, he suddenly stopped, turned back to look. Oh, what's that, a rat? He bent down to do something, then stood up, watching a rat dart out his gaze sharp as a bullet. It jumped nimbly from one spot to another. Dae-hyun bowed politely to greet everyone, hoping they would help me. Everyone looked at that person, but no one spoke. He kept bowing and continued, I also know the chances are very low. Dong Jian spoke up to break the awkward silence. Your family is also living in this apartment complex, right? Another person also spoke up. It's hard to guarantee anything. Byung-ho interrupted. Their conversation stood straight, placed his hand on his chest, and declared clearly, we will help. Everyone was startled by his words, and all turned their heads to look at him. His firm voice rang out again. No, let me help. Dong Jian turned and added, that's right, thanks to you we've survived until now. Then looked at Ji with a voice full of conviction. I'll help. Jun said whatever was needed that left him amazed and stunned, bowing his head, thank you. He began to explain the situation clearly. The orcs occupying Jeonpo Station have all been cleared, so just follow the subway line to Semi Station. Jagochi Station is the closest to my home, so just exit through Gate 2. After exiting the station, I will guide everyone on the route in detail. I'm not saying everyone has to go straight through without stopping. I know that's a bit of an unrealistic wish. For now, focus on Guyan first capturing that place. He spoke non-stop, but no one complained, and all listened attentively. Finally, everyone responded in unison. Understood. He bowed once again and said again, thank you all. Rest well today and act first thing tomorrow. Suddenly, Dabin spoke up to interrupt. Wait, I have a question. With Jun's ability, can't he bring your family here? He was asked something he had also pondered for many days. Of course, I've tried the mission reward, allows instant teleportation of one target. Actually, the reason I was excited when I saw Byung-ho's awakening ability was because of this. If it works well, maybe I could bring my whole family here immediately. But that mission reward is impossible. It was a complete failure. Just a guess. But maybe Byung-ho's grandmother is somewhere beyond my influence range. If that's really the reason, then if my parents die, there's nothing I can do either. They will surely die outside my area of influence. Damn it. He thought for a long time, shyly scratched his head, looking for an excuse, and replied, I can't do everything either. Unfortunately, there are things I can do and things I can't. He also reassured everyone, but don't worry too much. Promise me you'll definitely keep your word. The system also notified citizens that Du's reputation has increased. She smiled, looked up at him, and said thank you for the honest talk. He replied, yeah, you too. That's all for today, everyone. Get some rest. One by one, everyone left. Dong Jian passed by the man and reminded him, I'm off, rest well. He was stunned when he saw the alert about an unauthorized target trying to intrude. An entity that meets the criteria to be accepted as a citizen is approaching the housing area. Do you want to propose citizenship rights? His eyes changed color, becoming cold as he replied, propose. The system responded with a citizenship proposal to Yezin. Yezin accepted the proposal name. Yezin level 31 reputation. 7 awakening ability. Queen of the Rats. Experience distribution rate 0% bonus distribution rate % mission level expulsion. He saw this info and asked, You're awakened. He used his spiritual sight to see who the other was and was horrified, his face darkened, mouth agape in disbelief that it was just a rat squeaking. 1 hour earlier, when the rat noticed his people staring intently at the group who just left it, wondered who exactly are they? Are they the group that wiped out the orcs? Maybe they're all awakened, but could that be true? For now, just follow them. It's definitely worth approaching. Gradually, it's hard to worry about everyone alone. With my ability, this is totally possible. First, observe a little. It followed that group for a long distance into the city. Everything it saw was completely unfamiliar. It climbed onto the window of a building, saw children playing in the park with their relatives. The sounds of laughter and chatter from afar faintly reached his ears. Let's go. Mom, look over here. He was terrified, eyes wide and mouth agape, sweat pouring down his mind, screaming wildly nonstop. Are children playing in the playground? Why are there so many people only in this building? What the heck is this place? I need to observe more carefully. He ran like the wind, darting through every street, jumping from one house to another. Suddenly, he crashed into the system screen, crying out in pain. His head swelled with a huge bump, his whole body trembling as he raised his hand to hold his head, tears welling up as he wondered, what the hell is this now? He looked up at the words written on it. Entry prohibited. Do you want to receive citizenship? Yes or no? He was ecstatic, as if he had found gold, continuously squeaking his mind, yelling, Yes, yes, definitely yes! He looked up again at the confirmation screen to accept or decline. After pressing the yes button, he suddenly froze, lowered his head with a worried expression. Just as I thought, I can't just disappear. The system's chimpanzee voice announced again, Citizenship granted. He became excited again. Oh, so it's approved. Good. After getting approval, he didn't pay attention to the people around him and dashed inside. The nearby people saw the mouse. Some panicked and ran away. Others stood stunned, shouting, Mouse! He froze, seeing everyone's reaction. Everyone quickly rushed to catch it, shouting loudly, It's running, catch it! He tumbled on the floor, dodging their pursuit. It was like fate pushed him into a gym room. He looked around, young men vigorously lifting weights. Slim girls no less diligent than the men training hard, too. Once again, he was horrified by the strange scenes, a look of fear clearly on his face. Oh, where exactly is this? He ran to a place with no one trying to transform into a human form to adapt quickly here. She gritted her teeth, enduring the torment crushing her, transforming into a girl, clutching her head and groaning, My head hurts so much. Suddenly, her expression changed. She stood up and burst out laughing, finally found a way out. She clenched her teeth, contemplating the next step. The problem is how to get there. For now, just need to find a way to get to Zijopo Station. That's really the only option. Taking the subway line would work. But the problem is there are those monsters in Jemmy. But because of that, there's a chance, since there's nowhere I can't go. The notification screen appeared. You have successfully hunted a level 2 domesticated house mouse. You received a small amount of experience points. 1416, you has been transferred to the Supreme Resident's wallet. Queen of a rank mice. Every mouse swears loyalty when facing her. Once domesticated, you can control them like limbs and share feelings. He propped his hand on his chin, thinking, so she's controlling the mice. His gaze changed, activating his ultimate vision skill, searching for her trace in every corner. An A-rank false awakening came here herself. Definitely must recruit her as a subordinate. But where is she now? Not nearby, must summon her immediately. Mission assigned. The system screen requests mission confirmation. Mission details: visit the apartment. Time limit 48 seconds. Rewards cola and chocolate. No penalty for failure. Do you want to accept this mission, yes or no? He paused, wait. Remembering Dabin's question from this morning, I have something to ask. Can't you use your power to bring your family here? Jun returned to reality, sinking into thought again. I've tried many times but failed every time. If the reason is they are outside my influence, then those granted citizenship must also be within my influence. No matter how far they are, the monster corpses they hunt are still calculated by the system normally. He then ordered the system to edit the mission, and the confirmation request changed as well. Mission assigned details. Visit the apartment, time limit 10. Rewards cola and chocolate, failure penalty. Summon. Do you want to accept this mission, yes or no? He pressed the confirm button, happily waiting. Success. I didn't expect to be able to use even the penalty for failure. Let's see how it goes. Even if just once, if I can summon residents from outside, bringing my family here safely is completely feasible. You've calculated carefully. If the outpost is activated, it will temporarily have power similar to the space inside the house, right? Then, after sending Haong Gun and his team to build the outpost granting citizenship to all family members, I will use the mission system to summon them here. Sounds good. The question is, how much will it cost? Let's just try it. No hesitation, you operate the system screen to request mission assignment. The system starts a countdown, 9 seconds left, silently praying it doesn't exceed 1 billion. Notification appears, Resident Yin has failed the mission. Mission cost 31,674,1894. You gasp sharply, then breathe a sigh of relief. 30 million is just right. Yin is brought to your home by the system. She looks horrified, not knowing where she is, exclaims girl. What is this? Where is this? You turn around, startled, seeing a girl kneeling on the floor, quietly glad. It worked. The two of you lock eyes. You step closer and greet. Hello. You're shocked again that the other side knows your information, right? Who are you? Do I know you? You calmly explain. I'm the one who granted you citizenship. She looks stunned as if hearing shocking news and says, wait, so that means the place I'm standing now. Before she finishes, you take a can of cola from the system and confirm her thought. Yes, this is the highest floor of the apartment building you saw through the rats. Sorry for the sudden intrusion. You must be very scared. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Jun. She takes the cola and chocolate bar you placed before her, stammering. So you called me here along with that strange mission. You don't deny it and admit frankly, yes, I assigned it to you. Hearing this, she happily clasps her hands like praying for something, excitedly says, I know this is sudden, but I have some people who need care. Can you take them in? You are stunned by her request, unable to react, only utter, She rambles on her worries. Actually, I'm troubled because I can't bring everyone here, so I decided to take a gamble. You hesitate briefly, but ask, how many people in total? She answers immediately, without hesitation, 35 people. You think to yourself, wow, didn't expect she has that many with her. You think this is beyond your ability and bluntly refuse? Sorry, but that seems difficult. She looks struck like a bolt from the blue falls apart, stammering, Girl, what do you mean? You continue to explain. I can't bring them here on my own. She grabs your clothes, screams in agony, begging nonstop. No, my mother and brother are still there. I'll do whatever I can. So, you soften a bit and reply, wait, let me think. You cross your arms subconsciously, analyzing every detail carefully. Clearly, Yin wasn't in direct contact, but could still be granted citizenship. That means the space inside the house also regards the rats as part of her. If so, maybe this is feasible after all. You review the information the system provided about her. Name Yezin. Level 31. Trust level 37. Ability to awaken the Rat Queen experience. Share rate. 0% bonus share rate. 0% mission assignment retreat. You're shocked thinking the trust level has increased, which makes sense since in this situation you have to trust her. You turn to look down at her. Ask again. Yin, can you really do everything? She lifts her head, eyes determined. No hesitation, immediately replies, yes, I will do everything. You get a satisfactory answer and state your condition. Good. There's only one way first. You must trust me. Absolutely understand. She looks quite surprised at such a simple request, huh? You confirm again if you promise to trust me. I guarantee I will save them. She seems to have made up her mind, clasping her hands in front of her, begging. All right, I trust you for my family. I will do anything. The system notification sounds again. Resident Yin's trust level has increased significantly. Resident Yin's trust level has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Yezin's secret has surpassed 30 trust points. Yin's secret meets the conditions to be registered as a family spirit. He was smug inside. Good. Then let's try this. He skimmed through her information and was amazed by the secret line exclaiming, register as a family guardian. Her entire body was surrounded by a strong blue aura. Wow. A bunch of other information was also updated by the system. Name, Yin, level 31. Creature title. 10th creature beast, Tamer Knight. Trust rating 52, loyalty awakened. Queen Rat ability. Evolution experience distribution rate. 0% task assigned expulsion. Beast Tamer. The ability stats of the tamed creature increase proportionally with the loyalty percentage, and their growth speed increases according to the trust rating percentage. Evolution rank A+, the tamed creature will continuously develop. After reading her information carefully, he turned and asked, are there any rats your family has tamed? Then he immediately ordered, right now, bring that rat in front of them. She quickly replied, okay, I understand. She sat cross-legged and began concentrating her power to control a rat to her family's location, exhausting herself and sweating profusely. He also activated his supreme vision to track the rat's trail. He saw it. The system provided additional rat information. Tamed level 2. The rat ran from its memory to where her family was working. They saw it and stopped all their actions, hands still. The man exclaimed in surprise, it's a rat. The girl next to him added, isn't that Yin's rat? He sent essential supplies to them through the system, leaving the group confused and unsure what was happening. Everyone was happy and excited. The girl spoke again. The food appeared so suddenly. The man wondered, did Yin send it? The system notifications repeatedly appeared and the reliability of Sin's residence increased significantly. He smiled smugly. Excellent, just as predicted, Yin's ability combined with supreme vision is truly amazing. From now on, tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers will become my eyes. Crazy, I just got the strongest reconnaissance army. Yin still sat in the same position with a rat companion perched on her shoulder. Yin looked up shyly and asked him, may I ask if it's Nambu Mindong? Are you talking about the area near Songdo's coast? He didn't hide it and answered frankly, yes, exactly. Both of them were alike and then fell into a silent space. He was thinking it was a coincidence that Yin had also been to Nambu Mindong. Her home was there, obviously giving her a clear advantage compared to Dong Jian's group on their first visit. Moreover, she only needed to send out rats. That alone was enough to confirm her family's survival. This would also make sending relief supplies much easier. She smiled brightly, placing her hand on her chest and firmly said, leave it to me. The system notifications appeared repeatedly, increasing the trust level of Celine's residence. He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. So, can I ask for your help right now? She looked at the rat on her shoulder, climbing down to her wrist, and replied, of course. After getting her agreement, he stated his request. If possible, I hope you can move along the subway line. She asked somewhat vaguely, are you talking about Buan Line 1? He nodded and explained his intention. Yes, I plan to use that route in the upcoming rescue operation. She widened her eyes in fear and quickly objected, no. He wondered why she reacted so strongly and asked, why? She explained, because there are monsters in Jemmy. He confirmed once more, monsters. Getting her firm nod, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, monsters. He thought for a moment, then made a suggestion. Can you send a rat to the place where the monster is? She agreed without hesitation. Ah, okay. Then she began casting her spell controlling a rat to that spot. He also used supreme vision to closely follow the rat's shadow, crossing one street after another. Finally, it arrived and squeaked to signal it had spotted the monster. The monster, in the form of a giant snake, had eyes shining like stars and was chewing half of a man. In moments, the man's whole body was swallowed into its belly. Suddenly, it turned its gaze toward the mouse hiding nearby, its whole body trembling. It lunged like a gust of wind towards the mouse, opening its mouth as wide as possible, causing the mouse to jump in shock, unable to react in time. The monster rushed forward to bite the mouse, but luckily the mouse was quicker, slipping through its body and running for dear life. The monster missed its prey, sticking out its long tongue still covered in saliva, greedily unsatisfied. Through that mouse, you learned a bit more about the monster feeling terrified when thinking about how it could catch prey in a snap, wondering so huge. So, I wonder what level it is. Maybe even above level 40. Seeing sweat pouring down his forehead, she quickly spoke up. You saw it too, you can't use Use. How about we skip one station and head to Belmagon? I've already witnessed your teammates' strength. With their abilities clearing the way, there won't be a problem. He had to admit what she said was true. Yin was right, and agreeing with that, he replied, All right, let's do that. Smiling warmly, she said, You come to room 2701. She was confused, asking, Huh? He quickly explained, From today, you'll be staying there, but you'll probably need to tidy it up a bit. She slowly stood up and replied, Yes, thank you very much, and goodbye before I leave. Then I'll be off. He smiled and answered, Okay, rest well. He watched her figure leave until out of sight, his eyes full of thought. If it were me, I'd probably plan the same way that is before we met. A dangerous smirk appeared on his lips. June opened the system screen, muttering to himself, Install solar power generator. The system immediately displayed a notification, Solar Power Generator Project, remaining completion time 23:59 seconds. At the same time, solar panels suddenly began appearing on the rooftops of each building, steadily being completed. Although at home he could see this scene and realize this setup's efficiency was quite good, but still not enough to supply nearly 800 people. To expand the facilities, more manpower was needed to raise funds at least to build a Keibaki-style working system. The new public facilities were the same. Thinking and acting, he put his hands in his pockets and ordered the system, All right, let's get started. Sandu even more. Dong Jion's group was running at an incredible speed. Shouts and heavy breathing mixed together. Dong Jion led the group, wearing a small flashlight on his head, yelling to those behind, They're coming! As the group stopped flying, humanoid monsters with fierce faces howled loudly in the air. Everyone began drawing their weapons, shooting sharp arrows at them. The unlucky ones got hit, screamed wildly, flapping wings frantically to dodge. They were attacked relentlessly, losing direction and flying chaotically to escape. After a tough fight, Guy turned around worriedly, asking about everyone's condition. Good. Nobody got hurt, right? The others responded. We're fine, that eases your worry a bit. Hiren asked, Hey, about the snake and Jemmy that he mentioned, can we hunt it ourselves? She was still a bit hesitant about its strength, but somewhat trusted Jiyun's power, and replied, Probably okay. In the worst case, he could just summon us. She agreed with her and smiled awkwardly. Ah, right, I was worrying for nothing. Dong Jion overheard their conversation from afar, stepped forward to reassure, yes, no need to worry too much, then ordered the others to move on. The group hadn't gone far before encountering the scene of dead monsters lying everywhere on the path. No one had cleaned them up. The stench hit their noses sharply, making everyone frown in discomfort. Hiren next to them couldn't hold back, dry heaving for a few seconds. Oh! Dong Jion clenched his fist tightly, commanding everyone to keep moving. Hold on a little longer. The whole group continued walking slowly in a line. Suddenly his face darkened, stopping everyone from halting. Those behind him all felt chills down their spines, their faces turning serious and alert. Right ahead was the giant snake that Jun had mentioned earlier, its bright eyes glaring at the approaching prey. Standing at home, watching this scene, his whole body trembled violently, his face dark as a burnt pot, screaming in horror. What the hell is this? How can we possibly fight it like this? Before everyone could even gather their wits, the giant snake spewed some kind of poison or substance toward them. Everyone panicked. Dongjian covered Ga Yang's head protectively. She was in his arms, coughing while he frowned deeply and shouted to the others, "Everyone get down now!" They all lay tangled on the ground to avoid the poisonous gas. Ear-piercing screams echoed. The system also announced a team mission: eliminate the giant snake. Time limit 10 minutes exactly. Reward a large amount of experience points. No penalty for failure. Once things settled down, everyone lying flat on the ground slowly lifted their heads, squinting, still a bit dizzy. Dia Hyun clenched his teeth and grumbled in confusion, "What's going on?" John rubbed his head, still unable to open his eyes, and guessed, "An earthquake." Dongjian looked at the system screen, which displayed the team mission notification assigned to Dongjian and Wu to finish off the giant snake. He still couldn't fully understand what had just happened, silently wondering, what exactly is this? "Finish off!" He raised his head and looked toward the defeated snake, bloodied and motionless on the ground, amazed. "What is this?" Gawai knelt beside him, sharing the same feeling. He opened his eyes wide and looked again, a chill running down his spine. "How did it end up like that?" He glanced at her. Both were bewildered and frowned, trying to figure out what was going on. Though unclear about the situation, he drew his familiar weapon from behind his back and aimed it straight at the snake's head lying over there, causing blood to spatter everywhere. He glared and screamed in despair, hissing that giant snake had a habit of swallowing prey whole, so it was never easy. If a living creature got inside its stomach and resisted, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, it usually used poison to completely immobilize or strangle its prey to death before swallowing, but that only applied to prey of a certain size. For prey too small compared to its body, it definitely wasn't worth worrying about. It would swallow the mouse without hesitation, unaware of the consequences that would follow. He smirked with a confident smile. Opening his inventory, there were 2 usable skills: inventory and shop. Through Yin's mouse, he controlled it using the system's gas, summoning burning toilet paper inside the snake's stomach, causing it to explode violently. At home, Yegan used so much power controlling the mouse that her head ached like being hit with a hammer. She clenched her teeth and held her head to suppress any sound. Seeing this, he went over worriedly to ask if she was okay. However, she just raised her head, waved her hand, and smiled. "Ah, yes, I'm fine, just a little startled." Hearing her answer eased his worry somewhat. After all, she had worked hard. She squeezed her eyes shut, exhaustion clearly visible on her face, and replied faintly, "Yes." He used his inherent skill to observe the situation on the other side, silently calculating they must never think that he had defeated it. That monster must be killed by titled knights to receive 6 times the experience points and rewards. Everyone looked at their notification screens, showing the team mission assigned to Dongjian and Ozu to finish off the giant snake. First, Dongjian drew the spear he always carried and threw it straight at the snake's head, causing blood to spatter everywhere and the snake to hiss several times. Ondu transformed into a bear and rushed at it at lightning speed, punching it once while opening its mouth, howling in despair. The bear didn't stop there, striking again, causing the snake's head to splatter blood in all directions, mixing flesh and blood, and the wound from the earlier explosion tore open even wider. She returned to human form and glared at it once again. The system immediately announced the successful defeat of the level 40 Snake King, awarding a huge amount of experience. 1812-43-879 has been transferred into the Absolute Residence wallet. Following that, a series of massive announcements appeared. The residents Ion and Vazu have defeated the leader at Gasemi Ion and can now build an outpost at Gemi Ion. Skill level increased. Skill level increased. Skill level increased. The Absolute Resident has reached level 15 and received 3 skill points. He was reviewing each notification one by one. Suddenly, a sharp pain appeared again. He clutched my collar tightly, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain rushing in. The entire building creates a protective barrier covering all entrances as soon as an intruder is detected. The system issues a confirmation request upon detecting an individual eligible to become a resident, asking if you want to grant citizenship rights. He was still struggling with the pain, furrowing his brow to see what the opponent was. Like amazed to see the number was not small, 200 people, so he immediately ordered the grant. The number of residents has reached 1,000. Upon reaching a certain number, all residents will unlock the basic salary skill. Basic salary is passive. The experience and rewards residents receive will increase by 100%. The pain made him sweat profusely, staring wide-eyed in shock, thinking, "What's going on?" He carefully read the new member's information. Name Kim-in Hall, level 17 trust rating, 57 loyalty, 13 no awakening ability, experience share rate, 70% plus 100% assigned expulsion task. He felt joyful inside. Very good, it really is the basic salary. Even if I set the share rate to 0%, he still receives an extra 100% experience and rewards. Yin entered from outside the door, surprised to see him, deep in thought, spoke up. He was startled when his name was called, asking, what is it? She didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Sorry to bother you, but can you take my group here? He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then turned to her and smiled in agreement. Of course. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Thank you so much. He switched topics, asking, Can you still control that mouse? Yin raised her arm to show her muscles confidently. Of course, absolutely. He then made a suggestion. I'll have my group follow the mouse, so you just need to lead the way. She happily replied, Got it. The mouse leading the way escaped from inside the snake's belly and ran ahead. Dong Jion's group followed behind, leading everyone to Yin's family residence. Dong Jion was stunned by the scene before him. Udu had been waiting for a long time. The bodies of giant monsters lay scattered along the road. Upon seeing everyone, he immediately greeted, Everyone's here. He didn't understand what had happened and asked, Indu, what is this? She hurriedly explained, It wasn't me, it was already like this. His face darkened, thinking, Isn't this originally the Orc tribe's territory? Everyone followed each other, passing by those corpses. The road was full of bloody scenes, yet no one could afford to let their guard down. He glanced around while walking, assessing. Since the leader was taken down, the danger was reduced, but they still couldn't be careless. Ga Yang added there might still be monsters hiding somewhere. The mouse suddenly stopped moving, turned its head toward everyone, and chirped. Its front legs moved continuously as if trying to say something. Diok X followed closely behind the group, praising, This mouse is really smart. Byung-ho agreed and shared his guess. I wonder if that mouse is one of Jiun's skills. Everyone continued closely chasing the mouse as it led them through one blood pool after another. Jiun at home breathed a sigh of relief. All right, good, no major danger for now. He glanced at a newly arrived notification. Skill points currently at 3. Wondering where should I invest? The activity range had expanded, so first definitely the absolute vision skill, plus it suits Yin very well. He ordered the system to upgrade absolute vision. Right after speaking, his expression changed as a severe headache struck. He held his head, groaning. Just then a crisis occurred with the other group. The surviving monsters charged to attack everyone. They immediately counterattacked while he at home panicked. Girl, what is this? The system introduced their info goblin level 8 height, 103 centimeters intelligent enough to use tools while living in a pack. Unexpectedly, its eyesight is quite good, able to see clearly from a distance. The pain had also lessened somewhat. He gave a sinister smile. Even in the dark cave, those sharp eyes could distinguish objects without issue. First, we need to find a moderately leveled monster. Assigning the task to someone else will save on resurrection costs. You confidently talk to yourself. Next up is the skill of maintaining performance. Because later you'll encounter many people, their trust and loyalty will also be very important. Speak up. Keep your cool, level up. Suddenly a sound outside startles you, and you turn your head toward the noise, wondering what it could be. Gunshots. Not here. Using your divine sight. Your eyes widen in shock as you see the monsters, all of them holding guns in their hands. Roaring loudly, you mutter to yourself, Why do those orcs have guns? They arrogantly rely on their guns, pointing them at the group where Dong Jion is standing, not caring about anyone else. Guns fire continuously. A voice shouts, Everyone get out of the way. Each person scatters in different directions to find safe cover. Although everyone dodged in time, the monsters didn't give up and continued firing from afar. Dong Jion and Gang hide together. She narrows her eyes, gritting her teeth, whispering, How did they get guns? He's quite surprised and hasn't figured out a response yet. Carefully analyzing, he says, If we fight head-on like this, we definitely can't win. Suddenly, he gets an idea, grinning fiercely. But we have Byung-ho. Just then, Byung-ho makes a move. He rushes out at lightning speed, holding his weapon, and in the blink of an eye, he takes down one monster after another before they can react. Their screams filled with pain and blood spilling everywhere. Even though they have guns, their speed can't match his. He's alone but takes on dozens at once, riding the momentum. Ga Yang, hiding nearby, also jumps in to help, shooting an arrow at a monster who was about to sneak attack with a gun. The arrow hits its wrist, causing the gun to fall and fresh blood to spill. They scream wildly. Others also charge out to assist. How dare they get this close? Everyone has their own unique skill. They make use of their strengths. Ga Yang shoots arrows from a distance. DXU wears the armor of a warrior. Yu Du transforms into a bear. Everyone coordinates perfectly. In just a moment, they finish off the monsters. Registered items: S and WM60, 476, 320, W 100 bullets, 38, 158, 400 W. After an intense battle, it finally ends. Jae-hun, at home restless, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But he's facing a problem: how to properly handle the guns he has collected. He analyzes carefully. But guns can't just be displayed in the shop. Displaying guns does have many benefits because it definitely makes monster hunting easier. And normal people under level 10 would also have a chance to catch orcs. The experience and payment the residents bring back would also increase exponentially. But there's a tricky problem. It's really hard to trust everyone. The way I accept residents now is very random. In other words, there's no standard at all. Accepting everyone without any verification is because I'm confident that no matter what happens, I can control them. Of course, as the population grows, many benefits arise, but if they hold guns, the situation will change a bit. So I can't guarantee that none of them will cause problems. Time, resentment, jealousy. Whatever the reason, accidents will happen, and in the worst case, it could be fatal. You've come up with a solution: only distribute guns to those who have been verified, and only to those with high loyalty. So the first person to receive one is already clear. Countless monsters lie scattered on the road, blood everywhere. Byung-ho approaches an empty box, picks up a gun beside it, examines it, and grins widely with joy. Thank you, Di-hun. After clearing the roadblock, Jongjeon's group continues their journey, guided by the lead rat. He leads with a headlamp shining the way, suddenly noticing something strange ahead. 2 stakes lie in the middle of the path. He moves forward, picks one up, and ahead is a group of people trembling in fear, tightly clutching each other. The sky is clear blue, the air fresh. Dia Hai-un sighed deeply in admiration. This area even has a place to take a walk. How wonderful. He put his hands in his pockets and walked ahead while Yin casually followed behind and said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up." He replied calmly as he walked, "I plan to take a little walk anyway." He looked at the newly appeared notification on the screen. An unauthorized person was trying to break in and excitedly said something out of the blue. It seems they have arrived. She stood behind, puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Another notification came in an individual meeting. The criteria to be accepted as a citizen had approached the vicinity of the residence. "Do you want to propose citizenship?" He immediately agreed. "Propose it." A voice came from the opposite side. Yin was startled and looked up, eyes wide with surprise, when she saw it was her mother and younger sister. Calling out repeatedly, "Yin's mother." The 3 joyfully reunited after a long time and ran to hug each other tightly. She scolded, "Yin, where have you been going without telling anyone? Your mother was so worried, you know. She didn't even know where to start explaining, 'I'm sorry.'" Her younger sister's eyes sparkled as she complimented, "Wow, you smell so good. Did you just take a shower?" She answered honestly, "Yeah, they even have warm water here for bathing." She added, "That's right, there are places to sleep and they even provide meals." The little girl seemed to not believe what she just heard and confirmed again in amazement, "Really?" He stood beside her, happy for her, but not wanting to ruin the family reunion, quietly observed from the side. After they calmed down, he spoke up to interrupt. "Ms. Yin, you've been called." She quickly turned to him and exclaimed, You don't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Apartment 2701 has been assigned to you. So Yegan, you can use it freely, but it might be a bit cramped if you want to fit 30 people. She snapped back to reality, turned to look at her mother and the others, and anxiously asked, so what should we do? Without giving her time to overthink, he proposed a solution. "I will add 3 more vacant rooms for you, because Ms. S. Yin deserves that." Thank you very much. He continued, "Use apartments 2402, 2301, and 1902 in the same building." She and the others couldn't hide the joy on their faces. "I will do my best." A new notification appeared. Citizen Cell Ein's trust level has increased. Citizen Cell Egan's loyalty has increased. Citizen Hong Dare's trust level has increased. Citizen Segan's trust level has increased. Citizen Lumen's trust level has increased. Citizen Han Dianshu's trust level has increased. He stared at the screen, suddenly realizing something. Wait a minute. He propped his chin on his hand, thinking back he had only received upgrade notifications, but hadn't checked thoroughly. Another notification appeared, Phantom Manager not above 10. He opened his eyes wide, repeating every word of Phantom Manager. Summoning Phantom 1 billion. His face darkened. The world seemed to collapse after seeing those numbers. What? 1 billion. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Dewey Hun, do you have some free time? He led her back to his room. Come in. Hiram followed him inside. Thank you. Once inside, he couldn't help but ask directly, what's the matter that brought you to me? Hiram's face was pale, hesitating and unable to speak. I have something to say. Seeing her scared expression, he smiled awkwardly to break the tension. Feel free to speak your mind. She relaxed slightly, stammered, So, you've finally gotten to the main point, bowing 90 degrees. I'm really sorry, but I want to leave the group. He was shocked and asked again, What did you say? Hiram didn't look well, biting her lip quietly, said word by word, Really sorry, but I want to leave the team, which left him stunned. She lowered her head like someone who had done wrong and said, My abilities in the team don't really help anyone. Even if I'm not there, it wouldn't matter, right? That's what I mean. He expressionlessly said, Just speak your honest feelings. She kept her head down, afraid to look up, biting her lip. Cold sweat continuously falling, panic-stricken, she shouted, I'm so scared, really scared, very scared. Goblins are scary, and so are the others. The giant snake we faced today was also very frightening. And that time when we were chased by the red tiger. After saying everything on her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry. June always saves us. He didn't know how to respond well, quietly listening to every word. She wiped her tears, but they kept falling, soaking the sleeves of her shirt as she blamed herself. And I'm just useless. I feel like I'm not living up to June's expectations. He recalled her fighting monsters before and thought he had anticipated this. Even when rescuing Bong Ho's grandmother, twice defeating the orcs, and during the chase with that tiger, she almost lost her life. Honestly, her influence on the team isn't that great, but you can't blame her either. Her poison bone skill, if used carelessly, can harm teammates, so it's hard to utilize. Hiram is definitely risking her life too. It's natural to lose morale when the results aren't good. She sobbed like a child who just made a mistake, hiccuping. I, scratching my head, unsure where to start, said, with hidden meaning, Well then that's perfect, just when I need someone. She stopped crying to wipe her tears with her shirt suspiciously. Why are you explaining so calmly? Do you know Kim Dobbin at the public facility on the 21st floor? She seems to be struggling because she has to handle all the work on her own. Not only there, I'm planning to build and operate public facilities for every building. I looked up at her with trust in my eyes, so I need someone reliable to entrust with the work. If it's you, Hiram, I think I can trust her with the job. Can you help me? She stopped crying but was still terrified, trembling all over. Seeing no reaction from her, I awkwardly scratched my ear. I think anyone who can do something isn't useless. I pointed out her strengths and skills. Hiram is strong because she can control poison. I'm sure one day it will shine. If going out to the field is too hard for you now, you can temporarily work internally here too. My voice was sincere, bowing as I continued. So later, when I need your abilities, I'll ask for your help again. She was surprised that a leader would act like that, stunned, covering her mouth, then bowed and smiled as she nodded in agreement. A series of notifications sounded. Hiram's citizen loyalty increased. Hiram's citizen loyalty reached 100. Citizen Hiram has been registered as a vassal, increasing the vassal ownership limit. She rubbed her eyes and said, I'm sorry, June. Her face changed completely, from sad and crying to radiant eyes sparkling full of energy. I've shown you my weak side, so I'll do my best. He admired her and replied, Yeah, you've worked hard lately. I hope you'll keep helping from now on. She responded, Okay. After she left, I stood in a simply decorated room looking up at the summoned beast screen. 1 billion. I propped my chin on my hand, hesitating as I muttered to myself, Should I just try it out? Then I made up my mind. All right, I'll take a chance. Summon the beast. I pressed the selection button, spending 1 billion on the summon. A golden light slowly spread out, blinding me as I stood beside it, raising my hand to shield my eyes. A large egg appeared in the center and began to crack. I swallowed nervously, stunned when I saw what emerged from the egg. The egg completely broke, revealing only a black bird with a tail wagging back and forth, staring at me. Our eyes met the eyes of the ultimate. The system notification gave information about the summoned beast I just called Gamey Level 1 Divine Beast Three-Legged Crow. Born with the power of the sun. Still immature. It's a chick that needs protection. To grow, it needs sunbathing. I forced a smile and waved. Ah, hello there. It couldn't talk, chirping peep peep in response. I rested my chin on my hand, thinking, what should I call you? My eyes lit up when I had an idea, exclaiming, ah, since you're all black, how about calling you Cammy? It seems it also likes this name, its eyes sparkling brightly. It excitedly flaps its wings, loudly tilts its head back and chirps. You see this and bend down, asking, ah, you like that name? It chirps and flaps its wings as if to say, yes. You also breathe a sigh of relief and say, that's a relief. However, it still won't stop hopping around, flapping its wings continuously, its sharp beak chirping non-stop. You don't understand what it wants, so you ask, are you hungry? Then you unwrap a snack and hold it out in front of it. Immediately, it picks up the snack with its beak and eats it happily. After finishing the snack, it opens its mouth and yawns deeply. In moments, it lies on its back belly, up, falling asleep, drooling at the corner of its mouth, snoring like thunder. You sit down watching Gamey's deep sleep, sigh helplessly. Huh. Some people really have it good. Suddenly, you get excited when you see a notification just sent. Gamey's level has increased. Solar power generator efficiency increased by 100%. The solar power generator is a facility that produces electricity using solar energy depending on daily sunlight. It produces between 80,000 to 100,000 Wawia plus 100%, and the leftover electricity after use will be returned to the ruler's wallet. You widen your eyes in astonishment. Wait a minute. If this is the case for the 10 recently conquered buildings, you haven't built solar generators because you almost spent all your support money. Honestly, it takes a year to generate 30 million W, so investing a large sum like 130 million W into such a facility would be a waste. You smile smugly, but if this is the case, the story changes. You look at the text appearing on the screen. Gamey's level has increased solar power. Generator efficiency increased by 100%. You start calculating 190 million W. Immediately, the solar power generator efficiency has tripled. There's no reason to hesitate. You laugh triumphantly and order the system to build solar power plants for all 10 buildings. Remaining time until completion of the solar power generator facility, 23:59:59 seconds. Jae-hyun walks to the door of room 3001 and rings the bell. A voice comes from inside. Who is it? You answer, it's Yoon here, right? The door opens. A brown-haired man rushes out to open it. He sticks his head out and asks, Yoon, what's up? You immediately reply, I need to ask you for a favor. He seems very surprised by your words. Huh? Yes. What is it? You straightforwardly get to the point. I want to ask you to keep my money for me. After a detailed explanation, he jumps in, shock eyes wide and mouth open, shouting, What? June looks at the screen and falls into thought. So in conclusion, if I give money to a trustworthy person to manage, I will benefit. Although initially having to pay 10% transfer fee afterwards, it can generate 10% profit monthly. So who should I trust to entrust this money to? While confused about whom to choose, information about a highly reliable person appears named Choi Hee-jun, level 25+. Title of First Vassal Reliability, 89 Loyalty, 98 Awakening Ability, Guerrilla Strength and Trusted Mission. Back to the present, Hyun-jun trembles all over, shouting in panic, unable to close his mouth. Huh? What? In your mind you think indeed only Hyun-jun. His reliability and loyalty are outstanding. You immediately transfer money to him, handing over 1 billion to vassal Choi Hui-jun. Mission cost consumes 100 million W, 10% fee plus basic cost 30,000. Citizen Choi Hui-jun's reliability increased. Citizen Choi Hui-jun's loyalty increased. Citizen Choi Hui-jun's loyalty reaches 100. Citizen Choi Hui-jun has been registered as a subordinate. Subordinate ownership limit increased. After calming down, he squints teasingly. Well, you definitely have to keep this money and not spend it right. You think initially that was your plan, but who knew his loyalty would reach 100? Outside, he smiles and replies, you can use part of it too. He quickly stands at attention, waiting for orders. Understood. So what's next? What else do I need to do? You wave your hand, denying, no, that's all. Then I'll rely on you. On the way back, you start thinking about the next plan. Good, now on to the next thing that needs to be handled. Dabine, dressed comfortably with her arms crossed, looked at the two people in front of her and confirmed once again, can I really freely choose who I want? Jiun affirmed again and pointed to Hiren standing beside him, introducing, yes, it's okay. Just form a team with Hiren and the others. Since you're the team leader, your weekly pay will be doubled. At the mention of money, her eyes lit up brightly. An announcement sounded Kim Dapin's citizen loyalty increased. She pulled Hiren toward her, raised her hand in a military salute, excitedly replied, understood, I'll do my best, thank you, sir. Before he could answer, she grabbed Hiren's hand and left happily skipping. Hiren, first, let's hand over a few things. She was suddenly pulled away and shouted, wait, slow down. He smiled quietly, watching the two get along so well in front of him. Good, now slowly comes the time to deal with some tough matters. He walked into room 9 and spoke, everyone has worked hard today. Is everyone's health still okay? The members of Dongjian's team all gathered here. He responded on behalf of everyone. Yes, completely fine, sir. But what brings you here? He then stated his purpose. Thanks to the monster at Semian Station. There are now no monsters around, especially on the subway lines. From near Semian Station to Belmagon, even to Belman Station, there are almost no monsters. So this is an opportunity. Before other monsters come and take over, we have to act first. He recalled Hiren's pitiful crying figure, bowed his head, thinking silently, looking at Hiren begging, and realized one thing. The people right in front of him are risking their lives to fulfill the request he made. Luckily, with Yin joining, I knew in advance about the monster at Gemi Yeon, otherwise it would definitely be very dangerous. In this world where death can come at any moment, I know hoping for my family's safety and wanting to save them is selfish. But even so, he made his request. Tomorrow I want everyone to go straight to Gogochi. He was determined inside. He could not give up. After a tiring day, he returned to his room holding a glass of water and noticed Cammy trembling all over. Announcement appeared, solar generator efficiency increased by 100%. Cammy's level has increased. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, exclaiming, already level 5! Cammy opened part of the power of the sun, inheriting part of the spirit beast's power, awakening basic fire elemental magic. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Magic. He raised his index finger like this. Immediately, a small flame appeared on his finger. Success, he couldn't believe it. This feeling seemed familiar. He seemed to remember something, a feeling similar to when using the dignity maintenance skill. Thinking that he left the house and went to the nearby park, looked around. Good, no one was around. He closed his eyes, imagined a huge flame big enough to burn this whole place, and his hands were surrounded by flames that gradually grew bigger. He stretched his hand forward and created a fireball. He looked at the fireball he just created. Is this the limit of his power? Honestly, it's not a great skill, but when he read the gas summoning incantation, it immediately created a big explosion. He was thinking that combined with the gas generated from the dignity maintenance skill, it would be threatening enough. Even though it's at this level now, the potential for growth is unlimited because Cammy will continue to mature. He retracted the flame in his hand and closed his eyes. Good experiments over time to eat. The system reported again solar generator facility construction completed. Solar generator facility construction completed. While eating, he reviewed the gains he had achieved. From morning till now, Cammy's rank has increased by 3 levels. Thanks to that, solar generator efficiency increased 8-fold. Now the power supply is sufficient and still surplus. Maybe the surplus can turn into money flowing into his pocket. While he was enjoying his meal, the sound of the door opening made him stop eating and look toward the door. Here he is. Jan opened the door and entered with a very different aura than the first time they met, his face looking much brighter. Thank you for giving me some time to rest. Because of that, I have recovered. He stood up quickly and humbly replied, I'm just treating you fairly for what you've contributed. I can't help but feel grateful to you. Thanks to Yin, the range of my abilities has expanded significantly, so it's only natural to treat her well. He began explaining his plan and asked her to be the guide. I'll need your help again today. Dongjion's group is currently waiting at Gemi Yeon. Can you lead them there right now? Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Of course, I've already sent the rat along the subway line. Getting to Goryang is no problem. He said, confused, voicing the question in his mind. Getting to Ji Choryang is fine, but is there a problem after that? She nodded and answered, yes, exactly, the problem lies at Gab Buan. She suggested he should see it for himself. When he looked in the direction she pointed, he saw collapsed houses, piles of rocks stacked like mountains, and seawater flooding the lines with no way to cross to the other side. He was restless and uneasy. How could they get through like this? She was just as worried, sweat streaming down her cheeks like rain. As you can see, that's the condition of the line. I've already tried sending the rat further up. But she suddenly stopped speaking. He turned his gaze upward toward the residential area and was shocked to see a desolate scene with not a single person in sight. There isn't a single intact building around. Everything has collapsed. What on earth happened? The guide rat came forward, stopping before a cliff, chirping incessantly as if trying to indicate something. When he looked in that direction, he was extremely surprised. These are footprints. He gritted his teeth, seeming to have discovered the issue. Damn it, now I understand. The reason no buildings are intact, the reason all the roads are destroyed. This is... While he was still dazed, an earthquake struck, shaking the ground violently. She grabbed her head and dropped to her knees, bending forward. They were gasping, and he was struggling to stand firm, but the ground kept shaking harder and showed no sign of stopping soon. He tried to steady himself, thinking, at this rate, the building will collapse. The image of a tall apartment building under a gray sky appeared as if an earthquake had just occurred, shaking the structure. June looked pale with worry and hurriedly asked, Yin, are you okay? Yin's face was equally frightened. A few beads of sweat dotted their faces as she replied, I'm fine, but what was that? Yoon's eyes looked up in extreme tension mixed with confusion about the recent shaking. Suddenly there was a loud banging on the door outside, along with someone calling Jioon's name. Inside, June was trying to stay standing without falling, his face dazed. Yin was crawling on the floor with an expression as scared as if she had seen a ghost. The voice outside urged, Hey, you have to see this. At that moment he turned and said, Let's go outside and check it out first. Yin hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay. June opened the door calmly and asked, What's going on? It turned out to be Hyun-jun with wide, panicked eyes, his face already pale and drained, shouting repeatedly, Dewey Hyun apologizes, but first come to my house. The footsteps outside grew more urgent, and June's heart filled with a suffocating sense of unease. A very bad premonition, because at Hyun-jun's house the whole Gemi area could be clearly seen. He gritted his teeth and tried to run faster, his brows furrowed and sweat pouring down his face. The terrifying sound from earlier, and the fact that he was hurriedly leading him away like this. As they reached the wide-open door, perhaps only fear was overwhelming Ji-yoon's mind. Could it be Hyun-jun stepped into the room first, ran to the balcony railing and pointed, saying, This way. It seemed June couldn't hold back and cursed, Damn it! He stood before the balcony door, and through the clear glass a face filled with extreme fear appeared. June's eyes looked up in disbelief, wondering why he was going crazy now. Outside, the scene was chaotic. A giant monster with a muscular, rugged body, cracked gray skin like stone. A fierce face with glowing red eyes and sharp, menacing teeth exuding wildness and destruction. Dia Hyun's inner monologue, Why do bad premonitions never fail? A close-up of the monster's face appears with cracked stone-like skin muscles twisted with anger and malice and dark eyes giving the feeling that death is lurking right before you. The monster continuously smashes buildings violently, frantically. Its giant muscular body wreaks havoc like a fierce storm. Thick gray smoke billows up all around. June's eyes remain wide open, pupils dilated in panic. What's in front of him is so terrifying that his small mouth stammers out orders summoning the warlords. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of men and women appeared looking confused and asking, What's going on? Dongjian grimaced, sweat pouring down his face, hesitatingly asking, Why are we here? Byung-ho turned to answer, saying it seemed to be because of the earlier earthquake. In less than 3 seconds, a loud noise made the group stop and fearfully turn to look at Byung. They were bewildered. Yeah. The monster with one blood-red eye stared fiercely ahead, its fangs bared in a terrifying grin, its face so ugly it scared even ghosts and demons. Its gaze locked onto the building as if it wanted to devour it alive immediately. Someone asked, What is that? Its huge foot like a temple pillar stomped heavily on the ground, breaking the earth wherever it stepped. It appeared right in front of an apartment building and stared straight down. Everywhere the monster went, it destroyed everything completely. Huynh tremblingly pointed outside, shouting in fear, it's coming here. Dongjian frowned and followed its movement with his eyes. What on earth is going on? June still couldn't shake his fear, eyes wide open, staring out, his complexion turning pale, stammering. Do we have to stop it? Though he said that inside he was still confused, his face clouded with countless dark thoughts. But how he looked up suspiciously, doubting his own abilities. Could his power withstand an attack from that monster? Dia Hyun grit his teeth, unable to stop trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like a shower. Suddenly a call startled him, snapping him out of the silent panic. June reflexively turned his head and recognized it as Yeonju's voice. She stood behind him with a more determined face than ever, her legs trembling with each step. Please give me a chance. This left June stunned, surprised, almost falling back. His eyes wide open, mouth frozen, unable to speak, but inside a storm was already brewing. The small figure of Jeondu, standing straight, looked very strong, radiating a fierce, independent female warrior vibe. Her face was serious, staring straight ahead, burning with the will to fight that giant. Dui Hyun's head bowed slightly, his mouth about to close. Perhaps he still needed a moment to think carefully about the next decisions. Then he fully closed his mouth and gave a very gentle smile. Indeed, this was the first smile to appear on June's face so far. He turned back and asked sternly and directly, "Can you do it?" Yeondu slightly bowed her head, looked up at him, and without hesitation or pause immediately answered, "I will make it happen." A system panel appeared with mission details. Mission content: Sun Cyclops Yo-1, time limit 24 seconds. Reward: a sun revived for 1 day. Punishment: agonizing defeat for 1 day. Finally, June agreed. "All right," he said while creating the system panel. "From now on, I'll give concise combat orders. Everyone please focus and listen." A bit of light still shone below the apartment building. June's voice rang out. "Has everyone understood?" Everyone shouted back clearly in unison. June had already started dividing the teams. First was the Matonu team, Dongjun Kimjia Dongkong Diakshu. Then he continued dividing into the next teams. Team 2, Kim Gai Byung Hoyu Hyrin. The last team volunteered by himself. The third team was me and Yin. Jun Hyrin hurriedly reported, "I have done as you said. Those participating in the battle are at the main gate. The remaining residents were guided down to the underground parking lot." June suddenly smiled with satisfaction and softly said, "Thank you." Miss Hyrin also quickly went down to the underground parking lot. Hyrin hesitated with a bit of confusion. I also... But then she completely changed her attitude, clasping her hands seriously and pleading, "I also want to help everyone." Her hands trembled as if she was very nervous and worried. It seemed that June's eyes had noticed that, and he looked up to ask again, "Are you sure?" Hyrin's face lowered, sweat continuously pouring down, revealing an unmistakable look of worry. Despite being afraid, she looked up and spoke clearly and decisively, "But I will try." June felt helpless hearing that and gave a gentle smile. Gentle, he turned and led the way ahead of the two girls. "All right, let's go to the main gate." They came to a brown building that looked fairly intact with numbers echoing 9697. But almost none of the fighters really wanted to fight. Everyone was discouraged, heads down. 98, 99, 100. When the last number was called 101, June thought to himself, out of over 1,200 people, only 101 are fighting. He just felt that something was off, too few to be reasonable. A young man in red eagerly raised his hand to ask, "So what do we do now?" June asked a question that made the young man look embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. "Betch say, Ngao and the twins who went with you, where are they?" The young man hesitated, grimaced, and barely managed to say a few words. "That..." Ji's expression suddenly changed, veins bulging on his neck. "They ran away." Thinking of those people's faces, he thought silently that hundreds, including Bisu, pretended not to know and escaped down to the underground parking lot. June clenched his teeth angrily, cursing those shameless, cowardly people silently. He looked straight at the crowd, waiting for orders. The people gathered here are not fools, risking their lives recklessly. They came here knowing that if they don't fight, they will all die. Everyone was so anxious and scared they trembled uncontrollably to protect their precious families. But there were also strong, upright people who did not tremble in fear, looking forward, coming here to protect themselves. Someone once said this. Although Hyrin's whole body kept shaking, her hands were still tightly clenched with determination. Firm strength and courage is not the absence of fear. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing as if on fire, refusing to back down before fear and acting to survive in this world full of fears. June's mind was filled with countless thoughts needing even more brave people. He suddenly spoke, "Thank you all for being here, so I..." June opened a system panel in front of him announcing he had purchased 101 pistols and live bullets. Weapon items from the system dropped one by one before the crowd's astonishment, and Jahoon continued, giving 100% experience and reward distribution rate to those here. The system panel showed the experience and reward distribution lines adjusted to 100%. A young man in blue was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth when he first held the pistol. "Everyone please take the guns and live bullets placed in front." Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes, exclaiming that these were real guns. With this and that, maybe we have a chance to win. June witnessed this and thought that good benefits were only for those who decided to face their fears. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar, making everyone startle and turn to look. Jihun's eyes changed the irises and whites reversed. The ultimate eyes began. The muscular monster appeared again. Its eyes turned blood red, looking very terrifying. Its mouth growled, revealing two sharp fangs, making it even fiercer and terrifying to anyone who looked. Dongjian held a stick as a weapon, hiding behind a wall to avoid the monster nearby. Still, he tried to turn his head and watch for any movement, waiting for the right moment to act. Suddenly, in a flash, a stick was launched with strong force. The stick aimed straight at the monster's arm, injuring its shoulder and causing blood to spray. It hurt from being hit unexpectedly and immediately turned around, eyes rolling to find the attacker. The monster lowered its eyes and saw the room where Dongjian was hiding. Maybe anyone in this situation would be startled by its huge, fierce eyes. And Dongjian was no exception. He jumped back quickly, gritting his teeth, his face tightening. Just as the monster was about to swing its arm to attack, a loud shout echoed from afar, making it hesitate for a few seconds. It turned out to be a black bear with wild strength charging forward. It slashed its sharp claws and struck a powerful blow. The bear's eyes shone with determination to fight. The monster was somewhat surprised, growling angrily with a few terrifying roars. It lifted its huge paw, intending to stomp the ground to attack back. The monster stomped down hard, making a large hole in the ground. The bear was launched into the air because of that. The black bear roared fiercely, baring sharp teeth in anger, its red eyes flashing fear suddenly. It leapt up like a white streak with powerful force. The top of an apartment building was nearly destroyed by the bear after the shocking collision. The beast panted heavily, its large body trembling in pain after the fierce collision. Blood and dirt splattered across its matted fur. The monster's blood-red eyes looked down at the black bear with terrifying intensity. The monster raised its muscular arm as if made of giant gray stones pieced together, preparing to attack the black bear. Just as it was about to strike, a voice called out, making it hesitate for a few seconds, its eyes shifting to the side for a long moment. "Hey!" a loudspeaker appeared. The person holding the loudspeaker spoke with a taunting tone. "You idiot!" A young man in shiny iron armor holding a metal weapon, and the loudspeaker kept cursing, "You damned monster!" Seeing something strange and smaller than itself, the monster showed clear disdain. It was silent for a few seconds. The monster, with a muscular, cracked skin body, leaned forward, its glowing red eyes blazing in rage. It was caught off guard by a sneak attack with an iron rod. The rod hit its thigh, causing blood to flow continuously in a stream. The young man in armor saw the monster's strange reaction and felt a bit confused, wondering to himself, "What's up with that guy?" The monster smiled slightly, looking fierce with cold, sharp eyes. It pulled out the weapon and threw it. Seeing that strange attitude, he asked, "Why does his face look like that?" For a moment, the armored young man was very flustered, confused about how to react as the monster charged toward him. Wait a minute. Its knee bent slightly, as if to brace for something like a shooter. The large monster charged straight ahead without hesitation. The young man in armor turned pale with fear, mouth agape in surprise. The monster's action was like a thunderclap flashing through his mind. Just as the monster got close, Dui Hyun ran away quickly on all fours, shouting loudly, "Ah!" Dui Hyun's face showed worry and tension. He looked up at it coming. He turned and shouted loudly to draw attention. Everyone prepared to move. Jae-hyun clenched his teeth with fierce determination inside. "It's coming." The staggered, nearly coughing up blood appearance of the armored young man appeared. Following behind was the monster with feet several times larger than an average person's. The young man ran, his face pale with fear. Sweat poured down his face like a shower. Overwhelmed by fear, he could only run headlong. As the monster caught up to the gathered group, Dui Hyun formed a protective circle to shield everyone. He shouted loudly, "Now!" As if waiting for the signal, a black crow suddenly appeared, spreading its wings and flying at lightning speed. It darted straight at the monster's eyes, making it roar in pain. Ga Yang looked down, furrowing his brows with a tense forehead. While the monster was still clutching its head in pain, not yet recovered, it didn't expect to be attacked by Ga Yang's arrow. Her arrow shot out like a blue streak of light, flying straight toward the target. It pierced the monster's hand, causing blood to spray everywhere, then continued attacking its eye despite the previous wound not yet healed. The monster was suddenly attacked and didn't understand what was happening. The monster roared in pain repeatedly. A small figure suddenly flew up right in front of it. That was Bi-Ho. There was a whole swarm of rats on him just waiting for the signal to attack. He shouted, "Split!" As soon as he finished, the rats immediately darted out like arrows straight into the open mouth of the monster. Byung-ho, just waiting for this, shouted his name with all his strength. His face emitted a purple aura that looked very eerie. He reflexively said, "Summon gas," silently thinking that this was exactly according to plan. When the monster's eyes opened wide for less than 3 seconds before it could process what was happening, another sharp object pierced straight into its eye, catching it completely off guard. The monster was so angry that steam billowed fiercely from its mouth. Do-hyun stood firm with cold eyes, raising his hand to form a powerful dark barrier as if ready to fight the enemy in front of him. He gritted his teeth so hard the veins on his face bulged. His body increasingly unleashed even greater strength. It had to be finished. A fiery explosion blew the monster's entire body apart in an instant. Do-hyun controlled his mind to signal the fire explosion, flaring up stronger and stronger. After the blast, black smoke rose thickly, covering a vast area of the sky. The monster's legs buckled, destroying a whole section of the road. Its huge body swayed and fell toward the barrier protecting so many people. Someone turned pale with fear and looked up confused. Huh? Another person continued, "That giant is leaning this way." Do-hyun turned his head back and signaled, "Hold your position." He bowed his head slightly, eyes looking up seriously, waiting. Everything was almost going according to plan. Do-hyun imagined the monster tipping over toward the barrier, and then a line of people holding guns would fire shots. Now they would concentrate the firepower of the civilians and the monster's head that just hit the defensive wall. He lowered his head slightly, resting his chin on his hand, thinking for a while. It's best to let the guards finish it off. I'm hoping Ha-dong Duyen or Un-du will step in, but they haven't arrived yet. While Jun was deep in thought, if S-Yin the knight finished it off, that would be fine too. Suddenly someone called out, making him startled and look up. "Jun, behind you!" The elder trembled, pointing forward. He turned his head reflexively to look. It's okay, anyway. It will fall toward the defensive wall. Do-hyun's eyes were bloodshot as he looked back tensely. The monster's bloodshot eyes stared fearfully inside. Do-hyun trembled, looked up pale and shocked, unable to believe his eyes. No way. The monster tensed, struggling to cling on to destroy the barrier net. Could it endure that hit? Furious, it summoned all its strength and swung its arm down hard. Its strong arm slammed down hard, destroying the barrier net and creating a white smoke. It roared fiercely several times. The barrier net was extremely sturdy. Even though it had been broken many times, the unauthorized intruder was trying to penetrate the apartment complex. Extreme panic overwhelmed Jaehyun's mind. He looked up in astonishment, without blinking mouth, moving pupils, dilated sweat beading on his cheeks. It stopped. As Hyun-jun gave the order to fire, everyone behind raised their guns ready to shoot. A group of people simultaneously raised their guns and pulled the triggers, their faces tense and determined as if shouting a battle cry. The bullets broke through the barrier membrane and shot straight toward the monster, making it stagger, unable to react. The monster roared in pain several times, then covered its face with its hands. Do-hyun stood firmly with resilience, looking up. He thought to himself this time it was stopped, but if it continued, he couldn't be sure. He gritted his teeth repeatedly, eyes squinting, sweat dripping. If it breaks through the protective net even once, it's definitely death. Do-hyun raised his hand decisively to do something. Then a giant glowing hand with bright purple energy appeared above. While Jun stood amid the crowd, spreading his arms, activating the skill, the invisible hand magnified to enormous size. His eyes became extremely sharp. This function was acquired by investing skill points specifically reserved to handle very different situations. The monster continued to rage, moreover, swinging its large, muscular arm forcefully against the linked net. Everyone immediately stepped back in fear. A young man trembled and shouted loudly, "It's coming again!" The monster slammed its hand repeatedly on the linked net without pause. The system panel immediately displayed a notification: unauthorized entity attempting to infiltrate the apartment complex. Seeing this, everyone smiled confidently and shouted together, "Wow!" Everyone then raised their guns and continued firing straight ahead. The protective net still withstood the attacks from that giant. "Shoot! Shoot quickly!" The bullets flew like arrows straight at the monster, making it even more ferocious as it roared fiercely. June stepped forward to face the monster directly, which was not without effect. His expression gradually became serious, dark purple energy still emanating from his eyes. He thought to himself that the bombs and handgun shots from the residents were gradually causing wounds on the monster's body. June's eyes narrowed. If this continued, it seemed like they could take it down. Suddenly, a sharp stake appeared, shooting forward like an arrow, requiring a vehicle that could deliver a decisive blow. The sharp stake stabbed straight into the monster, causing a violent explosion that splattered blood, showing overwhelming power. The monster couldn't resist, making it cry out a few times. Dong-jun slightly bowed. June smiled with satisfaction, seeing the return of John Du-da-dong and Dong-jun had they arrived. The monster grew more and more enraged, its eyes bulging with anger, its mouth roaring loudly, looking very terrifying. Yoon's serious face said, "Rely on you system panel, notify and summon supply spear type." Dong-jun firmly held his weapon, staring straight ahead with unwavering determination. Dong-jun glared tensely, his face hardening with fiery eyes showing extreme anger. He charged forward, throwing his weapon ahead, shouting as he ran. Dong-jun rushed forward, unleashing a series of thunder strikes, stunning the monster and leaving it unable to react. Weapons glowing bright blue shot swiftly forward. They aimed straight at the monster. The monster raised its hand to block them and roared loudly in despair. Ga-young raised her bow, ready to shoot. This sharp bow would also lend a hand. At the same time, from multiple directions, continuous blue beams combined with arrows relentlessly attacked the monster. June suddenly noticed the system panel announcing that Gammy had leveled up. Solar generator efficiency increased by 100%. The solar generator has reached maximum efficiency. Gammy unleashed part of the solar power, inheriting part of the power of the primary fire attribute magic Phantom Beast, evolving into mid-level fire attribute magic. Gammy detected an enemy infiltrating the territory. Gamey requested permission to unleash power. Do you allow or refuse? A flicker of worry crossed June's face. He wondered about unleashing power. June was lost in thought. If there's an enemy infiltrating, it must be referring to that Cyclops. What can that tiny girl do anyway? Just let's see. The system panel announced a consumption of 300 million as a beam of light spread everywhere. June was shocked, unable to close his mouth. What 300 million? The rays of light grew increasingly stronger. June looked up confused. Looking at those beams of light, he still couldn't accept the fact that his family's money was gone. The fire beam shot straight into an apartment building. Do-hyun turned his head in surprise. There appeared a giant eagle with a long, shiny, sharp beak. It spread its large wings to the sides. The giant eagle had glossy black feathers sparkling like garnets with 3 blazing eyes. It had 3 sharp spurs. Its beak opened wide to reveal a blazing fireball. Then it flew straight towards the monster, catching its attention. The monster turned to look at the scattering crowd. June bowed his head, making way for Gami's spark to shoot out. The giant spark attacked the monster's back directly. The impact made the monster unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed from its mouth, its eyes wide open and staring. Then it let out several terrifying roars. While Dong-jun was still stunned, a brown figure suddenly lunged from behind. It turned out to be a black bear, which sprang up and headed straight for the monster. The monster's eyes widened helplessly as it saw the bear's claws hurtling toward it. And in a flash, everything blurred and then gradually came to an end. The system notification announced that you have hunted Cyclopes level 50. You received a huge amount of experience points, 31, 925, 374, 089. World currency has been transferred to the Absolute Family Estate wallet. Skill level has increased. June suddenly jerked in surprise and let out a shout. A powerful purple lightning energy radiated strongly. Do-hyun hugged him in pain and shouted loudly. The purple gem spread its glow to all the neighboring houses. The system notification. Congratulations, you have declared ownership of the family estate territory across the entire #1 apartment complex. Construction support funds of 10 billion currency have been transferred. His knees buckled and slammed hard on the hard ground. Just as the kami landed, June clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. He raised his hand in a friendly gesture. Beep, beep. Ji-yoon was speechless, his face pale. You. He was so angry he trembled, constantly scolding. Spending 300 million just like that. Gami shrank back in fear. Beep, beep, beep. But then Ji-yoon turned and smiled. But one strike from Gami was truly decisive. He gently rubbed its head in praise. Well done. It cried out as if in thanks. Beep, beep. Suddenly, Ji-yoon's face grew serious. Summoning illusions, though seemingly limited within the family estate territory, was incredibly cost-effective. Spending 300 million to earn 30 billion. He opened the system panel, thinking maybe I should just summon enough illusion beasts. With this efficiency, there's no need to hesitate. Summoning illusion beasts, 10 billion not activated. Yoon froze for a moment. 10 billion. Why did the amount increase again? It seemed he suddenly realized something, his expression becoming extremely tense. He looked up and called out to Sister Yeonju. At that moment, Yeonju stood bathed in a radiant halo of light on the monster. Just a brief short audio alert from the status window. System notification. Citizen Unju has completed the mission. Mission cost of 324,576,089 has been deducted. Yeonju's tears welled up. She screamed in pain, her cries becoming the sound of Yeonju's wish being fulfilled. In the damp room with rusty pipes, a sound echoed throughout the space. Next, Junhai, okay. Using her power to fill the water bottle, Hyrin held the bottle tightly, her eyes full of affection, thankful that Jun-Hyuk kept producing the water. Next person. The situation is truly bad. Food supplies are depleted. I can still create water myself, but the food gained from fighting monsters around here is all gone. He tried to condense the drops of water, thinking to himself that now he's really reached the limit. His face twisted in pain, lips tightly pressed, he finally had to leave this place. Suddenly, a violent shaking came. Everyone in the room lost balance and almost fell. All were startled. He shouted, "Girl, what's that, an earthquake?" Loud noises kept coming, screams echoed. Jun-Hyuk ran in fear, shouting, "Get upstairs right now!" Jun-Hyuk froze too, her expression darkened, surrounded by screams. "Something's wrong, it's a monster, that monster." The crowd rushed to flee Jun-Hyuk, and everyone managed to get outside. But the scene before them made him scared. In front of everyone was a giant cyclopes roaring. The sounds were terrifying. He scolded sharply, actually reminding everyone to hide well in the basement and not go anywhere. Next to Hyon, his body trembled in rhythm. "Run, Hyuk, what do we do now?" Hearing this, he clenched his head, face flushed with frustration. "What do you mean, what do we do with that thing?" But while arguing from afar, a sparkling light shone in the sky. "I don't understand why we can't get anything done." That beam of light came so suddenly. The giant monster that was standing firm just now is now pierced through by that beam of light, and huge explosions are starting to appear. Jun-Hyuk still didn't pay attention to that light, continuing. "We can only hope it doesn't come this way, that's the best case." Only now do both of them realize the huge beam of light just now, both stunned with eyes wide open. "So what can we do?" He went silent, a hint of fear flashing across his face. "What?" As soon as I saw it, I knew it was someone who just awakened, and their level far surpasses mine. He asked Hyon, "Right, Chan?" His face stiffened. "I'm sure now." He said, "Gather everyone." Not knowing who it was, Hyon felt confused. "Don't tell me you're planning to go there." Wanting to survive in this damn world, he answered quietly, "Yes, we have to follow that person." Arguments began to rise non-stop. "Run, Hyuk, are you really okay with this? What if they're a bad person? There's no other choice. Our food supplies are running out too. Staying here means death anyway." Run Hyuk thought that was right. The rest must rely on luck. He breathed heavily, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Phew! Everyone looked up. It seemed to be this way. Hyon looked around, marveling. What is this? The world is chaotic yet. His head bumped into a barrier panel. Why is this building so clean? Ack! He exclaimed. What the heck is this? Jun-Hyuk calmly answered, no entry allowed. A screen appeared in front of the two. Do you want to accept citizenship? Do you? Hyon was surprised. Someone said, let's try. The system panel notified, you have received citizenship. Oh, the system displayed a team mission notification mission to reach floor 30 of building 114 time limit. Ward. Some experience points. No penalty if failed. In the quiet corridor, Jun extended his hand to greet. Nice to meet you, Lee Jun-Hyuk. He continued to introduce himself. I am Kim Ji-hyun. Jun-Hyuk broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes darkened. It was this man. He felt as if an invisible hand was pressing down, breathing heavily. "You defeated that giant, and now you stand right before me." His hand reached out quickly to grasp Jun's hand, though inwardly he was screaming. "My instincts are screaming," he bowed deeply, his body trembling slightly. "I am Lee Jun-Hee-ok." He thought silently as Jun's grip tightened, hoping for help. Jun was embarrassed. Ah yes, he was determined absolutely must not let this slip away. Scene change: a woman sitting in a cozy room, the table full of beautifully golden, delicious food. Ondu gently looked with eyes full of love Seo. She asked the boy, "Is it good, dear?" In front of her was an adorable little boy. "Yes, very good." The boy turned his head. "Mom, whose birthday is it today?" She replied, "Not anyone's." Seo asked again, "Then why is there seaweed soup?" She suddenly understood. "Ah," Ondu answered, "because my Seo likes it." The little one couldn't help but happily exclaim, "Wow, I love it." The door suddenly opened. She greeted, "Ah, Uncle G." The boy also greeted him. "Oh, Magician Du asked, have things settled with the newcomers?" He answered, "Yes, we have shared housing and some food with them." Then he looked a bit embarrassed, hand raised to his neck. "Ah, and I apologize." She wondered, for what? He continued, "Because you two can't leave the house." "I didn't anticipate that." She replied in a very gentle voice, "We just need to be together here like this, that's enough." She hugged the boy happily. "Right now I feel very fulfilled." Oh, the system popped up again. Loyalty of Citizen Unu has increased. Loyalty of Citizen Unju has reached 100. Citizen Undu has been registered as a house spirit. The limit for house spirits has been increased. Jae-hyun grew more thoughtful even without the system notification, looking at the scene of Dio Hien and her care for Seo. "Mom, just by looking at the expression and attitude, it's enough to tell." Seo pleaded, "Please turn on the LED, Gino." She patted the boy's head. "All right, I will." Jun just quietly watched that scene. On the computer and TV screens, dazzling images were playing simultaneously. The screen showed a living stone dinosaur, Stego, surrounded by circles that looked like rainbows appearing. The boy cheered joyfully, striking a pose like a true superhero. "Wow, Stego." Jun watched the scene intently, unconsciously. He quietly turned away, wrinkles forming in his eyes, thoughts emerging. He remembered every image, the beautiful memories. He wondered how his family was doing, if they were eating well, if anyone was sick. If anything bad happened, he dared not think further. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to erase unpleasant imaginations. Suddenly, Gammy came over making beeping sounds. Everyone was playing happy, joyful. No, I must not rush. The scene was incredibly beautiful, strangely peaceful. Just one day, and I know how hard Yondu worked for this day. He stared at them silently, reflecting. Right now, Yin's little one was heading towards the main house. Jun's face showed clear worry. When it arrives, it will deliver the necessary things to the family. His gaze darkened even more so today, watching the two of them play happily. He just quietly followed. The moment of Yondu's one-day dream shone brightly. In the quiet space, Jun suddenly spoke, surprising the two. You can sleep with Seo in the main bedroom." She refused. "No, we can sleep outside." He disagreed, insisting they sleep in the main room. "No, sleep comfortably with Seo." He smiled kindly, sincerely, saying, "That's an order hard to refuse." When he said that, she bowed her head and pulled Seo to thank him. "Understood. Thank you for your concern." "Thank you." She gently carried the boy into the room. Seo turned back, waving goodbye to him. "Wizard, good night." He silently watched, smiling warmly at the boy. In the house, gradually enveloped by darkness, a lullaby softly echoed from the main bedroom, breaking the silence. Ah, oh, our Seo, oh, sleep well. Ooh, oh. Who sat quietly on the far sofa, listening to the gentle singing. "Rooster, don't crow, my child will wake up. Puppy, don't bark, my child will wake up." He lay still, a faint smile on his lips. That night, through the narrow crack, Yondu's lullaby quietly resonated for a long time. His eyes darkened. It had been a long time since he heard a lullaby, but somehow listening made him recall days with his mother. Hearing that soft, gentle voice, she gently stroked his head. His eyes began to close. When morning sunlight filtered through the closed window, the next day passed without anything special. We ate the meals Yondu cooked along with Seo. The three of us watched Seo's favorite cartoons together. Seo followed Kami, who was sunbathing, bothering him until Kami got angry. Altogether, we took a nap and played with the toys I bought at the store. During that time seemed invisible, passing without waiting for a single moment. He bowed his head deeply, lips pressed tightly as if about to bleed. Kami stood on his shoulder, tears streaming down one side. Just one day. Yondu held Seo tightly. She knelt on the floor, the warm light of the sunset shining on them both. The boy called out, "Mom, the time I can give them is only one day." She still held her son tightly without letting go. "Huh." The boy glanced at her. "Mom, are you crying?" Tears rolled down, covering Yondu's beautiful face. She tried to say, "Mom's not crying." Her lips pressed tight, face flushed, tears continuously falling. Seeing that, Seo gently touched her cheek. "No, Mom is—" The boy spoke while placing his hand on his mother's face. "Mom is crying." Seo softly comforted her. "Don't cry, Mom." His hand tried to wipe the tears at her eyes. Yondu's voice trembling. "Mom, I'm very scared." Her arms holding the boy tightened even more, sobbing. "Mom's afraid of a world without you." The small arm stretched out, glowing with a light that seemed to carry extraordinary power. The boy hugged her neck, exclaiming, "Mom!" Seo comforted her. "I'm here." The more the boy spoke, the more pain filled her heart. With a voice warm like sunshine, Seo tried to console his mother. Yondu collapsed. Seo separated from her, slowly stepping back, but even so, when standing in front of her, the boy spoke. Her mother reached out, trying to pull the boy closer to her. Seo looked at her fondly. "I will always—" The boy continued. "Be by your side, remember, Mom?" Hearing that tears streamed down her face, she choked up. "Seo?" she shouted at Seo. The tears pouring from her eyes thickened, blurring everything before her. Yondu reached out as if to hold on to the small figure of the boy. "No, not yet. Mom still has many things to do for you." Seo smiled brightly, that smile blending with the breathtaking light of the sunset. She kept speaking, "Mom will cook many more delicious dishes for you, all the things you like." That beautiful smile still lingered on the boy's lips like tears rolling down his cheek. "Mom will—" Mom interrupted her. Seo gave a gentle smile. Tears at the corner of her eyes kept flowing, whether from parting or happiness, no one knew. The boy spoke clearly, full of affection. "I love you, Mom." Part of his body seemed to dissolve into the air and vanish. Yondu was stunned, her whole body collapsing to the ground, watching her son gradually disappear. She could only cry out, "Ah, another transmission is happening." Her body trembled, unable to believe her eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly, almost biting through her lip, tears streaming down, trying to keep herself calm. She spoke Seo. Through her tears, she also gave a beautiful smile to her son. That smile was gentle, like morning sunlight erasing everything. "Mom loves her Seo too." She smiled even though pain was tearing her apart. As the remaining parts of his body vanished, Seo happily replied to her, "Goodbye." She knelt down on the floor. Du Jiun stood behind, witnessing the entire farewell scene. He was heartbroken, but more so was she. Seo had completely dissolved into the air. In the space, only the boy's final word remained, "Mom." At that moment, Yondu did not lift her head even once, until all of Seo's final warmth faded away. He and Kami silently watched her. Hope is a flower that blooms only in despair. Therefore, those who hold hope must always stand in the middle of the abyss of despair. Cruelly, he reached out to comfort her. "Don't lose heart." His arm still hanging in the air, he continued, "Because this isn't the end, I will blow hope into her once more." Yondu turned her head in doubt and asked him, "Really?" "Bistard," he answered, "if there's still a chance." His arm reached out to grasp her hand as if pulling her from a dark abyss so she could meet the boy as many times as she wanted. Facing the devil's temptation, Yondu listened. The system appeared. The trust of Citizen Undu has increased. The trust of Citizen Undu reached 100, receiving primal vitality. Seo screamed super loudly, "Damn it!" In front of him were two others, one wearing a brown coat, the other in blue. He continued to shout loudly, "The standard spear, the orc spear, and all the money I had saved." He was furious, stomping hard on the floor. "Everything's gone. Everything's been taken." He paused, asking the one in the blue coat, "What about your stuff?" "All gone. I woke up, and everything disappeared." The one in the yellow coat spoke. From what I've found out, quite a few people had the same issue, but do you know what we have in common with them? What? The one in the yellow coat was angry, his face darkened. It's that none of us were there when they gathered soldiers at the front gate. Even those who went there and did nothing when they returned seemed fine. Hearing that, the super poor guy's face turned pitch black. Another whispered, we should have gone there at that time. Suddenly a hand grabbed his collar. Seo grabbed the other's collar tightly, yelling, "So you're saying it's my fault?" As the one in blue could only stammer, "No, that's not what I meant." He got angrier and fiercer, shouting loudly, "Damn it, you all agreed, you yourselves said following orders like that was stupid." He asked, "Right." The other grew more scared. Sorry." Suddenly he jerked his arm free, clicking his tongue. Inside, Super Poor thought he might get expelled from here. There had been such a case before. Rumor has it someone tried to do something bad to a miner who was caught and immediately expelled, and that criminal was later found dead on the street not long after. Even now, after the hunt against the giant, the survivors are gathering in our apartment complex, so everyone should still be here and safe. If I keep fighting against him, I'll be the next one kicked out. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, only that bastard Beach Sung Min benefits by going alone to the gathering, even getting a gun for self-defense. He helplessly rubbed his head. Why did it turn out like this? Bung job, you still don't get it. Everything you've been through so far is just the beginning. My punishment will determine how you'll be treated among the survivors here later on. And also the mission the system suddenly appeared right behind them. Mission objective. Sun Goblin, 0-20 time limit, 24, 0 seconds reward. A small amount of experience penalty for failure. 1 minute of extreme pain. He turned around, sweating coldly. What the hell is this? From now on, to survive in this safe zone, you'll have to do a lot of things. They looked at the system notification board, asking suspiciously, extreme pain, that's the responsibility you'll have to bear. Primal Vitality, one of Undu's A-rank skills, greatly increases regeneration ability proportional to the level of damage. Jundam Chu looked at the system board, surprised that the 100 trust reward was actually one of the target's skills. It seems it has no effect right now since I'm not going to the battlefield. And unless I leave the safe zone, there's very little chance I'll get injured. But receiving a skill as a 100 trust reward is definitely noteworthy. Moonbong Ho's trust level is almost at 100. If I get Moonbong Ho's awakening ability, Teleportation, a skill that allows teleporting to a visible location. Then, after activating a forward base, what if I use teleportation together with the Eye of the Absolute Being? In theory, as long as my mental strength is strong enough, the system will appear again. Forward base, a safe zone established outside the shelter. When activated, it temporarily has authority equivalent to the shelter. However, it can only be activated if a citizen with knight rank or higher resides there. And if one side is not allowed to enter and occupy it for more than a day, the base will be destroyed, and I will be able to teleport there. Better raise my mental strength. From now on, instead of increasing skill proficiency, I will reward missions by enhancing mental strength. Suddenly, a voice echoed toward him. Jai, that person, stepped forward. They've stabilized a lot. Let me go now. Undu's face was very serious. I will personally take your family home. He recognized Eon Du. She continued, The mission actually started yesterday. I know it was delayed a day because of me. She closed her eyes firmly and said, Thank you for giving me your precious time. I want to repay your kindness to me. He stared at her. She was exactly reading what he was thinking. He raised his hand and scratched his face. Do I look that impatient? I'm very grateful, but also a little embarrassed. Eon Du replied casually, Not at all. If I were in your position, I would do the same. Her voice softened a bit. After all, everyone values their family the most. He quietly observed her eyes. I understand the value of the day you gave me. He silently guessed maybe it was thanks to meeting Seo, even if it was an incomplete encounter. She looked at him, her words coming straight from the heart, thanking him once again. Now in Eon Du's eyes was firm trust, not extreme anger. He smiled slightly, thanking her for understanding him. June suggested, Then please wait in Unit 2901 with Dong Jion's group. I will head down there soon, too. Eon Du bowed her head. Okay, I understand. I didn't send them straight to Gemi Gion for a reason. Because of that damn giant part of the track at Gemi collapsed. Not just the railway. Almost the entire underground area of Gemi Ion was destroyed. We'll have to open a new path. To do that, Yin has been busy controlling the rats since yesterday and temporarily found a route. June used the eye of the absolute being. He suddenly noticed something unusual. What's the situation with the rats? Oh, the system appeared tamed giant rat level 7. The fast-running rat seems to be fleeing. June, with his strange black eyes, was confused. It has evolved. Is this the result of Yin's new ability after being recognized as a subordinate? But what is chasing it? Before your eyes is a swarm of zombies of various levels. They scream in a really strange way. Suddenly your mind feels a bit chaotic. What chasing that mouse is a bunch of terrifying things. Zombies. The mouse suddenly stops. It faces the approaching zombies squeaking. Now it is completely surrounded by the zombies. Do-hyun sweats. He completely thinks it's over. If the mouse dies meaninglessly like this, I can use a gas explosion to wipe out the zombies at once. Suddenly the mouse's eyes become sharp and cold. Squeak. It dashes straight toward the zombies. Using its small, agile body, it easily weaves through the zombies. This makes you find it a bit hard to believe. Oh, it rushes like the wind, its eyes shining brightly. It completely finds a way to escape the zombie horde. You admire it, this tough little guy, well done. If it keeps going like this, it will reach the exit soon. Just a little more, it can do it. Just escaping the danger of the zombies, an even more terrifying growl echoes. A creature with deep black eyes looks at it. The mouse freezes its eyes wide open. Do-hyun watches the situation closely. He's also anxious. What a level 23 shallow water shark opens its mouth wide, ready to swallow the little mouse. He shouts, What is this? In just a moment, a flash of white appears. The mouse is torn apart. You cover one eye tightly, your face contorts. Ugh, damn it, what was that just now? A shallow water shark. No more importantly, no wonder that place looked so familiar. Turns out Gambo is only a few kilometers from Gampo, so it's likely that monsters like that are also near home. You stand up. I have to hurry. In the hallway, Du is arranging boxes one by one. She wipes the sweat beads from her forehead with her hand. She takes a deep breath. Voices come from afar, Captain Kim. She looks up. Adi-hun, he responds. Thank you for doing the hard work. She smiles proudly. We get paid for it. How is that hard? What's going on? Hearing the question, he's a bit confused, instinctively covering his mouth, eyes avoiding tone, hesitant and interrupted. It's just that... She thinks silently. Is Dia-hun hesitating? Seeing that Du also becomes tense for him, a forced smile. Please just say it straight. Jae-hyun, this is serious. What do you want to ask? He coughs lightly. Just continue, he says. I want to borrow Hin for a bit. Hearing this, she goes silent. Huh? It's like a bolt from the blue. Her face clearly shows dissatisfaction, her smile more forced. From now on, I have to do everything alone. He smiles wryly. Then I'll give you 2 days. Captain Kim calls Di-yoon. She is very tense. Bargaining, he'll pay overtime, right? He smiles faintly, seeing the condition is very simple. Do-hyun replies generously, I'll pay double. Hearing that much money, she's delighted. Surrounded only by money in her mind, joy clearly shows on her face, except 35. The toxic smoke is gradually sucked in by the system it's hiring. She is creating deadly gas and releasing it inside. In an instant, her eyes slowly open. Something has shaken her. Everyone is present. They all look tense. A voice breaks the silence. Everyone is gathered, right? Yoon sits up straight, hands clasped on the table. Then let's start the operation meeting seriously. He lowers his voice. As everyone knows, due to the appearance of giants passing through Gemi-yeon has become very difficult. Pausing briefly, he continues. However, it's really a shame if we just give up the subway route like that. Yin heard her name. She startled and quickly grabbed the paper. Ah, yes. Then Yin looked up. From Belmagan Station to Choryang Station past Semyon Station is still intact. Currently, no monsters occupy it, so it can be used as a priority route. She placed the paper on the table. So our first goal is this roughly sketched but clear map of key routes leading to Gabel Magnol. Everyone's faces showed confusion, their eyes wide and dazed, staring at the plan being presented. Yin continued. The proposed route is to move along the main road axis like this. Deok-shu suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. The flatterer smiled, his eyes squinting with joy. In, you really draw beautifully, don't you? Yin happily replied, Thank you. Dion paused upon seeing something, his brow slightly furrowed. This is, Jane continued. Then I'll continue the explanation. She pointed to the area of concern. Before reaching Gabble Megan, there's a point to be very cautious about right here. Yin tensed. There is a BC group using a large supermarket as their base. Their numbers are estimated to be at least over 500. Dong Jian raised an eyebrow. Isn't it unnecessary to confront them? She frowned. That's right, after all, our goal is to get into Gab Belmago and use the subway route. As everyone listened attentively, she reassured. No need to worry. We have already checked the routes without orcs using mouse tests. Just handle the monsters encountered along the way and quickly get into the station. Jun was silent before starting the giant hunting campaign. He had invested money to upgrade the Zhongguan team members to the maximum level. His thoughts continued, so now everyone has reached level 30. At present, among the subordinates, only Hung Jun and Hedzin have not reached level 30. He looked up at the goblins, who were no longer a match for Haong Jian's team. Meanwhile, Ian kept explaining attentively, just enter the subway route and you can reach Ji Choryang without any obstacles. But the problem is, from the station after that, Gab Busan is the real issue. Dedok Du heard that and suddenly panicked, leaning forward. You mean there are giants in Gab Busan too? Yin hurriedly waved her hand. No, for now it seems not yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief then. Her expression suddenly became tense. The problem is not the giants, but the route inside the railway section connecting Ji Choryang to Gab Busan. She frowned slightly, her face showing unease. A huge number of zombies occupy the inside. Yin lowered her voice. If no ability can wipe out all the monsters in such a confined space, then this route will only make things worse. As she finished, everyone looked momentarily confused. Then, as if a glimmer of hope appeared, all eyes turned to Hiren, who gasped in panic. Hiren, scared, clasped her hands together. I'm sweating profusely, lips tightly pressed, too scared to speak. She stammered on. Yeah, her whole body trembled violently, but in the end, Yin still made up her mind. My ability might be able to help. The system interface floated in midair. 100 kilojoules of poison bones exceeded the allowed storage weight. Hiren raised her hand to wipe sweat from her forehead, exhaling deeply. Done everything, handled smoothly. Hiren opened the door and stepped right outside. Jun was waiting. He spoke politely. You've worked hard. Hiren nodded in reply. Thank you. He slowly continued. Are you feeling any better now? Hiren turned to face him. Now I'm completely fine. At first I was very tired, but suddenly I felt strong and much healthier. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, Lucky. Yoon felt fortunate. Seeing Yu Hin too exhausted, he hurriedly opened the management interface midway to level her up. Feeling reassured, he smiled softly. Though it cost quite a bit, having earned hundreds of billions, it was nothing. Anyway, judging by the results, it seemed like the right decision. Although the work went smoothly, Hiren still couldn't hide her inner unease. But Jun, do I really have to go along in person? He lowered his voice to comfort her. It's okay, you just need to stay here and keep producing the toxic bones. Feeling drowsy, he ran his hand through his messy hair. Then the preparations are all done. As soon as the words left his mouth, Do-hyun's eyes immediately sharpened. Now shall we start the campaign? In the subway area, the zombies were happily playing together. Suddenly, they seemed to notice something staring blankly from afar. A huge rat rushed over, apparently the beloved of the rat queen Yin. It strode powerfully, its body moving smoothly like a perfectly programmed machine. The zombies acted like they'd struck gold, wildly screaming and rushing to bite the rat. At that moment, Do-hyun was watching everything from afar and immediately commanded the system to open the warehouse. In an instant, the toxic gas stored inside poured out, surrounding the ugly zombies. They screamed in terror, some collapsing from exhaustion, but the rat still charged forward strongly without hesitation. Wherever the rat went, the toxic bones spread there, filling the space and making the scene look like a fairyland. The zombies screamed in pain and madness, and it seemed everything was part of Jun's plan. The poison from Yu Heibane had a paralyzing effect. Where did the toxic gas travel? The zombies twitched as if they'd stepped on something disgusting. They writhed and then fell down. Dia Hyunun truly lived up to having the strongest power at that time. Once inhaled, their bodies slowed, lost control. Then the poison paralyzed the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, leading to death by suffocation. Then he suddenly hesitated. But these were zombies. They were already dead. Not breathing wasn't a big deal. Yet it seemed all was anticipated by Jun, which is why there was a plan B for this situation. I'm counting on you, Yin responded decisively. Yes. Before the words finished in the darkness, thousands of red eyes lit up as if they'd found prey. The rats swarmed forward, running wildly as if fleeing for their lives. They surrounded the zombies sprawled on the ground and didn't hesitate to bite and tear, splattering blood everywhere. Immediately after the system board sent a notification, Zombie Level 11 hunted experience points received. 12085 world was transferred into the wallet of the absolute fake in the house who hunted the level 12 zombie. Experience points received. 212.112 was transferred into the wallet of the absolute fake in the house. Suddenly, both Jaehoon and Yin flinched as if seeing a ghost. She anxiously spoke. The rat pack seemed very strange. Over there, the rats screamed wildly like zombies, truly like zombies. Their eyes turned blood red like the others, and their gaze was very fierce. The system board blinked again. Giant zombie rat tamed level 9. He suddenly felt used. This was almost truly dangerous. His face changed color, darkening a few shades. If he got zombie blood on him, the transformation process would start. Do-hyun tiredly held his head but also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a small slip and a normal person rushing in to bite and attack with claws could have been infected. Luckily, the worst was avoided. Still, there was another worrying problem. The transformed rats still obeyed orders right. Yin hesitated. Ah, yes. She tried to reassure him and herself, but it seemed they had become a bit more irritable. June exhaled deeply. Thankfully, everything was going smoothly. If they safely reached Gajgachi like this time he could truly save his family. Lost in thought, suddenly the system board popped up again. An unauthorized entity is trying to infiltrate. Dia Hyunin flinched. He turned to look. Yeah, he was startled by 157 people. The system updated information detected individuals meeting conditions to be accepted as citizens are approaching the area near the house. Do you want to deny citizenship rights? June calmly tapped the screen. Grant it. It seemed that with these people, his authority grew a bit more. The number of citizens has reached 3,000. Because the population reached a certain level, the economic support skill for population was unlocked. Do-hyun stood still, facing the system in front of him. For a moment he was a bit stunned, then smugly curled his lips. This is pretty good, huh?